स्वागतम स्वागतम सुस्वागतम। भगवान गणेश जी के आशीर्वाद से आज के इस फुल डे सेमिनार ऑन डायरेक्ट एक्सेस की हम शुरुआत करते हैं। आप सभी का मैं हार्दिक 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 स्वागत करता हूं कि आज आप सब यहाँ पधारे और पधारने वालों में सबसे पहला नंबर आप सब सज्जनों का रहा। और कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते वक्त हम याद करें कि विदर्भ की पावन भूमि के हम सब सुपुत्र हैं और विदर्भ में भी अमरावती विशेष रूप से एक ऐसी धर्म भूमि है कि जहाँ पर हजारों वर्षों से हमेशा से धार्मिक कार्य संत ऋषि यहाँ पर आए, यहाँ तपश्चर्या की और कहते हैं कि भगवान श्री कृष्ण के कदमों से यह भूमि पावन हुई है। माँ अम्बा का आशीर्वाद लेकर हम सभी अमरावती में कार्यरत हैं और हमारी जो ज्ञान पिपासा है तो अमरावती के ज्ञानेश्वर कन्या गुलाबराव महाराज की ये कर्मभूमि जन्मभूमि है, जिनको आंखें ना रहते हुए भी जिन्होंने ज्ञान की ऊंचाइयां हासिल की और इस प्रकार के ग्रंथों की रचना की जो आज भी जिसके ऊपर पढ़ाई और यूनिवर्सिटी में पीएचडी जिसके ऊपर होती है, ऐसे ग्रंथों की रचना की। ऐसी यह भूमि है। ऐसे भूमि में मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी है कि अमरावती टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन में इस प्रकार की ऊर्जा माँ अम्बा के आशीर्वाद से है कि हर वर्ष बराबर जीएसटी पीएम के साथ एक सेमिनार और सीटीसी के साथ एक फुल डे सेमिनार लगातार ऑर्गेनाइज करते आ रहे हैं। तो आने वाले मैनेजिंग टीम को, अध्यक्षों को यह एक परंपरा मिलती है और उसको लेकर सभी आगे बढ़ते हैं। ये बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी की बात हम सब लोगों के लिए है। मैं तो समझता हूँ कि कुछ रिश्ता है ये होटल महफिल का, ये डायमंड हॉल 4th फ्लोर का और हमारे सेमिनार बराबर और लगातार हर वर्ष यहीं पे होते आ रहे हैं। और पहले तो ऐसा था कि होटल वाले कहते थे कि अगर लोग कम हैं तो हम छोटा हॉल दे देंगे। अब आजकल वो बोलने लगे आपके लोग बढ़ गए तो हम बड़ा हॉल दे देंगे आपको। इस प्रकार की बातें हो रही हैं। तो इतने अच्छे तरीके से आप सभी का रिस्पांस यहाँ पे मिलता है। माननीय गांधी जी पधारे हैं, आपका स्वागत है भैया। आइए बैठिए, विराजिए। मैं कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करने के लिए आज इस हॉल में अपने आप को सबसे ज़्यादा गौरवान्वित कोई महसूस कर रहा है तो अमरावती टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन के प्रेजेंट अध्यक्ष माननीय सीए जितेंद्र जी खंडेलवाल कर रहे हैं कि उनकी अध्यक्षता में यह कार्य जो यहाँ पर संपन्न हो रहा है। आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच उन्हें मैं स्टेज पे आमंत्रित करता हूँ, श्री जितेंद्र जी खंडेलवाल साहब। हमारे जो दोनों कन्वीनर हैं, वैसे तो स्टेज पे मैंने उनका नाम यहाँ पे रखा था, उन दोनों ने अपने हाथों से कुर्सियाँ हटा ली, बोले हम काम में लगे हैं तो कुर्सी पे स्टेज पे नहीं बैठ पाएंगे। लेकिन उनमें से एक यहाँ नज़र आ रहे हैं। मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ उनके प्रेजेंस को रिकॉग्नाइज करें। सीए ललित तांबी जी, जिनके अथक परिश्रम से यह कार्यक्रम यहाँ पर हर वर्ष लगातार हो रहा है। ज़ोरदार तालियों से आपका स्वागत कि आपने यह कार्य किया और आज की सुबह यहाँ पर हम आज देख पाएँ। उसी प्रकार से आपके साथी और टीबीए अमरावती के कर्मठ कार्यकर्ता दूसरे कन्वीनर सीए मोहित गणेशानी भी हॉल में उपस्थित है। आपका स्वागत है मोहित भैया, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है कि आपके मेहनत से आज की सुबह हम सब यहाँ पर पधार सकें। और अब जिनके आशीर्वाद से टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन अमरावती चलता है, ऐसे सभी पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट हैं और उन पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं हमारे साथी जो अभी फिलहाल में विदर्भ टैक्स प्रैक्टिशनर एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट हैं। मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं एडवोकेट जगदीश जी शर्मा को। आपके ज़ोरदार तालियों के बीच उनकी अनंत इच्छा शक्ति और मेहनत से ये कार्यक्रम हम हमेशा और हर वर्ष चला पा रहे हैं। आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और शर्मा जी ऐसे व्यक्ति है जो लैटरल और वर्टिकल दोनों तरीके से शर्मा परिवार जो है टैक्स बार में जुड़ा हुआ है। इनके भाई साहब भी है, इनके बेटे भी है, इनके भतीजे भी है। सभी लोग परिवार के साथ में यहाँ पर प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ में पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। दोस्तों, हमारे बीच में अभी जो इस वर्ष एक नया तरीका हमने शुरू किया कि जो हमारे टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन के सीनियर मेंबर्स थे जो अब नहीं रहे, उनकी याद में हम प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटी करें। उन्हीं का आशीर्वाद रहा कि टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन इतने वर्षों से चल रहा है और अभी भी उनके परिवार नज़दीकी रूप से हम सब लोगों से जुड़े हुए हैं। इसलिए आज यह पहला सेमिनार माननीय स्वर्गीय श्री डी सिक्ची साहब के याद में हम सभी कर रहे हैं। और हमें बहुत खुशी है कि हमारे विनती को मान देते हुए उनके बेटे श्री श्रीवल्लभ जी सिक्ची साहब यहाँ उपस्थित है। मैं अनिल भैया से विनती करता हूँ उनको लेकर आएँ और कृपया स्टेज पे स्थानापन्न करें। माननीय आर.डी. चांडक साहब कृपया उनकी मदद करें। और आपकी तालियों के बीच पधार रहे हैं श्रीवल्लभ जी सिक्ची साहब स्टेज को शोभायमान करने के लिए। डी सिक्ची साहब के भांजे साहब हमारे पास प्रेसिडेंट हैं, एडवोकेट एस.एम. राठी साहब, आप भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। तो परिवार, देखिए आशीर्वाद कैसे होते हैं बुजुर्गों के परिवार भांजे भतीजों के साथ में बराबर समाज की सेवा में कार्यरत रहते हैं। आपका बहुत बहुत, और अनिल भैया आपका भी और आपके बेटे का भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। तालियां बजाकर हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं कि आप यहाँ पधारे और आज के कार्यक्रम को आशीर्वाद प्रदान किया आप लोगों ने। चेंबर ऑफ टैक्स कंसल्टेंट CTC मुंबई के चेयरमैन श्री CA हरेश केनिया साहब आज यहाँ पधारने वाले थे और वे चीफ गेस्ट आज के प्रोग्राम के थे, लेकिन कुछ कारणों से वे यहाँ पे पधार नहीं पाए हैं। तो वर्चुअली ही इज़ देयर ऑन द स्क्रीन ऑलरेडी। मोस्ट वेलकम टू यू हरेश भैया, आपका स्वागत है कि आप यहाँ पर पधारे हैं। तो वे हमारे बीच उपस्थित है और हम सब उनको देख सकते हैं और वे भी हमें देख पा रहे हैं, वे भी हमें देख पा रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो मच, सो नाइस ऑफ यू। टेक्नोलॉजी का सही इस्तेमाल हम लोग यहाँ पर कर पा रहे हैं। और उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पास प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ CTC मुंबई CA अनीश जी ठाकर साहब यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। आपका स्वागत करता हूँ सर, कृपया स्टेज पे पधारें और स्टेज की शोभा बढ़ाएं। कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि आज यहाँ पर हमारे बीच में हरीश जी केनिया साहब उपस्थित हैं। उनका पुष्प देकर हम स्वागत करेंगे। तो सर वो पुष्प दिखाएं ना प्लीज उनको। आपका स्वागत करते हैं सर जोरदार तालियों से और मुस्कुराहटों के साथ में। मैं विनती करता हूं पास प्रेसिडेंट TBA CA नीलेश जी लाठिया साहब तथा पास प्रेसिडेंट SM राठी जी साहब पुष्प देकर हमारे आज के अनीश जी ठक्कर CA अनीश जी ठक्कर फ्रॉम मुंबई का स्वागत करें पुष्प देकर। और अनिल पड़िया जी जरा आप ध्यान रखना, अनीश भैया की फोटोग्राफ शानदार आनी चाहिए। जब ये प्रेसिडेंट थे तब कोरोना चल रहा था तो कोई फिजिकल प्रोग्राम हुआ नहीं तो फोटोग्राफ नहीं आई। अब एज ए पास प्रेसिडेंट ही इज हियर एज अ चीफ गेस्ट, तो देयरफॉर वो फोटोग्राफ जो है अच्छे तरीके से आनी चाहिए। आइए माननीय लाठिया जी और राठी जी जोरदार तालियों के बीच। माननीय पास प्रेसिडेंट एडवोकेट चांडक साहब RD चांडक साहब और हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर श्री अरुण भाऊ ठाकरे साहब, जिनकी तबीयत आज बहुत अच्छी नहीं है लेकिन फिर भी कार्यक्रम में उनको बहुत इंटरेस्ट होता है इसलिए बराबर आज यहाँ पधारे हैं। पुष्प देकर हमारे सिक्ची साहब श्री वल्लभ जी सिक्ची साहब का स्वागत करेंगे। आपके जोरदार तालियों के बीच माननीय सिक्ची साहब। हमने कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत में विघ्नहर्ता श्री गणेश जी को याद किया और अब हम माँ सरस्वती को याद करते हैं कि उन्हीं के आशीर्वाद से हमारी यह ज्ञान की गंगा यहाँ पर बह रही हैं। सभी भगवान के आशीर्वाद, सभी बुजुर्गों की शुभकामनाएं लेकर हम कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हैं और हम स्वागत पर शब्दों के लिए टीबीए प्रेसिडेंट श्री जितेंद्र खंडेलवाल को आमंत्रित करते हैं।
थैंक यू राजेश भाई। प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ चैम्बर ऑफ टैक्स कंसल्टेंट मुंबई सीए हरीश जी केनिया सर, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ चैम्बर ऑफ टैक्स कंसल्टेंट सीए अनिश जी ठक्कर साहब, माय गुड फ्रेंड पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन एंड करंटली प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ VTPA नागपुर एडवोकेट श्री जगदीश जी शर्मा, son of late D.D. Sikchi sir, Shri ji Sikchi, grandson of late advocate D.D. Sikchi, जिनके मेमोरी में ये आज का सेमिनार ऑर्गेनाइज किया है, अनिल सिक्ची जी, उनके पोते, उनका नाम मुझे नहीं पता है, अभी सिक्ची, यहाँ उपस्थित श्री जी सिक्ची, यस, यहाँ पर उपस्थित पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन श्री एडवोकेट राठी जी, शंकरलाल जी राठी जी, एडवोकेट चांडक जी, एडवोकेट लड्डा जी, बोथरा जी, CAR खंडेलवाल जी, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, सीनियर्स इन प्रोफेशन, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट्स and my colleagues. Wish you a pleasant Saturday morning. Taking charge as the president of TBA Amravati creates a vital responsibility to organize such type of mega seminars on developments in the direct and indirect taxes affecting our members in profession. It's very heartwarming to have continuous support of CTC Mumbai, GSTPM Mumbai, AIFT and VTPA Nagpur in hosting such seminar. Full day seminar on direct taxes and indirect taxes are signature events of our Tax Bar Association Amravati. And for last so many years, we have successfully hosted such seminar under the leadership of our stalwarts past presidents. We always strive to make sure that eminent speakers in the field of income tax and GST should be available at Amravati for the benefit of our members. We are always very lucky to get such stalwart personality in taxation profession and in our seminar as a speakers. We always receive wholeheartedly support of professional association across Vidharbha from the district of Nagpur, Akola, Wardha, Yavatmal, and even from our district, Paratwada, Varud, etc. In today's seminar, the learned speakers will deliberate on the various topics which are very much important to our day-to-day practice. Advocate CA Dharan ji Gandhi, CA Ashok ji Mehta, CA Anish ji Thacker, Shri Premal Gandhi ji from Mumbai, all are from Mumbai, and advocates Milind Sharma, he is from Bhopal. All are experts in their field and will deliberate today's seminar. And I am confident that you will remember today's conference for years to come. On behalf of Tax Bar Association Amravati, I once again welcome you to enjoy learning and fellowship. Thank you very much.
शुक्रिया जितेंद्र भाई। एजेंडा के हिसाब से 2 मिनट दिए थे, लेकिन प्रेसिडेंट को बहुत मुश्किल होता है 2 मिनट में करना, लेकिन एक सीखने की बात है, वो सिखाएंगे एडवोकेट जगदीश शर्मा कैसे 2 मिनट में स्पीच खत्म करते हैं। वीटीपीए प्रेसिडेंट जगदीश जी, आपके तालियों के बीच।
थैंक यू राजेश भाई। कुछ बातें आपसे सीखनी पड़ती है, कुछ मैं आपको सिखाता हूँ। गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रेंड। Respected chief guest of today's seminar, CA Harish Kenia ji, Honorable Diet, senior members, Giriji Dhavalia, Shankarlal ji Gandhi, Ajit Gokuran sir, Paliwal ji sir, CA Jitendra ji Saglani, he is also on the way to come here. Ashok Bhandari ji, senior member, and CA Ajit Gokuran ji. Naresh ji Jhakote is also coming here on the way, and senior member and participants. On behalf of VTPA, I welcome all of you into this seminar on direct taxes. Friends, now it becomes a regular feature to organize one seminar on direct taxes with CTC. The VTPA is comprising advocates, chartered accountants, tax consultants. At present, we have around 450 members from all over Vidharbha region. During my tenure, we introduced around 60 new members to VTPA. Thanks Rajesh bhai for that. Sir, VTPA continuously working for its members and trade industry. VTPA taking effort to address the grievances and difficulties raised by our members from time to time. VTPA has a voice at Delhi also through our MP Srimati Navneet Rana madam, and we got succeeded in getting major relief like amnesty in GST appeal cases. Today we are much fortunate to have a stalwart speaker from Mumbai and Bhopal. They have a mastery in their subject. Compliances and complexity increase day by day, and excessive use of artificial intelligence creating more difficulty and unnecessary hardship to the assessee. How to make compliances, when to comply, and the repercussion of non-compliances requires thorough knowledge of law. Our one wrong move may create unwarranted litigation and heavy cost to the assessee. The Income Tax Department accessing data from various electronic platforms like GST, Excise, Custom and Registration Authority, financial institutions for issuing multiple notices to the assessees. To get all solution, we have today a very learned speaker with us. I hope you will get great relaxation after the end of day. Thanks to all for joining the seminar. Special thanks to Tax Bar Association President Shri Jitendra ji Khandelwal for giving an opportunity to organize jointly with VTPA this seminar. Thank you, sir. Wish you a very happy journey of learning. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Rajesh bhai.
आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जगदीश भैया। और मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं सिक्ची परिवार की ओर से माननीय अनिल जी सिक्ची साहब के आज उनके पूरे परिवार को साथ में जोड़ने से किस प्रकार की उनके मन में भावनाएं हैं वे यहाँ पर शेयर करेंगे। श्री अनिल जी सिक्ची साहब।
Yeah. Yes, you are sending new link?
यहाँ उपस्थित
Yeah,
सम्माननीय
okay.
डेलीगेट्स एवं सभी संस्थाओं के सदस्य को मेरा प्रणाम एवं नमस्कार। मैं अनिल सिक्ची सर्वप्रथम आभारी हूँ टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन अमरावती का एवं सभी संस्था के अध्यक्ष जिन्होंने मेरे दादाजी स्वर्गीय डीडी सिक्ची एडवोकेट के स्मृति में आज के इस सेमिनार का आयोजन किया है। सिक्ची परिवार के लिए यह आनंद, उल्लास और खुशी का पल है। मेरे दादाजी डीडी सिक्ची एडवोकेट ने 1932 से इनकम टैक्स की प्रैक्टिस शुरू की थी। सच्चाई, सादगी, अथक परिश्रम एवं अपने लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने की जिद के कारण वकीली व्यवसाय और समाज में उन्होंने अपना स्थान बहुत ऊंचा बना लिया था। वकालत में कामयाबी हासिल करने के लिए आवश्यक गुण जैसे कुशाग्र बुद्धि, समय सूचकता, लगन एवं स्मरण शक्ति के बल पर अल्प समय में ही वह अग्रणी सलाहकार बन गए थे। उनके द्वारा स्थापित व्यवसाय पद्धति, कार्यशैली तथा उनके सिद्धांत आज भी हम सभी के लिए पथ प्रदर्शन का कार्य कर रहे हैं। शायद यही सभी उपलब्धियां होने से सुप्रीम कोर्ट के प्रधान न्यायाधीश स्वर्गीय वल्लभदास जी मेहता के कर कमलों द्वारा उनका सत्कार किया गया। मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है, मेरे दादा के वकीली व्यवसाय के आगे बढ़ाने वाले हमारे कंवर साहब एडवोकेट श्री रतनलाल जी अटल आप सभी के परिचित है। अंत में आयोजित सेमिनार के लिए सिक्ची परिवार की तरफ से आप सबको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। पुनश्च एक बार एडवोकेट स्वर्गीय डीडी सिक्ची के स्मृतियों को तरोताज़ा करने के लिए धन्यवाद। अंत में 2 लाइनें आप सभी के लिए। पहचान से मिला काम थोड़ा समय तक ही टिकता है, पहचान से मिला काम थोड़े समय तक ही टिकता है, लेकिन काम से मिली पहचान उम्र भर रहती है, लेकिन काम से मिली पहचान उम्र भर रहती है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अनिल भैया, और इस प्रकार से ही आप टैक्स बार के साथ में हमेशा के लिए जुड़े रहें, यही हमारी भी इच्छा है। और अब इनॉग्रल स्पीच के लिए मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ सीटीसी सीए हरीश जी केनिया, जो वर्चुअल रूप से हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और अब अपनी स्पीच यहां पर आपके सामने पेश करेंगे। आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच श्री हरीश जी।
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Respected Shri Jitendra Khanji, President Tax Bar Association, Advocate Jagdish Sharma ji, President Vidharbha Tax Practitioners Association Nagpur, CA Anish Thacker, past President the Chamber of Tax Consultant and Speaker of today's session, respected other speakers of today's session, Vallabh ji, respected members of the Tax Bar Association and Vidharbha Tax Practitioners Association, seniors in profession and fellow delegates. It brings me immense pleasure and honor to stand before you today as the President of Chamber of Tax Consultant. I extend my warm greetings and heartfelt thanks to each one of you for joining us in this valuable seminar on direct taxes held in the cherished memory of the late Shri D.D. Sikchi. It is with a heavy heart that I must convey my inability to be physically present with you all today. I am eagerly anticipating the opportunity to join this distinguished gathering as both a speaker and as a chief guest. The topic of art of representation Festival Zera holds a significant relevance in our current professional practice, and I had prepared to share insights and experience that I hope would be beneficial to our collective understanding and practice. However, due to unforeseen health issues, I am unable to undertake the journey and participate in our joint event. This decision was not merely lightly, and I deeply regret missing the opportunity to engage with each one of you personally and to partake in the rich discussion that I know will unfold. Friends, following the President of Tax Bars Association Amravati and Vidharbha Tax Practitioners Association Nagpur, I stand here to reinforce the significance of today's seminar, aimed at unveiling the complexities and the recent development in direct taxes. We navigate through a day packed with the insightful session ranging from the practical approach to reassessment in income tax to the nuisance tax planning through wills, trust, and family arrangements. Our collective pursuit remains to enrich our understanding and enrich our professional practice. As we assemble here today, let us also reflect the journey of the Chamber of Tax Consultants. Friends, Chamber, established in 1926, is 97-year non-profit organization and is a professional organization representing more than 4,000 tax professionals and students across India. This being our 90th year, we approach our centenary year 2025-26. Main objective is to promote and protect the interest of its member by providing them with a platform to exchange ideas and information related to taxation, enhance their knowledge and skill, and offering network opportunities to interactive meetings and seminars. The Chamber is always proactive in contributing the development of a law and professional through research, analysis, dissemination of knowledge, and proactive interaction with the policymakers. The Chamber also provides professionals several networking opportunities through interactive meetings and seminars. Friends, professional luminaries like late B.C. Joshi, late Sri V.H. Patil, Dr. Y.P. Trivedi, Sri S.C. Dastur, late Sri D.M. Harish, late Sri Narayan Verma, Dr. K. Shivram, Sri S.N. Inamdar have been the Chamber's president. The Chamber has always stood up for its members and also the taxpayer at large by making effective representation before the government and regulatory authorities. Every year, the Chamber makes at least 25 representation to issue on the issues of the tax and allied laws which cause or likely to cause hardships to the public. The member inter alia makes effective representation through pre and post budget preparation and need-based representation on burning issues. The Chamber Journal, which is the mouthpiece, is very popular among the professional and corporate as well, mainly because of the in-depth analysis of the topical theme-based issues. The International Tax Journal of Chamber is quarterly magazine containing insightful analysis on subject of international tax, a practice area that has picked up significantly in the recent past and which is expected to significantly grow in the future. Chamber has a vibrant chapter at Delhi and insightful at Pune, Bangalore and Hyderabad, which are aimed at increasing its pan-India presence. The Chamber is actively looking at setting up its footprint in the more cities toward this objective. As we dwell into today's session, I encourage all attendees, members and non-members alike, to engage actively with our distinguished speakers. The insights shared by today are invaluable not just for your individual practice, but also for the collective growth and integrity of our profession. The practice of direct tax is ever evolving. Staying abreast of these changes is not just beneficial, but essential for all of us. Friends, I must mention here, I am immensely grateful to C. Anish Bhai, a respectable past president of our chamber and a profound speaker, who has graciously accepted my request to speak on the topic assigned to me. Sri Anish Bhai's expertise and eloquent speaking skills are well known to all of us, and I am confident that his contribution will be immense value to the seminar. I wish to extend my sincere thanks to Anish Bhai for stepping up in at the last moment, embodying the spirit of friendship and support that our community stands for. I also want to express my gratitude to the organizers for their understanding and to all participants for their continued dedication to our field. Although I am not there in person, but my thoughts, best wishes are with you all for a successful and enriching seminar. Let's move forward with this spirit of learning and collaboration, honoring the legacy of Shri D.D. Sikchi and building on our shared commitment to excellence in the field of tax consultancy. Thank you, and I look forward to a day of enriching discussion and insightful learning. And finally, I look forward to connecting with each of you in the near future. Thank you.
So nice of you, हरीश जी. यहाँ न होते हुए भी आपके शब्दों ने हम सबका दिल जीत लिया, और thoroughly professional presentation by him. When we met him personally at Agra in this year's RRC of CTC, so he informed us of completing 100 years of CTC, and therefore requested to offer the names of the members who can join with CTC to organize more programs in the next year. So CA Nilesh Ji Lathia and CA Lalit Tambi have been attending CTC RRC year after year, and I am sure we will not fall short of your expectation. हरीश जी, आप हम सब लोगों को जो भी जिम्मेदारी देंगे वो पूरी तरीके से हम कंप्लीट करेंगे. एक बार जोरदार तालियों से माननीय हरीश जी का स्वागत करें. And I am happy to announce that we have received the background material of today's seminar on direct taxes, and request Shri Anish Ji Thacker to kindly inaugurate the same by receiving the first copy. हमने सीए अनीश जी से भी रिक्वेस्ट किया था इनॉग्रल में मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए और फेसलेस असेसमेंट पे बात करने के लिए. उनका कहना था कि जो मेरा सेशन है उसी में ये मैं कवर करूँगा. सो मूविंग फॉरवर्ड मे आई नाउ रिक्वेस्ट आज के कार्यक्रम की स्मृति चिन्ह देने के लिए हमारे माननीय शिक्षी साहब को मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं, हमारे पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट एडवोकेट अटल साहब को और टीबीए एंड वीटीपीए के प्रेसिडेंट साहब को. कि अनिल जी आप भी सामने आए प्लीज़, अभी आप भी सामने आए प्लीज़. माननीय अटल वकील साहब, एंड माननीय एसएम राठी साहब कृपया ज्वाइन करें. परिवार के सदस्य हैं, राठी जी आइए प्लीज आइए. जोरदार तालियां बजाकर हम स्वागत करें श्री वल्लभ जी सिक्चे साहब, रिसीविंग मेमेंटो इन मेमोरी ऑफ एडवोकेट डी सिक्चे साहब. I take this opportunity to thank you माननीय शिक्षी साहब और उनके पूरे परिवार को मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि हमारे आमंत्रण को स्वीकार कर आज आप यहां पधारे और यह नाम इस सेमिनार को देने की आपने हमें इजाज़त दी. और अब हम प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत आज की करना चाहते हैं ताकि हम आगे बढ़ पाएँ. और मैं फर्स्ट सेशन ऑफ द डे को अनाउंस और कंडक्ट करने के लिए हमारे मास्टर ऑफ सेरेमनी को आमंत्रित करता हूं. प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच टू असेसमेंट इन इनकम टैक्स. थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. वी कंक्लूड द इनॉग्रल सेरेमनी इन टाइम एंड वी कवर द टाइम. थोड़ा आधा घंटा देरी से हमने प्रोग्राम शुरू किया लेकिन वो हम कवर करेंगे हमारे प्रेजेंटेशंस के अंदर. थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू.
Yes.
Over to CA Bhushan Lathia for conducting the first session of the day.
A very good morning, one and all. Myself, CA Bhushan Lathia, and I am here to announce the first session of the day, which is on practical approach to reassessment in income tax. Probably one of the most debated and discussed topic in professional circles in last 3-4 years. This has led to a lot of litigations and still it needs a lot of decluttering. For this we have a very able and learned speaker. I now request past president of TBA Amravati, Advocate R.D. Chandak sir, and past president of TBA Amravati, CA Nilesh Lathia sir, to kindly escort the speaker of the session, Advocate CA Dharan Gandhi sir, on the dais. I also request both of you to please present a flower bouquet to the learned speaker. I would like to give a small introduction of the learned speaker. He is a practicing lawyer. He is also a chartered accountant by qualification and holder of All India rank 5 in CA final. His area of interest is direct tax litigation and he appears regularly before the High Court, Tribunal, DRP and CIT appeals. He is also assisting Advocate Hero Rai. He has worked with Advaita Legal, a law firm which is associated with KPMG. He has handled litigations of various MNCs and listed companies like Edelweiss Group, General Motors, Dalmia Group, etc. He regularly contributes in professional journals and has also rendered talks at various forums. Without wasting much time, I now request learned speaker to kindly start his deliberations.
फोटो आपी दो मुझे. इधर दे दो एक. The President of the Tax Bar Association Amravati, the President of the Vidharbha Tax Practitioners Association, the past President of Chamber of Tax Consultant Anish bhai, other office bearers of all three associations, seniors in the profession, and my dear friends, a very good morning to one and all. I said a very good morning to one and all. Thank you. So this is the third time I am here, so I take it positively कि आप लोग मेरे से कंटाले नहीं हो अभी तक. Again I take it positively, and the third positive is again I am going to speak on the same topic of reassessment. So and Lalit bhai insisted, sir, this is the flavor, यही चल रहा है, and therefore इसके ऊपर जितना बोलो उतना कम है, and we need one more session. I said okay, we will do it. So first let me thank the office bearers for having me here, for inviting me, and to share my thoughts on this topic of reassessment. And without wasting further time, we will directly start with the topic of reassessment under the Income Tax Act. ये सब पिछली बार हो चुका है. We directly start with section 147. No need to introduce, only some few points before I start the presentation. The entire law relating to reassessment underwent a change with effect from 1/4/21. पहले जुना पूरे प्रोविजंस थे 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, और 1/4/21 के बाद पूरे नए सेक्शंस आ गए 147 से लेके 151, 151A. Also सर्च सर्वे रिलेटेड जो असेसमेंट्स है वो भी इसमें ही कवर हो गए. So prior to 1/4/21 you had 153A and 153C for search related assessments, but after 1/4/21 everything again back into section 147. According to me, under section 147 now they have prescribed two time limits, एक less than 3 years, एक more than 3 years up to 10 years. My personal feeling is ये जो less than 3 years वाला time limit है, that is going to be the new scrutiny assessment, because you must have seen कि आपको scrutiny assessment की notices 143(2) की notices काफ़ी कम हो गई है, scrutiny assessments काफ़ी कम हो गए, but equal number of cases within 3 years they want to reopen under 148. So under the guise of reducing the time limit from 6 to 3 years, they actually increase the time limit of scrutiny assessment from 1 to 3 years. And under the guise of reducing the time limit from 6 to 3 years, they have increased the time limit to complete the assessment from 6 to 10 years. Reassessments up to 10 years आप खोल सकते हैं. And the reason behind this is our honorable finance minister says We are now information driven. Everything is based on technology. So आपको भी पता होगा कि एक पोर्टल पे सब कुछ फ्लैग होता है, और अगर फ्लैग हो गया तो उनको मैंडेटरली नोटिस इशू करना पड़ता है. To give an example, if there is a search, and let me refer to a very local example, there was a search in case of Renuka Mata Cooperative Credit Society. Search happened at various locations. Number of people had accounts in this cooperative credit society across India. Information was uploaded on the portal in the respective PAN accounts of people who are having bank accounts or accounts with the society, and accordingly the assessment proceedings were reopened. So the sharing of information is happening online, and therefore they want to be technology driven and they want to change the entire process of reassessment. तो जूना जो reassessment का sections था वो सब निकल चुका है, and we have the new sections, new conditions. The best way to understand a section is to compare it with old section. आप जब नए सेक्शन को जूने सेक्शन के साथ कंपेयर करोगे तो आपको समझेगा कि क्या डिफरेंसेस आ गए हैं, क्या चीज़ पहले थी जो अब नहीं है, क्या चीज़ पहले थी जो अब रिटेन हो चुकी है, अभी भी है, और क्या नई चीज़ आई है. एंड दैट इज हाउ यू विल अंडरस्टैंड कि क्या डिफरेंसेस आए हैं. सो वील स्टार्ट सेक्शन वाइज. वील फर्स्ट स्टार्ट विद सेक्शन 147 ऑफ द इनकम टैक्स एक्ट. If any income chargeable to tax in case of an assessee has escaped assessment for any assessment year, the assessing officer may, subject to provisions of section 148 to 153, assess or reassess such income or recompute the loss or the depreciation allowance or any other allowance or deduction for such assessment year. एक 4 पंक्ति का एक section है, followed by one explanation which says, for the purposes of assessment or reassessment or recomputation under this section, assessing officer may assess or reassess the income in respect of any issue which has escaped assessment, and such issue comes to his notice subsequently in the course of proceeding under this section, irrespective of the fact that the provisions of section 148A have not been complied. And I have also given the first two sentences of the old section 148. Old section 148 is, if an assessing officer has reason to believe that any income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment, then he can assess or reassess such income or any other income which comes to his notice. Old section 147 had one section, 3 provisos and 4 explanations. New section 147 has one section and one explanation. तो काफ़ी चीज़ जो ओल्ड सेक्शन में थी वो अब हमको नए सेक्शन में नहीं दिख रही है. Will it have any consequence? The answer is yes. Naturally it will have a lot of consequence. सबसे पहली चीज़ जो ओल्ड सेक्शन में थी जो नए सेक्शन में नहीं है is the phrase reason to believe. If an assessing officer has a reason to believe that any income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment, तो ये शब्द जो है ना reason to believe, it was subject matter of lot of controversy. Courts have taken a view that reason to believe means at the stage of issuing 148 notice, he must come to a prima facie belief. उसको सिर्फ एक belief लाना है कि इस केस में इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट है, and there is no need to conclusively prove income as escaped assessment. Very settled law. At the stage of 148, if you argue before the court, सर इसमें तो कोई इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट है ही नहीं, कोर्ट आपको जवाब देगा एट द स्टेज ऑफ इशूइंग 148 हमको ये नहीं देखना है कि इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट है कि नहीं, हमको ये देखना है कि डज द असेसिंग ऑफिसर have a reason to believe that income has escaped assessment. So you have to come to a prima facie belief income has escaped assessment. अब ये phrase नए सेक्शन में नहीं है. And now the new section starts with, if any income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment. So my first question is, since the word reason to believe has been taken away, does that mean before issuing 148 notice, assessing officer has to come to a conclusion that income has escaped assessment? अब तक मैं भी यही सोचता था कि he has to come to a conclusion basis the wordings of the section. But we have a Madras High Court judgment, IDFC Bank, IDFC Limited, wherein the court has taken a view that nahi, still the requirement is to come to a belief and not a conclusion that income has escaped. Because क्या होगा अगर उसने 148 AD order में ही लिख दिया कि income has escaped assessment, तो फिर assessment क्यों करेगा वो, और assessment करके उसको क्या मिलेगा? Where is the question of giving you notice, reply, show cause, hearing and passing the order if he has already concluded income has escaped assessment? So therefore still the courts are taking a view that there has to be a reason to believe, or there has to be a prima facie belief and not a conclusive proof. Now the wordings used in section 147 is income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment. What is the meaning of the word assessment? Assessment का अर्थ क्या है? Yes? Assessment का अर्थ क्या होता है? मैं आपको कुछ examples दे रहा हूँ. 143.3 is it an assessment? 144, 143.1, it is an and not an. This has been held by Supreme Court in case of Rajesh Javeri stockbrokers. So my question to you is, the wordings are, income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment. Does it mean to issue 148 there has to be a prior assessment तो ही आप 148 issue कर सकते हो? And therefore if there is only 143.1 intimation, you can't do 148. Sorry? नहीं, मैं अभी तक कंक्लूड नहीं किया, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. ये अभी तक मेरा प्रश्न है कि क्या मैं ऐसा कह सकता हूँ कि अगर 143.1 इंटीमेशन है then it is not an assessment and therefore assessing officer cannot say income has escaped assessment, which means for issuing 148 there has to be a mandatory assessment in first place. ये मेरा प्रश्न है और मैं उत्तर की अपेक्षा करता हूँ. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है. Your cross question should be, sir, ये same word 147 old law में भी था, old section 147 में भी same words था. Now there was this explanation to section 147. Old section 147 में एक explanation 2 था, which provided in the following cases income is deemed to have escaped assessment. And one of the clauses of the explanation where income is deemed to have escaped assessment is where there is no prior assessment. Clause B to explanation 2. Okay, so now my cross question to you is this: under old section 147, income escaping assessment, explanation 2, clause B, where there is no prior assessment, it is deemed to be a case as an income escaping assessment. But that explanation is not there in the new section. Therefore, what is the conclusion? Still can they reopen if there is no prior assessment? हाँ, अगेन ये प्रश्न था. So you have a valid argument कि आप नहीं कर सकते हो, लेकिन there are judgments of the court under the old law when there was no explanation to. तभी महारथियों ने ये argument ली थी कि sir there is no assessment, where is the question of income escaping assessment? Court says no, they can reopen under 143(8). Under the old section 147, there was first proviso to 147 which stated that अगर पहले assessment हो चुका है and now you want to reopen beyond 4 years from the end of the assessment year, you can reopen only if there is no failure on the part of the assessee to truly and fully disclose all material facts. This proviso is no longer there in the new statute, new section, which means they can reopen beyond 4 years even if there is no failure on the part of the assessee to disclose truly and fully all material fact. इसमें एक twist है जो 149 section के time पे हम पढ़ेंगे कि इसमें क्या twist है, but at this stage what we have to keep in mind is first proviso to section 147 is no longer in the statute book. The next issue, आपका असेसमेंट चल रहा है, आपके असेसमेंट ने आपने 60 लाख रुपया इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंस क्लेम किया, ये वो बोलते हैं 20 लाख रुपया इज नॉट फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ बिजनेस, ही डिसअलाउज 20 lakhs. You are in appeal. He asked you all details, 60 lakh का सब डिटेल दो. Ultimately he forms the conclusion 20 lakh is not for the purpose of business. You are in appeal. CIT appeal allows your case. 20 lakhs deduction allowed. ट्राइब्यूनल में डिपार्टमेंट जा नहीं सकता है बिकॉज टैक्स इफेक्ट इज लेस. कैन द डिपार्टमेंट रीओपन टू डिसअलाउ A same 20 lakhs, B 60 lakhs? फर्स्ट 20 lakhs के लिए रीओपन कर सकता है, आंसर इज 60 lakhs के लिए रीओपन कर सकता है. कुछ लोग नो बोल रहे हैं और कुछ लोग यस बोल रहे हैं. अंडर ओल्ड सेक्शन 147 there was this third proviso: if any issue is subject matter of appeal, revision, तो आप उसको रीओपन नहीं कर सकते. If any issue is subject matter of appeal or revision, तो आप उसको रीओपन नहीं कर सकते. अब वो प्रोवाइजो नए सेक्शन में despite that they cannot reopen in both cases because of doctrine of merger. When an AO passes an order and when CIT appeal deletes that, AO's order has merged with CIT appeal's order, and if it has merged, AO cannot go back to the same issue. सर तो आप बोलेंगे 20 लाख का ठीक है सर, 60 लाख का क्या, 40 लाख का क्या बैलेंस? In the course of assessment proceeding, he had issued notice for entire 60 lakhs. He disallowed 20 lakhs, which means he consciously allowed 40 lakhs. When you were in CIT appeal, the issue of interest deduction was there before CIT appeal. CIT appeal has power of enhancement. Did he enhance? No. Doctrine of merger, they cannot reopen. There is this one section 147. अब मैंने जो अंडरलाइन किया है उसको पढ़ते हैं. If any income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment, AO may assess or reassess. The word used is such income. और उसके आगे पढ़िए क्या लिखा है, और recompute loss or depreciation allowance or any other allowance or deduction. So my question to you is, I have claimed deduction of penalty and fine of rupees 50 lakh. AO reopens saying this deduction is wrongly allowed, it should have been disallowed under explanation 1 to section 37. He wants to reopen. Can he do that? नेचुरली क्वेश्चन पूछा है तो कुछ इसमें रहेगा रहस्य. कैन ही रीओपन? My focus is income vis-a-vis loss, deduction, allowance. ठीक है? When can you reopen? If any income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment. Then you may assess or reassess. क्या word use किया है? Such income. और such income के बाद क्या शब्द यूज किया है? Deduction loss, which means income does not include deduction loss. करेक्ट? उसके दो रीजन है. एक तो पहले इनकम के आगे वर्ड यूज किया है सच, which means जो पहला वाला इनकम चार्जेबल टू टैक्स एज एस्केप असेसमेंट, ही में असेस रीअसेस सच इनकम. एंड सच इनकम के बाद क्या वर्ड यूज किया है? और कंप्यूट, रिकंप्यूट लॉस, depreciation, other allowance deduction. You can reopen when an income has escaped assessment. Income does not include loss, depreciation, allowance deduction. Therefore, you cannot reopen to reduce or disallow any deduction, loss, allowance, etc. तो आपका क्रॉस क्वेश्चन आएगा, सर ये तो पहले भी था, पहले भी सेम वर्ड यूज हुआ था. इफ एनी इनकम चार्जेबल टू टैक्स एज एस्केप्ड असेसमेंट, आएगा ना क्रॉस क्वेश्चन. एक्सप्लेनेशन 2 to section 147, old section 147. In the following cases, income is deemed to have escaped assessment. Clause B and subclause 4 of clause C. Clause B and subclause 4 of clause C of the said explanation includes cases where excessive loss or depreciation allowance or any other allowance under this act is claimed. So under the old section, claiming excessive deduction or loss or allowance is deemed to have escaped assessment. That explanation is not there in the new section. New section requirement is income escaping assessment. Income does not include loss, depreciation, expenses. Therefore, you cannot reopen. आप आर्ग्यू करो, आप फेवरेबल ऑर्डर लाओ, उसके बाद अमेंडमेंट आ जाएगा. Correct? The last point, insofar as 147 is concerned, they reopened on ground A. You cooperated in the assessment proceeding, but in the assessment proceeding AO realizes ground A पे तो एडिशन कर नहीं सकती, इसमें तो इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट नहीं है. So they added ground B. Can they make an addition on an issue which is not subject matter of reopening? Reasons to believe order under 148 AD is question number 1. And question number 2 is, can they make that addition when they are not making addition in respect of the issue for which they have reopened? Yes. First question, कर सकते हैं कि नहीं? एडिशन ऑन एनी अदर इशू कर सकते हैं कि नहीं? कर सकते हैं. दैट एक्सप्लेनेशन 147 का एक्सप्लेनेशन जो है वो यही कह रहा है कि आप कर सकते हैं. इसलिए मैंने आपसे स्टार्टिंग में कहा दिस इज अ न्यू स्क्रूटिनी असेसमेंट विद इन 3 years. वो एक रीजंस पे रीओपन करेंगे और फिर सब कुछ खोल देंगे. Under the old law, we had the judgment of Bombay High Court, Jet Airways and Delhi High Court, ran back C, which held that if you don't make addition on the issue, you can't make addition on the other issues. And this was stretched. इसको बहुत stretch किया कि अगर उसने addition किया लेकिन CIT appeal ने delete कर दिया and department is not in appeal, तो भी Jet Airways will apply. चलो बात का बात है. Now, will Jet Airways also come to our aid under the new law? Yes. अच्छा, माइंड यू ये जो एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया यहाँ पे, ये एक्सप्लेनेशन ओल्ड सेक्शन में भी था. उसके बावजूद जेट एयरवेज वाज इन फेवर. So therefore my question is, will Jet Airways still come to our aid? Yes or no? Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. Now Jet Airways का लॉजिक ये था, सेक्शन 147 का वर्डिंग्स उस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे था, he may assess or reassess such income and any other income which comes to his notice. तो कोर्ट ने क्या बोला? Such income and any other income. एंड का मतलब ये है उसको ए ऐड करना है तो ही वो बी ऐड कर पाएगा. सो इट वाज बेस्ड ऑन द वर्डिंग्स ऑफ सेक्शन 147 एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम. वो जो फ्रेज है सच इनकम एंड एनी अदर इनकम इज नाउ नो लॉन्गर देयर इन दिस न्यू सेक्शन. देयरफॉर लिटरली स्पीकिंग जेट एयरवेज हैज नो एप्लीकेशन, बट अदर वे राउंड. जैसे हमने डिस्कस किया कि 148 ऑर्डर पास करने के टाइम, 148 एडी का ऑर्डर पास करने के टाइम पे और 148 नोटिस इशू करने के टाइम पे यू शुड कम टू अ कंक्लूजन इन इनकम एज एस्केप्ड असेसमेंट. व्हेन यू शो दैट देयर इज नो इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट, स्टिल ही रीओपन्स एंड अल्टीमेटली डज नॉट ऐड. यू कैन चैलेंज द वैलिडिटी ऑफ रीअसेसमेंट प्रोसीडिंग कि आपने जो रीओपन किया ना वही गलत ग्राउंड पे किया है, एंड देयरफॉर यू कैन नॉट मेक एनी एडिशन. This is section 147. We come to section 148. I will not touch upon all the controversies. Time is limited. जो भी मेरे को important लग रहा है मैं highlight करूँगा. जिसके पास और कोई doubt है वो हम बाद में ले लेंगे. Section 148 is same as old section 148. Concept being issue of notice before issuing, before conducting the reassessment procedure. So ये section in short कहता है कि Before making any assessment under 147, issue a notice under section 148. 148 की नोटिस में लिखा रहेगा कि आप 3 महीने तक रिटर्न ऑफ इनकम फाइल कर सकते हो. You have to file your return of income. If you file your return of income within the time specified, it will be deemed to be a return under section 139. All consequences follow. ये old section था, ये new section है. But new section में और तीन चीज़ ऐड हो चुकी है, which is explanation, proviso and explanation. First proviso is AO cannot issue notice under section 148 unless he is in possession of information which suggests that income is escaped assessment. जो जूना सामान था ना उसको सफाई करके नए पैकेट में बेच रहे हैं. पहले लिखा था he must have reason to believe. अब बोल रहे हैं he must have information to suggest. If somebody asks me, sir इसमें कोई difference है? Answer is no. पहले सेक्शन का रिक्वायरमेंट था I should have a reason. मेरे पास एक कुछ बेसिस होना चाहिए और उस बेसिस के ऊपर I must form a belief, reason to believe. या देखो मेरे को ये इन्फॉर्मेशन आया एओ के पास से कि मेरे एसएससी ने किसी के पास से अकोमोडेशन एंट्री लिया है, therefore I have a belief income as escaped assessment. सेम चीज मेरे को इन्फॉर्मेशन आया विच इज सजेस्टिंग इनकम एज एस्केप्ड असेसमेंट. करेक्ट? सो सेम चीज है, बट फॉर्चुनेटली हियर information suggesting income escaping assessment has been defined in explanation 1. Of course, and the next condition is before issuing notice under section 148, prior approval of the specified authority has to be taken. If AO is required to follow 148A का proceedings, show cause, reply, order under 148 AD, in that case he has to pass a 148 AD order with the prior approval of specified authority. But in certain cases he is not required to follow 148 procedures, he can directly issue you 148, in which case he has to issue 148 notice with the prior approval of specified authority. There are 5 information which suggests that income chargeable to tax as escaped assessment. Explanation 1. Explanation 2. In the following circumstances, there is deemed information that income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment. Issues. Section 148 starts with before making any assessment or reassessment under section 147. Which means assessment will happen in which section? 1. Therefore, condition of 147 has to be fulfilled. There has to be an income which has escaped assessment. अगर वो नहीं है तो आप 148 नहीं कर सकते. There is a requirement to issue 148 notice. ये old law में भी था. Therefore, all the litigation relating to requirement to issue notice will also apply here. For example, suppose last day to issue notice is 31st of March 2024, then the notice should leave the assessing officer's hand. Notice cannot be issued in the name of a deceased person or an entity which is no longer in existence. It's a settled law. आपके नागपुर बेंच ऑफ बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने व्यू लिया है. Even if an assessee fails to inform the assessing officer person has passed away, assessing officer is not aware person has passed away, still if the notice is issued in the name of deceased person, notice is bad in law. Logic. Where is the requirement of law to intimate the AO person has passed away? Devendra versus ITO, Nagpur bench. Notice should be issued at the correct address and correct email address. Merely putting notice on the portal is not sufficient. ये तो बहुत बड़ी कंट्रोवर्सी है. जीएसटी में भी ये कंट्रोवर्सी है. पोर्टल पे डाल दिया, हाथ खड़े कर दिए, मैंने तो डाल दिया, आप चेक करते रहो. आंसर इज नो. Mere service on portal without there being an intimation to me either by way of an SMS or email or physical service is not valid in the eyes of law. Of course, they don't only serve it on the portal. वो लोग के पास सिस्टम जो है उनका इनबिल्ट है, उसमें से नोटिस छूट जाती है ईमेल से. मिली कि नहीं मिली अलग बात है. Notice must be a signed notice. We have secured a stay from Nagpur bench of the Bombay High Court. If it's an unsigned notice, it's not a valid notice in the eyes of law. And once you file your return of income, it is mandatory for the assessing officer to issue you 143(2) notice. 143(2) not issued, despite you filing a return of income, portal blue moon, Supreme Court, reassessment proceedings are bad in law. Now, in most of the cases, it is mandatory to follow 148A procedures, which will come to later on. Now, what is the information which suggests that income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment? So, there are 5 information. A, information in accordance with the risk management strategies formulated by the board from time to time. अभी आप मेरे को पूछेंगे सर what is this risk management strategy? तो मैं भी आपको पूछूंगा, तुम जवाब दो what is this risk management, because मेरे को तो पता नहीं क्या चीज़ है ये. Does anybody has any information what is this risk management strategy? The wordings are risk management strategy formulated by the board. Formulated, उसका मतलब it is in existence. Therefore, whenever you are replying to your 148 AB notice, please write to your assessing officer, show me where is the risk management strategy and show me how my case fits in this risk management strategy. तो वो लोग का तो स्टैंडर्ड रिप्लाई रहेगा, सर इनसाइड पोर्टल. इनसाइड पोर्टल पे आ गया मतलब सर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट स्ट्रेटेजी. करेक्ट? टेल हिम, give me some notification, give me some circular, give me some instruction which defines what is risk management strategy, and you tell me how my case fits in this risk management strategy. Unless you do that, reassessment proceedings are bad in law. In fact, ये पूरा challenge हो चुका है. It is, I think, pending before Rajasthan High Court, risk management strategy. अच्छा, इसमें कुछ नया नहीं है. किधर से इंफॉर्मेशन आई तो इनको रीओपन करना है, तो ये तो पहले भी था, उसमें कुछ नया नहीं है. बट द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ लॉ इज अर्लियर रीजन टू बिलीव एंड नाउ इंफॉर्मेशन टू सजेस्ट. Then the second information is any audit objection to the effect that assessment in case of the SSC has not been made in accordance with the provisions of this act. So what are the requirements? एक तो पहले audit objection होना चाहिए. एक audit party होती है डिपार्टमेंट की इंटरनल, जो आपका जो स्क्रूटिनी असेसमेंट हुआ है वो सब चेक करती है और फिर audit objection निकालती है. But the primary condition of this clause is there has to be a prior assessment. अच्छा, ऑडिट पार्टी क्या वेरीफाई करेगी कि आपके केस में असेसमेंट बरोबर हुआ है कि नहीं. Therefore, to fall in clause 2, there has to be a prior assessment. And what should audit party say? That assessment in case of the SSC has not been made in accordance with the provisions of this act. तो ऑडिट पार्टी का एक फॉर्मेशन रहेगा, बिलीफ रहेगा कि आपने ये बरोबर नहीं किया, ये बरोबर नहीं किया. Therefore, income has escaped assessment. Therefore, you reopen. Now, under the old law, we had two set of judgments. First, which says merely based on audit objection, you cannot reopen. Indian Express newspaper, Supreme Court, followed by various high courts, including Bombay High Court. Because ultimate satisfaction has to be of the assessing officer. उसने आपको जो भी information दिया हो, who has to pass an order under 148 AD? Assessing officer. He has to pass an order that it is a fit case to issue notice. अब audit objection में कुछ query आया, आपने बोल, for example, audit objection में query आया, you are a builder, you have a stock in trade, which is not sold. So उसके ऊपर notional rent पे तुमको tax pay करना है. So आपने reply किया कि though there is a Delhi High Court against me, but I have a Gujarat High Court in my favor, and there are Bombay High Courts in my favor. AO will have to consider your submission and pass an order why is it a fit case. AO cannot say, no, audit objection आया, it falls in clause 2 of explanation 1 of section 148, I will reopen. अगर वही करना है तो फिर 148A क्यों फॉलो कर रहे हो? जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आया रीओपन कर दो. So that judgment that merely based on audit objection you cannot reopen still will apply under the new law. And two, in most of these cases audit query जो निकलता है वो आपकी assessment proceeding के basis पे निकलती है. So they have issued you a query, you have replied, and he is satisfied, he has not made any addition. Now if you make an addition, or now if you want to reopen on the basis of the same issue, it amounts to change of opinion. So there is this great debate going on in the Bombay High Court that if it is pursuant to audit objection, then you cannot take change of opinion ka argument. Be it change of opinion, we will reopen. Bombay High Court has already taken a view, change of opinion के basis पे आप reopen नहीं कर सकते, which has now been followed by Gujarat High Court, Delhi High Court. Then there are other three categories: information received under an agreement, information made available to AO, and information which requires action in consequence of the order of the tribunal or court. All these, ये जो information आई है, mere information will not be sufficient. For example, there is an information received from UK tax authorities that your assessee has a property in London. So it is information received under an agreement referred to in section 90 or 90A of the Act. Barobar? It is an information received under DTAA. Can they reopen basis the information that your assessee has a property in London? Can they reopen? Can they reopen? It should suggest that income has escaped assessment. खाली information से कुछ नहीं होता है. It should have a bearing on determination of total income. मेरा लंदन में प्रॉपर्टी है, हाँ तो where is the income escaping assessment? तुमने मेरे को पूछा ये किस चीज़ की प्रॉपर्टी ली है, कहाँ से पैसा है, मेरे यहाँ पे 10 करोड़ की इनकम है, वही मैंने वहाँ पे बेच के लंदन की प्रॉपर्टी खरीदी है. I already offered it to tax. Can you reopen? Answer is no. So mere receipt of information is not sufficient. It should also suggest that income has escaped assessment. please compare explanation 1 with explanation 2. Explanation 1 says information suggesting income escaping assessment mean clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Explanation 2 says in the following cases it is deemed that AO has information which suggests that income has escaped assessment. Before jumping to explanation 2, one important point, क्या explanation 1 में ये word use हुआ है deemed to have information? ये word वहाँ पे use नहीं हुआ है. Therefore AO cannot say if it falls in one of the clauses of explanation 1, I can reopen. It is not deemed information. It's information. It should suggest. And therefore 148A procedure has to be followed. If I file a reply, you have to consider it, pass an order to the effect, it's a fit case. बहुत सारे 148 AD order में आपने लिखा रहेगा कि ये मेरे को information आया था, ये मैंने इसको नोटिस दिया, असिस्टेंट ने ये रिप्लाई फाइल किया, लेकिन ये तो बहुत कुछ लिखा है, ये हम असेसमेंट के टाइम पे देख लेंगे, फिलहाल आई हैव इन्फॉर्मेशन विच सजेस्टेड इनकम चार्जेबल. I have seen cases where AO says this investigation I can't do under 148 AC. Then why are you giving me chance? तुम सीधा नोटिस भेजो मेरे को. That practice is incorrect. You have to apply your mind. You can't reopen because otherwise you are making the provisions of section 148A redundant. रखा क्यों है section में? Now which are the cases where there is deemed escapement? या तो आपके केस में सर्च हुआ है आफ्टर 142 आफ्टर 1421, या आपके केस में रिक्विजिशन हुआ है आफ्टर 1420, किसी और ने सर्च किया और इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट में वो सब डॉक्यूमेंट्स रिक्विजिशन करके मंगवाए, या आपके केस में सर्वे हुआ है अंडर 133, या किसी और के केस में सर्च हुआ है जहाँ पे कुछ एसेट्स मिले हैं विच बिलोंग टू यू, या किसी और के केस में सर्च हुआ है जहाँ पे कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं विच पर्टेन्स टू यू. ऑल 5 cases they can directly reopen because there is a deemed information suggesting income escape. अच्छा पहले तो थोड़ा restricted था, पहले they could have reopened only for 3 years. Now they have removed the word 3 years, so they have deemed information for all the years. Now my question to you is this, बहुत ध्यान से सुनिए. सर्च हुआ एक पार्टी के यहाँ पे, वहाँ पे उनको लेजर अकाउंट मिला, yes, वहाँ पे just see the last column where AO is satisfied with the prior approval of principal commissioner that any books of accounts or documents seized or acquisition case of any person pertains to or pertain to or information contained therein relate to the SSC. सर्च हुआ, आपका प्रोफेशनल इनवॉइस मिला, दिस CS रेंडर्ड चार्टर्ड सर प्रोफेशनल सर्विसेज, आपका लेजर मिला, आपको पेमेंट मिला, देयर इज अ डीम्ड इंफॉर्मेशन, ही कैन रीओपन. आप तो बोलेंगे लेकिन सर वेयर इज द इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट, मटेरियल भले मिला हो बट आई ऑफर्ड इट टू टैक्स, हाउ कैन ही रीओपन? बट वर्डिंग्स क्या है सेक्शन का? सेक्शन का वर्डिंग से ही शुड हैव एन इंफॉर्मेशन दैट डॉक्यूमेंट्स फाउंड और बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स फाउंड पर्टेन टू और रिलेट टू यू. रिलेट टू यू मतलब तो छोड़ दो. कंपेयर दिस सेक्शन विथ 153C. ओल्ड 153C सेम चीज बोलता था, लेकिन वहां पे क्या लिखा था? It has a bearing on determination of your income. Documents found, but it has a bearing on determination of your income. यहाँ पे तो वो भी नहीं लिखा है. सेकेंड एग्जाम्पल, सर्च हुआ, डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिला, डॉक्यूमेंट्स में ये लिखा है, एक बिल्डर के यहाँ सर्च हुआ, डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिला, डॉक्यूमेंट्स में ये लिखा है कि मैंने बिल्डर को 50 लाख रुपया ऑन मनी दिया था टू परचेज द प्रॉपर्टी इन द फाइनेंशियल ईयर 21-22. क्लियर? विच ईयर दे विल रीओपन? AY 22-23, बट दे रीओपन ऑल 10 years. हुआ नहीं है सर अभी तक, कर सकते हैं। सर थोड़े मायूस हो गए, 10 साल कैसे खोल दिया। आई एम गिविंग एन एग्जाम्पल because there is a deemed information. Earlier it was only for 3 years. They have removed the word 3. Now they have deemed information for all the years. They can reopen all the years. Which leads us to a conclusion that भले deemed information हो, under 148 the wordings are before making any assessment or reassessment under section 147, which means you derive jurisdiction to reopen under 147. 147 का requirement is income escaping assessment. Search हो, survey हो, कुछ भी हो, unless there is an income escaping assessment, you cannot reopen. I'll give you a third example. ये तो लाइव केस बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट में चल रहा है जहाँ पे हमने स्टे लिया है। मेरे यहाँ सर्च हुआ, सर्च में मालूम पड़ा कि आई एम एन अकोमोडेशन एंट्री प्रोवाइडर, सो दे रीओपन माई 3 years. अब रीओपनिंग के टाइम पे उनको अप्रूवल लेना पड़ता है ऑफ प्रिंसिपल कमिश्नर। प्रिंसिपल कमिश्नर के बाद अप्रूवल लेने गए तो उसको लिखा कि हाँ भाई क्या है, क्यों अप्रूवल चाहिए। बोलते कुछ नहीं सर, एक्सप्लेनेशन टू डीम्ड इन्फॉर्मेशन, देयरफॉर आई हैव टू रीओपन। रीजंस टू बिलीव नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, अप्रूवल ग्रांटेड. So I challenged that before the Bombay High Court. What do you mean by not required? Are you not required to fulfill the conditions of 147? How can you write, I am not required to find out income escaping assessment. Since there is a search, I will reopen 3 years. Bombay High Court has stayed the reassessment proceeding. How can you say not required? Ultimately you are making assessment under which section? आप एक लाइन लिख दो ना कि अकोमोडेशन एंट्री प्रोवाइडर, इसने इतनी अकोमोडेशन एंट्री प्रोवाइड की और इसने 1% कमीशन खाया है, then you can reopen. I am not doubting that. But to say income escaping assessment not applicable, reasons to believe not applicable, why? Because search, therefore explanation 2, therefore deemed information, is incorrect. Now एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सूचना, if a search has taken place after 1421 and if they want to reopen your assessment basis the information found in the course of search, then as per explanation 2 there is deemed information, and as for first proviso to 148A they are not required to follow the provisions of 148A, and if that be the case अगर उसने follow किया है that is incorrect. तो say for example information मिला है कि income escaping assessment is 48 lakhs AY 1819, search 1421 के बाद 31st March 22 को 148 AB का शो कॉज आपने रिप्लाई फाइल किया, 5 अप्रैल को 148 AD का ऑर्डर that income escaping assessment of rupees 48 lakhs and notice under section 148 issued. What will I argue? Is it pursuant to search? Yes. Search after 1421? Yes. Explanation 2 to section 148 applies? Yes. First proviso to section 148 applies? Yes. Are you required to follow 148A procedures? No. Have you followed? Yes. That is bad in law. When have you issued notice? After 1st April. Has 3 years expired? Yes. While calculating 3 years, you have to exclude the period of timing, a period given to file reply under 148A. But अगर 148A ही applicable नहीं है, तो period कैसे exclude होगा? Correct? When have you issued notice? 5th April. 3 years expired? Yes. What is the income escaping assessment? 46 lakhs. Is it more than 50 lakhs? No. Assessment is bad in law. What point I am trying to drive is, if it is pursuant to search after 1421, they are not required to follow 148A procedures. उनके इनसाइट पोर्टल में आया या किधर भी आया, and if they are not required to follow 148A procedures, अच्छा इसका और एक consequence है, they have taken approval of 148AD order and not 148 notice, because the law says कि अगर 148AD order पास होना है तो आपको उसको अप्रूव कराना है, 148 नोटिस को अप्रूव नहीं कराना है. तो आपको नोटिस इज विदाउट अप्रूवल. Second, assuming there is an approval, you have taken approval of PCIT because you say it is within 3 years. But it is beyond 3 years, you have to take approval of PCCIT. Sanction is bad in law. So therefore, if it is pursuant to search, mandatory explanation to first proviso, and therefore there are a number of complications. So there are, if there is a wrong information आपने point out किया, you cannot continue with the assessment. If notice is unsigned, Bombay High Court, Allahabad High Court, notice dispatch date देखना पड़ेगा. सिर्फ पोर्टल पे अपलोड किया तो वो नहीं चलेगा. Notice issued a non-existent person, Bombay High Court and Delhi High Court are in favor. Information suggesting income escaping assessment, Madras High Court has taken a view that information suggesting income escaping assessment is similar to reasons to believe. There should be live link or nexus. There are cases where a foreign company invested in share capital of an Indian company. तो अभी तो इसमें क्या इनकम एस्केपिंग असेसमेंट है? उसने इसमें पैसा डाला. You formed a reason to believe income escaping assessment. Delhi High Court, Bombay High Court can't be. There has to be an income escaping assessment. Investing in shares of Indian company, कहाँ से income escaping assessment? Now we come to 148A. How much time I have? ललित जी कितना टाइम है? 11:30 तक. ठीक. I intend to cover 148A, 149 and 151. So we'll do it. 148A procedures are prescribed. It is mandatory to follow 148A procedures. A, inquiry. Before issuing a show cause notice. मेरे को ये ध्यान में नहीं आ रहा है कि मैं जो इधर हिला रहा हूँ यहाँ पे नहीं हिल रहा. हाँ. 148A. Conduct any inquiry if required with the prior approval of specified authority. Then they will issue under B show cause notice, providing you material whether income has escaped assessment or not. आपने reply file किया तो consider your reply and then pass an order under 148 AD that it is a fit case or not to issue a notice under section 148. And in the following cases, there is no need to follow the provisions of section 148A, directly issue a notice. Now, Supreme Court in case of Ashish Agarwal has held that it is mandatory to do a 148A procedure. Wherever 148A provisions have not been followed, reassessment proceedings are bad in law. At this stage, let me clarify. 147, 148, 149, 148A, 151, all are jurisdictional sections. अगर एक भी गलती हुई, result is entire proceeding is bad in law. Can the department argue, nahi sir, it's a procedural irregularity? The answer is no. We have a Bombay High Court judgment and Delhi High Court and Rajasthan High Court. Under old law, as per in the facts of the case, they had to take approval of joint commissioner before issuing 148 notice. किसका अप्रूवल लेना था? But he took approval of principal commissioner. तो उसने तो उसके पापा का लिया. A senior person, not a junior person. High Court quashed the reassessment proceeding on the ground that if a law requires something to be done in a particular manner, it has to be done in that manner and in no other manner. If approval of joint commissioner is required, you can't take approval of principal commissioner and say, sir, he is senior. High Court says nothing doing. Reassessment proceedings are bad in law. The point which I am trying to drive is, एक भी चूक होगी sir, proceedings are bad in law. Supreme Court Ashish Agarwal says 148A is a condition precedent. क्या word use किया है? Condition. अगर तुमने follow नहीं किया, that is not mere a procedural irregularity, but it is fatal. It will lead to quashing of the entire proceeding. is inquiry mandatory or not? Section uses the word conduct any inquiry if required. So the question is inquiry mandatory? Answer is clearly लिखा है if required. Supreme Court ने भी बोल दिया it is not mandatory. But if the information is incorrect, CBDT has issued an instruction that not every information is correct. Whenever you receive any information, apply your mind and then issue show cause. Tomorrow if you argue before the court, sir इससे तो इंक्वायरी कंडक्ट नहीं की, डायरेक्टली नोटिस इशू कर दिया, इसको बता रहा हूँ गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन है फिर भी मान नहीं रहा है, तो असेसिंग ऑफिसर बोलेगा नहीं 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 इस केस में तो कहाँ इंक्वायरी इज नॉट मैंडेटरी. देन आवर क्वेश्चन इज सर कौन से केस में आप करोगे इंक्वायरी? बिकॉज जहाँ पे भी मैं ये आर्ग्यूमेंट लूंगा इट इज मैंडेटरी, इट इज रिक्वायर्ड, यू विल से नो इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. व्हाई द सेक्शन इज देयर? आपके इनसाइट पोर्टल पे दो तरह की डिटेल्स आती है. एक केस रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन डिटेल, हैव यू सीन दैट? वो एक ब्लू कलर का वो टेबल आता है, उसमें सब लिखा हुआ होता है, देखा है कि नहीं? ऊपर लिखा रहता है केस रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन डिटेल. और दूसरा एक शीट आता है जहां पे ऊपर लिखा होता है वेरिफिकेशन डिटेल. अब मेरे से सुन लिया तो अब एक बार चेक करना क्लाइंट से केस में आया है कि नहीं. माई बिलीफ इज इफ it is a verification detail, mandatory 148 AA has to be done. You cannot raise your hand if required. You cannot tell me कौन से केस में मेरे को करना है. But if I am pointing out your information is incorrect, you have to drop it. Show cause notice देंगे आपको reply file करना है. Is the AO required to give you material along with the show cause notice or not? Yes or no? Mandatory? Somebody says no, just for the sake of saying no. Yes, it is mandatory for the AO to issue information, material, detail relied upon. Under the old law, Bombay High Court, लिखा है यहाँ पे Tata Capital Financial Services Limited, Bombay High Court. Under the old law, Delhi High Court sub-infrastructure went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court has dismissed the SLP. Under old law, mandatory to give material on which you are placing reliance to record reasons to believe. When you come to new law, board has issued an instruction of 1st August 2022. बोर्ड ने क्लियरली बोला है 148 AB की नोटिस के साथ आपको मटेरियल इंफॉर्मेशन सब कुछ देना है. Supreme Court in case of Ashish Agarwal has held provide all material and information. Therefore AO cannot say वो जो material information था उसके basis पे मैंने आपको notice issue कर दिया है, we will not give you material. Courts have quashed the notices. Opportunity of being heard देना चाहिए आपको, personal hearing भी देना चाहिए आपको. वो circular में लिखा है, circular number 1 of 2022. He has to deal with your objections and pass a speaking order. So for example, the example which we discussed earlier, I give all material details. For example, he is saying these are bogus purchases. तो आपको prove करना है तो आप क्या करोगे? Invoice, ledger, delivery challans, e-way bill and bank statement showing payment. अब वो बोलेगा ये तो तूने इतना सब कुछ दे दिया, मैं कैसे डील करूँ? We will see in the course of assessment proceeding. Courts have held you have to deal with each and every objection and pass a speaking order. You have to consider the material and then pass a speaking order. (148) AD order is not an appealable order, and therefore the only remedy if you want to stop the reassessment proceeding is to file a writ petition. One of the most important query raised before the one of the most important issue now before the court is this. Under 151A, there is a provision which states government to come out with a scheme for faceless issuance of notice under 148. and that notification has come out on 29th of March 2022. तो हमने क्या किया है, सब जगह आर्ग्यूमेंट लेके रख दिए. A notice is issued by jurisdictional assessing officer. As per your notification, it has to be issued by faceless assessing officer. And if something has to be done in a particular manner, it has to be done in that manner, no other manner. इस बेसिस पे हमको काफ़ी स्टे मिल गए थे. There is this Telangana High Court judgment 295 taxman 652 where it has held that all notices issued after 29th of March 2022 by the jurisdictional assessing officer, all notices are bad in law. And there is one Calcutta High Court judgment, single judge, negative order, which says powers are concurrent and therefore they can do, but not a speaking order. So clearly, after 29th of March 2022, notice has to be issued in a faceless manner. If it is issued by JAO, all notices are bad in law, which means नए law में जितने भी notices issue हुए after 29th of March, all notices are bad in law. Matter is pending before Supreme Court. Exceptions. What are the exceptions? First exception is search. Second, requisition. Third, search in case of A party and information received for third party. ये सारे exception में है. Mind you, survey, if there is a survey, deemed information explanation too, but still he is required to follow 148A. अभी आप कंपेयर करो, सर्च डीम्ड इंफॉर्मेशन डोंट फॉलो 148A, डायरेक्टली इशू 148, बट सर्वे डीम्ड इंफॉर्मेशन स्टिल फॉलो 148A. The point which I am trying to drive is, if it is deemed information and if you are still required to follow 148A in case of survey cases, then even in case of search cases, you cannot simply reopen because there is a search. There has to be income escaping assessment. तो मैंने जो एग्जांपल दिया था, AO writing in the reasons to believe and sanction order, information as reasons to believe not applicable, income escaping assessment not applicable, we are just required to issue 148 notice. That is clearly countered by survey में भी deemed information है. अगर deemed information है, then what is the requirement of 148A? Correct? That means even after deemed information, you still have to come to a belief income as escaped assessment. Same thing should follow in search. अच्छा, सर्च केसेस में और सर्वे के सर्च केसेस में 148A फॉलो नहीं होता है, तो आपको तो पता भी नहीं कि आपका असेसमेंट क्यों खुला, आपको तो सीधी एक नोटिस आ गई है. In such cases, write to the assessing officer, give me the material basis which you have reopened under 148, and it is mandatory for the department to issue to the assessees along with the 148 notice copy of approval. It is mandatory. आप मांगो सर, और उसको देना ही पड़ेगा. In fact, Bombay High Court, in one of the recent judgments where assessing officer refused to give copy of approval, Bombay High Court writes in the order, what is so national secret about this approval? मेरा ही केस है, मेरे ही केस में आपने क्या रीजंस रिकॉर्ड किया है और किस दिन पे अप्रूवल दिया है, वो अगर चीज़ आप मेरे को नहीं बताओगे तो किसको बताओगे? Their own circular mandates कि आपको कॉपी ऑफ अप्रूवल मिलना चाहिए. Please ask for copy of approval. And now look at this point. Search in case of A, reopening in case of B, material found for a year which is beyond 3 years from the end of the expiry of the previous year. In such cases, सबसे पहले तो AO will have to record his satisfaction with the prior approval of the principal commissioner material pertains to or belongs to B. वो होने के बाद they'll have to form reasons to believe that income chargeable to tax of more than 50 lakh rupees has escaped assessment in the form of asset entry or expense in the books of account, and before issuing notice under 148 he has to take approval of principal chief commissioner of income tax. The point which I am trying to throw is, if it is 153C type of cases, third party type of cases, there are requirement of two approvals. There are requirement of two approvals. First approval is before recording satisfaction कि ये material pertains to me, and a second approval why there is a requirement to issue 148 notice. If it is within 3 years, approval is of the same authority, principal commissioner. But if it is beyond 3 years, first satisfaction approval of principal commissioner, but second approval of 148 is of principal chief commissioner. किधर भी एक भी चूक सर, केस खत्म. Consequence of not following 148A procedures. What are the consequences of not following 148A procedures? Supreme Court says it is condition precedent, it is mandatorily, it is jurisdictional requirement. So suppose आपको 148A का नोटिस नहीं है और सीधा 148 का नोटिस आ गया, तो it is completely bad in law, no curing. What? नोटिस में आपको मटेरियल नहीं दिया. बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट सेस इफ यू फेल टू प्रोवाइड मटेरियल यू हैव नॉट फॉलोड 148AB, नोटिस अंडर सेक्शन 148AB, 148, 148AD quashed. Notice is not properly served under 148A, entire proceeding quashed. Less than 7 days time given to file reply. वापस नहीं भेजा, quash कर दिया. It is mandatory to give 7 days time. नागपुर बेंच, समधा कॉर्पोरेशन, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट, 3 days टाइम गिवन टू फाइल रिप्लाई. एसएससी ने टाइम मांगा, टाइम नहीं मांगा, एओ ने 7 दिन के बाद ऑर्डर पास किया. डिपार्टमेंट इज आर्गिंग सर मैंने तो 7 दिन के बाद ऑर्डर पास किया. रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ लॉ क्या है, आपको कितना टाइम चाहिए देना चाहिए? 7 days. आपने कितना दिया? 3 days. बैड इन लॉ. रिप्लाई नॉट कंसिडर्ड while passing order cost the proceedings. 148AB in the name of deceased person, bad in law. In these cases, there are equal number of judgments where they have not quashed it, but they have set aside. Only 2 minutes on the effect of quashing and effect of setting aside. By the High Court, I am at a writ stage. No difference. Reason 148AB AY 1920 3 years expires on 31st March 23. 25 मार्च को शो कॉज, 5 अप्रैल को नोटिस. विद इन 3 years आई वेंट टू हाई कोर्ट. हाई कोर्ट को बोला, उसने बरोबर मेरे को 7 दिन का टाइम नहीं दिया. हाई कोर्ट ने क्या बोला? सेट असाइड. 148AD quashed, 148 quashed, file a reply, consider and pass an order. When will he pass the order? Sometimes in June, July 23. या उसके बाद ही होगा? In June, July 23, 3 years have already expired. Now if you want to reopen, you have to fulfill the conditions of 149(1)(b and you have to take the approval of principal chief commissioner. अगर ये सेम केस में इंस्टेड ऑफ सेंडिंग इट बैक क्वॉश करते हैं एंड इफ ही अगेन इश्यूज अ 148AB, तो भी सेम होगा. इट इज बियॉन्ड 3 years. ही हैज टू टेक अप्रूवल ऑफ प्रिंसिपल चीफ कमिश्नर. ही हैज टू फॉलो द कंडीशंस ऑफ 149(1)(b. सेट असाइड एंड रिमांड हैज नो डिफरेंस. सेकेंड एग्जाम्पल, पीरियड टू रीओपन इज 6 years. वो अपन आगे पढ़ेंगे, बट टेक इट फ्रॉम मी, इट इज 6 years. So AY 16-17, last day is 31st March 23. Again 25 March show cause, 5 April notice. I went to High Court saying nahi diya hai. It is within 6 years. High Court quashed and send it back. Now it goes back to the AO. अब वो नोटिस वापस भेजेगा मेरे को. क्वाश किया तो फ्रेश नोटिस भेजेगा, तो मैं बोलूँगा इट इज़ टाइम बार्ड. 6 years have elapsed. Set aside किया. Set aside with the direction that you give him fresh opportunity and consider his case afresh. Again I will argue now it is time barred. You have missed the bus. Because conditions of 149, time limit of 149 is not for issuance of 148 AB notice. It is for issuance of 148 notice. 148 AB कभी भी issue करे, उसको 6 साल के अंदर 148 का नोटिस इशू करना है. तो देखो नो मेजर डिफरेंस अकॉर्डिंग टू मी सेट असाइड वाला. हाँ, शो कॉज में ए पूछा, आपने रिप्लाई फाइल किया, अब वो ऑर्डर में बी लिख रहा है, ही कैन नॉट ट्रैवल बियॉन्ड द शो कॉज. ये फर्स्ट अपना ही केस है. आस्क मी सोर्स ऑफ परचेज ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी, तो मैंने बोला मेरे को भाई से गिफ्ट आया, भाई का बैलेंस शीट P&L सब अटैच कर दिया. ऑर्डर में लिखता है आपने भाई का सोर्स नहीं बताया. तुमने पूछा था, तुमने क्या पूछा, मेरा सोर्स क्या है, मैंने बताया. Did you ask me what is my brother's source? Answer is no. You traveled beyond the show cause. Notice is bad in law. Same, all judgments cannot travel beyond show cause. In fact, this is the judgment of Calcutta High Court where he issued notice on ground A. RCC said ये तो है ही नहीं. हाँ ये A नहीं है लेकिन ये B है, मैं B पे खोल रहा हूँ. पूरा इशू ही चेंज कर दिया. मैटर वेंट टू कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट. कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट सिंगल जज से ओके नहीं बी पे तो नहीं खोल सकते थे, सेट असाइड, वापस करो. कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट में दे हैव अ सिस्टम ऑफ फॉलोइंग द ऑर्डर ऑफ सिंगल बेंच बिफोर अ डिवीजन बेंच. डिवीजन बेंच में तो क्वेश्चन वाज whether in such cases it has to be set aside or it has to be quashed. क्वेश्चन क्या था, ये सब में सेट असाइड होना चाहिए, ये स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन था. कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट सेज यू कांट सेट असाइड, खत्म, तुमको बी पे करना है, नया नोटिस इशू करो. (149) time limits to reopen the assessment. No notice under section 148 shall be issued. तो पहला पॉइंट हमने ये डिस्कस किया है. दिस सेक्शन इज प्रोवाइडिंग टाइम लिमिट फॉर इशूइंग विच नोटिस, 148. वैसे तो उसको शो कॉज करना है 148 AB का, वैसे तो उसको ऑर्डर पास करना है 148 AD का. बट दिस सेक्शन डज नॉट स्पीक अबाउट शो कॉज और ऑर्डर. इट स्पीक्स अबाउट नोटिस अंडर सेक्शन 148. 3 years के अंदर कर सकता है, 3 years to 10 years if following conditions are fulfilled. First proviso to 149 says, एकदम सरल भाषा में बोल रहा हूँ, if at a particular point of time, say 31st of March 2023, you cannot reopen under old law. old law का टाइम लिमिट क्या था, 6 years. If at a particular point of time you cannot reopen under old law, then at that point of time you cannot reopen under new law. And this proviso is applicable for AY 21, 22 and prior assessment years. Then there are certain exclusions. ये सब टाइम लिमिट सब एक्सक्लूड होता है. फिफ्थ प्रोवाइजो बोलता है कि टाइम लिमिट गिवन टू फाइल रिप्लाई हैज टू बी एक्सक्लूडेड, and after excluding that time period, if the time available to the assessing officer to pass order under 148 AD is less than 7 days, then such time limit is extended to 7 days. Clear? 149(1)(a) says 50 लाख के नीचे करना है 3 साल के बाद, but if there is an investment in any asset or if there is any expenditure, then if this investment is split over a period of 2 years और दोनों मिला के 50 लाख एक्सीड हो रहा है, तो हम दोनों साल खोल देंगे. Look at the promise the Honorable Finance Minister gave when she brought out the new sections. We will not issue notices for less than 50 lakhs. Only for 1 year. Second year से कर देंगे हम चालू वापस, because we have power to amend section. Okay, so within 3 years तो चलो ज़्यादा डिस्कस नहीं करना है. Beyond 3 years, what are the conditions? AO has in his possession. Word used is क्या होने चाहिए उसके पोजेशन में? बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स और अदर डॉक्यूमेंट्स, और तीन में से कोई भी एक चीज होनी चाहिए, बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स, डॉक्यूमेंट्स और एविडेंस. Contrast this with 148 explanation 1. What is the requirement to issue 148 notice? Information which suggest income escaping assessment. Correct? लेकिन 149 में उन्होंने तीन शब्द का यूज किया है, बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स, डॉक्यूमेंट्स और एविडेंस. कहीं पे भी इंफॉर्मेशन वर्ड यूज हुआ है, विच मीन्स इट हैज टू बी समथिंग मोर देन इंफॉर्मेशन. अच्छा, जो तीसरा शब्द है वो बहुत रिलेवेंट है. व्हाट हैव दे यूज्ड द वर्ड? एविडेंस. वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड, एविडेंस, which proves something or which disproves something. Therefore, even books of accounts and document should take color from the word evidence, and even the books of accounts and documents should have evidentiary value. So AO should have in his possession books of accounts, documents or evidence which reveals. क्या शब्द यूज किया है? Reveals their income has escaped assessment of more than 50 lakh. Explanation 1 में शब्द क्या यूज किया था वहां पे? Information which suggest. यहां पे वर्ड क्या यूज किया है? Reveal. अब reveal का अर्थ क्या है? What do you mean by the word reveal? तो ये एक प्रश्न था. What do you mean by the word reveal? On record. और what do you mean by the word reveal? हिंदी में कुछ बता रहा है, कुछ दिखा रहा है. It is showing something. It is revealing something. Which means if you are reopening beyond 3 years, you should have evidence, books of accounts, documents, which should reveal, जो clearly दिखाता है कि income has escaped assessment. In such cases, AO cannot say prima facie belief. Reason to believe, suggestion, ठीक है, but यहाँ पे word use हुआ है reveal. Something more than the word suggestion, something more than the word opinion, something more than the word reason to believe. Here the documents should speak for themselves and they should reveal income has escaped assessment. Now income should have escaped assessment in the form of asset, expenditure or in relation उसके पहले. Yes, in his possession books of accounts, documents or evidence. यहाँ पे already we have 2 Madras High Court judgments and Calcutta High Court judgment which has held that under 149(1)(b), if you want to go beyond 3 years, there has to be a new tangible material. Old law में भी था section ये, new tangible material होना चाहिए. I'll just take 5 minutes and I'll conclude. Asset, income represented in the form of asset. किधर चिट्ठी मिली कि आपने कैश लिया है? कैश तो नहीं मिला ना. Is it represented in the form of asset? 2. Courts have taken a view that writing of bad debts, claiming for expenditure does not amount to income representing in the form of asset. The second criteria is income represented in the form of expenditure in relation to a transaction or an event or an occasion. This deals with unexplained expenditure under 69C, and this is something which is bogus. क्योंकि आप अगर इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज देखोगे, इनकम रिप्रेजेंटेड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर कैसे पॉसिबल है? एक्सपेंडिचर इज खर्चा, मेरे यहाँ से बाहर गया, उसमें इनकम कहाँ से आएगा? विच मीन्स ये जो खर्चा आपने किया है ये बोगस है, एंड दैट इज वाई इनकम रिप्रेजेंटेड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर. ये आपका कैश है, बट हमको कैश नहीं मिला इसलिए हम उसको एसेट में नहीं लेके जा सकते, इसलिए हम एक्सपेंस लेके आए. And the third is entry in the books of account. Income represented in the form of entry in the books of account. ये इतना वाइड है, इतना वाइड है कि किसी भी को यहाँ पे बिठाना तो बिठा सकता है. First and foremost condition, there has to be a books of account for this purpose. And two, income represented in the form of entry in the books of account naturally has to be given a narrower meaning of accommodation entry. To give an example, unsecured loan or share application money 68 में ऐड कर सकते हैं. Is it income escaping assessment in the form of asset? Answer is no, ये तो liability है. Is it income escaping assessment in the form of expense? Expense कहाँ है? ये तो liability है. Therefore, income escaping assessment in the form of entry in the books of account because the entry does not depict the correct picture. Correct? First proviso, simple language. If you cannot reopen under the, just an example, 1st April 2024, AY 1718, 6 years expires on 31st of March 2024. Can you reopen AY 1718 on 1st April 2024 under the old law? Therefore, on 1st April, you cannot reopen AY 1718 under the new law. A very important question, which you should, very important judgment which should bear in mind. Bombay High Court, Godrej Industries Limited. To compute this period of 6 years, 5th proviso बोलता है time limit given to file reply has to be excluded. Correct? So 25 मार्च 2024 को आपको नोटिस आया for AY 1718 to file reply up to 5th April. और 10 अप्रैल को उसने ऑर्डर पास किया और 10 अप्रैल को 148 का नोटिस इशू किया. As per the 5th proviso, if you exclude the time limit given to file reply, it is within 6 years. Bombay High Court says 5th proviso cannot override 1st proviso. इसका implication बहुत जबरदस्त है. AY 1516 का नोटिस आफ्टर 31st मार्च 22 चेक करना आपके क्लाइंट के केस में, ऑल आर टाइम बार्ड. AY 1617 नोटिस आफ्टर 31st मार्च 23 ऑल आर टाइम बार्ड. सूचना मिल गई मुझे जाने की. दिस इज अ टेबल विच इज अ रेडी रेफरेंस. कौन सा साल कौन से साल तक खोल सकते हैं. यू कैन गो थ्रू इट. Sanction. I'll conclude on the ground of sanction. A very important judgment which I'll bring to your attention. AY 1819 आपको नोटिस इशू हुए 31st मार्च 22 के आसपास, विद इन 3 years वाले टाइम पीरियड. हुई है ना? अभी तो चल रही है, पर AY 1819 विद इन 3 years वो लोग ने 31st मार्च 22 के आसपास काफी सारी नोटिस इशू की है. 25 मार्च शोकॉस, 5 अप्रैल तक रिप्लाई, 10 अप्रैल को नोटिस. एज ऑन 10th अप्रैल नोटिस इज बियॉन्ड 3 years. बरोबर. इफ नोटिस इज बियॉन्ड 3 years, sanction has to be by principal chief commissioner. They have taken sanction of principal commissioner because they say it is within 3 years because time limit given to file reply has to be excluded. तो हमने बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में आर्ग्यू किया, सर दिस एक्सक्लूजन is only for the purpose of 149, not for the purpose of 151 approval. Bombay High Court agreed all notices AY 1819 after 1st April 22 bad in law. अब आपको अंत में एक क्वेश्चन आएगा, सर वो लोग सही क्या कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ बैड हो रहा है. तो हो रहा है, नए लॉ लेके आए, बट दे आर नॉट फॉलोइंग इट इन लेटर एंड स्पिरिट. and therefore all these judgments. So procedure से lastly post आशीष अग्रवाल just few clarifications. 1421 से लेके 30th June 21 तक notices issue की थी. Matter went to Supreme Court. आशीष अग्रवाल says it is deemed to be a 148 AB notice. जून जुलाई 22 के आसपास fresh notices issue हुई है, which is for the assessment year 13-14, 14-15, 15-16, 16-17, 17-18. 5 साल की notices issue हुई है. AY 13-14 it is barred by limitation. Bombay High Court, New India Assurance. AY 14-15 it is barred by limitation. Bombay High Court, Godrej Industries. 15-16 is to be heard on Tuesday. 16-17, 17-18 it is beyond 3 years, not within 3 years. Therefore Bombay High Court says sanction has to be of PCCIT and not of PCIT, bad in law, and Delhi High Court says it is beyond 3 years, you have reopened for income escaping assessment less than 50 lakhs, part by limitation. और 15-16 भी ट्यूसडे को ख़त्म हो जाएगी. तो इफ़ आई रिकलेक्ट लास्ट टाइम ललित जी आई कम हियर, आपने पूछा था सर 5 साल क्या होगा, आई हैड गिवन अ रिप्लाई कि पाँचों के 5 साल उड़ने वाले हैं. तो 5 में से 4 साल उड़ चुके हैं, तो 80% तो मैं करेक्ट हूँ, बाकी 20% ट्यूसडे को मालूम पड़ेगा. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर अ पेशेंट हियरिंग.
So Q&A will be taken at the end of the session, all the sessions. धरन सर एक चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा, वो जो सिग्नल था ढोल बाजेगा वो आपको बंद करने के लिए नहीं था, आपने जो डेलिब्रेशंस किए हैं उसके लिए था, वो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेटरी था. So it was indeed a great session. बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स डाउट्स ऑलरेडी क्लियर हो गए होंगे आपके, और कुछ बचे होंगे तो हम सारे सेशंस होने के बाद एंड में एक साथ में ले लेंगे. I now invite President of TBA Yavatmal, Advocate Ashok Ji Bhandari sir, and President of TBA Wardha, Advocate Praveen Ji Dhiren sir, to kindly present a memento to the learned speaker.
Can give any moment will change in the train. खाली इंदौर वाले का मत देना.
Extremely sorry sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request MOC for the second session, C.S. Shrenik Botras, to kindly continue with the proceedings.
सर दिस इज़ अ वेरी हैपनिंग प्लेस, होटल महफिल इन अमरावती. एक साथ 2-3 शादियाँ प्रोग्राम चलते रहते हैं, तो म्यूज़िकल बैकग्राउंड फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिलता है, तो प्लीज़ एंजॉय करें. स्पीकर भी ऐसा ना फील करे कि कोई डिस्टर्बेंस हो रहा है. होटल मैनेजमेंट की तरफ से चाय सर्व करने के साथ में इंटीमेशन आया कि हम लंच भी 1:05-10 को तैयार रखेंगे. तो हमने कहा हम स्पीकर को रिक्वेस्ट करके देखेंगे, पॉसिबल हुआ तो वो भी हम ऑनर करने की कोशिश करेंगे. ये QR कोड जो है ये क्वेरी के लिए है, जो यहाँ पे फ्लैश किया गया था. इफ़ यू हैव एनी क्वेरीज, अभी जब धरन भाई जैसे लोग जब बोलते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि पूरा दिन का सेशन इन्हीं का होना चाहिए, इतना अच्छे तरीके से सब बताते हैं. और उन्होंने ये बार बार 3 बार आए ना, तो विदर्भ की स्टाइल सीख लिया उन्होंने हिंदी में बात करने की. ख़त्म, पूछा था क्या. अपने ही बताएंगे. ये जो स्टाइल है जो अपने को पसंद है वो उन्होंने सीख लिया है, तो ही इज़ अ वेरी वंडरफुल स्पीकर. और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आने वाले समय में और भी लंबा सेशन हम रख सकें. बट ऑल दीज PPTs आर देयर प्रिंटेड इन द बुक प्रेजेंटेड टू यू. और आपकी क्वेरीज भी वो ऑनर करेंगे इफ पॉसिबल एट द क्लोज ऑफ द सेशन, और आफ्टर दैट बाय द कम्युनिकेशन वो पूरा किया जाएगा. आई रिक्वेस्ट Sri Shri Bothra to kindly take over for the second session.
Thank you, Rajesh sir. A very hearty good morning to everyone present here. I, C.S. Shrenik Bothra, is here to announce the second session of this one-day seminar. The topic of the session is applicability of section 68, 69A and 115BBE in cases of cash deposit and cash transactions. After hearing the reassessment procedures, now let's focus what are the addition part in the assessment orders. So now I request past president of Tax Bar Association Amravati, Advocate R.S. Ladda sir, and past president of TBA C. R.R. Khandelwal sir to escort the speaker of this session C. Ashok Mehta sir, Mumbai, to the dais. I request R.S. Ladda sir and C. R.R. Khandelwal sir. I also request both the past presidents to accord a floral welcome to the speaker of today's session. A warm applause for the speaker of second session. Before handing the charge of the session to the speaker, a short introduction. He has a professional experience of more than 27 plus years and practices in the field of domestic and international taxation with specific emphasis on business on restructuring, international taxation, FEMA and tax litigation. He is a regular speaker at ICAI, Bombay Chartered Accountant Society, CTC, and writes regularly in Chamber and AIFTP journals. He has been chairman of Direct Tax Committee of CTC for the year 2017-18. He has been a visiting faculty and part-time lecturer in reputed management institutions. We have the honor to have with him on this topic today. So let's give a warm applause for the speaker of today's session and request sir to take the charge of the session. Thank you.
President Tax Bar Association, seniors, friends, it's a great privilege to come to Amravati. This is my second trip. Yeah. So we're going to start with provisions of 68 to 69D. We'll read with 115BBE. I have selected a few addition areas which are there. Yeah, I have selected a few areas in which addition is made. Share capital, loans, your penny stocks, and change of question code, client code. And we'll be taking it through, and the demonetization, of course. So demonetization being the flavor of the day. So we're going to talk about the history of these sections. Introduction under section 115BBE. I'll not be able to do 79A today. I'm sorry, it was some other presentation where I was supposed to take up 79A. Demonetization cases, amendment over the period of time, share capital received, penny stock, change of client code, loans and advances, disclosure of income under search and survey, regular misuse of section 68 to 69D. So today you are getting notices even for disallowance of personal expenses under section 69C. So it's a regular misuse because currently they can charge you tax at 77.25%, and therefore they would like to tax everything which they are making an assessment on at 77.25%. History of 68 to 69D. This provision was brought in the new Act from 1961 Act. It was not there in the 1922 Act. However, the sections not being there did not stop the department from making additions. So you had the cases of Govind Rajalu, Mudaliar, Lakshmikant, Baijnath, Kale Khan Mohammed and Devi Prasad Vishwanath. The famous cases where it was, the principle was said that if there is a credit in the books of the SSE, it is his responsibility to explain from where it has come. Because as per the Evidence Act 106, it is a responsibility of the person who has information with regard to those details to disclose those details, and if those details are not disclosed, the rule of evidence said that it will be added to your income. So it was not necessary that the department should have 68 to 69D prior to that. Going ahead, so they've added those 68 cash credit, 69 unexplained investment, 69A unexplained money, bullion, jewelry, any similar article. 69B talks about amount of investments, etc., not fully disclosed in the books of accounts. Unexplained expenditure, 69C, an amount borrowed in form of hundi not by account payee checks. I might not be able to complete 69D. However, I'll try to touch upon all aspects in a cursory manner. This is a topic which would require the entire day for me to discuss. And therefore, we will take up each issue, as many issues, because we need to go for lunch at 1:10. So I'll try to complete as many topics as possible. Cash credit. So what we will do is we'll look at first the sections per se, the blank sections. So 68 tells you that where any sum is found credited in the books of accounts, maintained in the previous year. So it has to be credited in the previous year. So if it is credited in that previous year, you can tax it. If I have an opening balance, it cannot be taxed. So therefore, the section is very clear. If the credit is in that previous year in my books of accounts, it refers to books of the SSE, but it means books of accounts. There are court judgments to that effect, and therefore the books would mean over here books of accounts. We're going to spend considerable of time on what is books of accounts as we go ahead. So therefore, if I don't have books of accounts, the question of 68 does not arise. We will look at whether passbook is books of accounts, whether loose sheets are books of accounts. We'll consider it over that period of time when we go ahead. Provisos, we'll be dealing it separately, so I'll take it up when I deal with those provisos. 69 and 69A talks about investments which are made and which are not recorded in the books of accounts. Again, if you don't have books of accounts, there is no question of 69 and 69A. 69 talks about books of accounts. I have investments are found. It is not shown in my books of accounts. Similarly, 69A says that I am found to be in possession of money, bullion, jewelry, or any other article of similar nature. I'm going to spend some substantial amount of time at the end on 69A as to what you mean by any other articles of similar nature, and whether stock in trade is covered or not in this particular issue. Going ahead, I'd like to bring out that these sections refer to financial year, immediately preceding the assessment year. Now the question is, when these sections were introduced, the explanation seems to be that when these sections were introduced, they were different financial years. So there was no consistent financial year, April to March, and therefore the reference is not to the previous year, it is to financial year. Because when these sections were introduced, these sections had time, the time was that where there was, the financial year was different. You could have July to August, you could have January to December, the financial year was not consistent. And therefore this particular. There are various other differences in the section also. So if you look at 68, it says charge to income as the income of the assessee in the previous year. Whereas if you look at 69A, it talks about income of the assessee of such financial year. So the language also differs in that aspect. However, it will become too academic to go into that. So let's go ahead. We go to next, 69B and 69C. 69B says that investment is recorded. However, the entire amount of investment, money, bullion, jewelry, or the other valuable article is not fully recorded. So 69B, there is a recording. However, it is not fully recorded. However, 69B, the assessing officer cannot add based on valuation. So if supposing I have a bungalow and the valuation of that bungalow as per the assessing officer is 5 crores, can he add 5 crores? The answer is no. He has to have some tangible material that I have spent more than the 2 crores shown in my books of accounts, and only then can a 69B addition can be made. Based on valuation, there cannot be an addition under 69B. Coming to 69C, the most misused this thing for all bogus purchases, you have 69C. Disallowance of personal expenses, they issue notice under 69C. If you have certain bills where you are not able to show vouchers and 20% is disallowed, they use 69C. Can this 69C be used? The answer is no. 69C is to be used where I have spent money and I am not able to explain the source. Like in this particular marriage, if I am able to not show what is the cost of the band and where did I pay for that cost of the band, that becomes a 69C issue. It does not mean that something which is recorded in my books of accounts where there is a source of income, I add it under 69C. The idea is to vehemently argue with the department that when I prove the source of an expenditure, you can disallow expenses under 37(1) or some other section. You cannot issue me a notice under 69C because this is not, I have explained the source and therefore the expenditure cannot be disallowed. Going to 69D. 69D talks about borrowing through hundis, where you have borrowed money through hundis and those hundis are paid through cash and not through account payee check. That would be the income of the person who's given the loan or repaid the loan. We might not be able to complete 69D in the time provided. However, I'll take the questions of the dais if you have any. Going ahead. Sorry. Yeah. Section 68. Section 68, what are the features? The features tell you that any sum is found credited taken under sweep, share capital, share premium, and any such amount by water naming called. Can sales be included? We'll be spending some substantial amount of time whether sales can be included or not. We're taking each and every example for the demonetization issues which are there, and so we'll do it in detail after some time. Now all these assessments lead to a very high-pitched assessments where the income is assessed at more than twice or thrice your normal income which is returned in the income. Now these high-pitched assessment, now this concept of high-pitched assessment is not provided in the Act. There is no definition of high-pitched assessment. However, the 1914 circular of 1993, the CBDT has defined what is a high-pitched assessment. You also have these case laws which are put up where the concept of high-pitched assessment is there. In 2022, 23rd April 2022, the CBDT has come out with an instruction for local high-pitched assessment units. The advantage of this complaining to these high-pitched assessment is that your recovery will be stayed till the CIT appeal order is passed. It is not a blanket. You will have to represent why it is high-pitched. However, I decided to put it up over here so that this information can be used and you could represent for all high-pitched assessments that I should be given an opportunity not to pay this amount of tax which is agreed upon, not even 20%, because this is a high-pitched assessment. There's a specific instructions in that particular circular that if it is proved, it is agreed by the department that it's a high-pitched assessment, nothing will be collected till the disposal of the first appeal. Let's go ahead. Now, the government, from the time it has come to power in 2014, has taken various actions to remove or eliminate black money. They started with the direct tax dispute resolution scheme 2016, amendment to 269 SS in 2015 to say that builders cannot receive money against cash against specified sum against property, which was a gray area. They amended the Benami Act, which was a toothless tiger till the 1980 Act. In 2016, that was amended. I don't know, in Bombay we have a huge number of Benami notices being received today based on the new law, which is a very powerful law. They came out with the Black Money Act in 2015. They amended the Money Laundering Act to include the offences under the Black Money Act to be included in the schedule offences. They brought in the last and the demonetization master stroke in 8 November. And when the demonetization attempt was being misleaded, they came out with the retrospective amendment with the 115BB, where they made the taxation unviable to deposit money. Amendment to section 68, the last one in 2023, where the source of even loans and credits, loans and borrowings have to be proved. We'll be taking and discussing these issues in detail in some time. So 115BB was not introduced in 2016 or 17. It was already existing in the provision. Originally, the purpose of 115BBE was that there were basic exemptions. So the income under 68 to 69D was being taxed at the normal rate, 2,50,000 basic exemption, then 10%, then 20%. In order to remove the misuse of that particular provision and where the basic exemption was being claimed, and to remove that misuse and to not allow those expenses against that particular income, 115BB was introduced in 2000 Finance Act 2012 by assessment year 13-14. However, the genesis of this amendment of the genesis of second amendment of 60% is the government was of the view that as soon as they come out with the demonetization, the black money would stop, everyone would be forced to deposit money, we will collect money with penalty, with interest, and everyone would suffer who has got black money. However, and in the gist of that particular euphoria, the finance secretary in one of the press releases said that everyone who deposits cash will have to pay penalty of 100%, we will levy 300% and with interest. It was pointed out to the finance secretary by the press itself that there was a provision called 115BBE where only 30% is to be taxed, and therefore the understanding was incorrect. The finance secretary along with the finance minister went into a huddle and they realized that this was the law which was prevailing, and they amended the law on 15 December 2016 to retrospectively apply it from 1st April 2016. Now, can this retrospective nature be levied, tax levied under retrospective nature? According to me, yes, the government has power to levy tax retrospectively. There is a writ petition in Gujarat and in Madras. However, that has not seen the light of day till now. The idea was that you cannot, so it was not against the tax. It was the constitutional validity was challenged from the point of view that this amounts to confiscation and penalty, and since it is confiscation and penalty, retrospective in nature should not apply. However, we are not likely to see the light of the day. Coming to section 68, any sum found is credited in the books of accounts. This particular section has been there for quite some time, from 1962. The first amendment was in 2013, which is called the Jagan Reddy Amendment. We'll be dealing with it in due course, where you had to prove the source of the share capital received by you. The second amendment is in 2023, where the source of loans and borrowings were to be proved, the source of source was to be proved. Ingredients of section 68, there is an assessee. Assessee has maintained books of accounts for any previous year. Any sum found credited in the books of the assessee. Assessee offers no explanation. We'll be dealing with, or the explanation offered is not satisfactory. We'll be dealing with what is satisfaction. Upon all of the above mentioned conditions being satisfied, the income would be taxable in the hands of the assessee. What are books of accounts? This is the most important question, because only if I have books of accounts and there is a credit can I be taxed. This is a famous Bombay High Court judgment in Sheraton Apparels, 123 Taxman 238. The judgment is very important. I'll be discussing for 2 minutes as to what is the judgment. It says that there are documents and ledgers which must be prepared and kept by the business, including profits and losses and balance sheet. The traditional term books means a collection of sheets, papers bound together. So it has to be bound together. The intention is to keep a permanent record, and should be maintained regularly, and it should be tallied. So there should be a tally of debit and credit totals. Then only it is a books of accounts. Now what had happened in Sheraton Apparels is a cash book was found, a parallel cash book was found. After the parallel cash book was found, income was added as per the cash book. When penalty was being levied, there was an explanation 5 to section 271(1)(c), which says that if that income is shown in the books of accounts, penalty cannot be levied. The argument of the assessee was that this particular parallel books of account, parallel cash book, is my book of accounts. There was no definition of books of accounts at that point of time as in 212A, which we are going to handle in this next slide. So there was no books of accounts definition at that point of time, and the court was argued that therefore my book, it is disclosed in my books of accounts, and penalty under 271(1)(c) should not be levied. However, the court distinguished that, and it said that explanation 5 talks about books of accounts maintained for that source of income, and therefore this particular book which you are maintaining as a cash book, first of all, it was not tallied. Second, it was not a permanent book, and thirdly, it was not part of the main permanent books of accounts, because section 34 of the Indian Evidence Act says a books of account would be taken as evidence if it is the original books of account and it is regularly maintained. Okay, so books of accounts are indeed books of accounts if original, if they show on their face that they are kept in a regular course of business. This is section 34 of the Indian Evidence Act. However, Indian Evidence Act does not apply to Income Tax Act. 212 was brought in from 1/4/2001, where they defined what is books of accounts. This is not an inclusive definition. Just because it says and other books and includes other books, it is not an inclusion. It's a specific definition. You look at what it says. Books and books of accounts includes ledger, day book, cash book, accounts book, and other books, whether kept in written form or printouts of data stored in floppy disk, so on all electronic form. Now you have section 4 of the Information Technology Act, which says that anything which is kept in physical form, if kept in electronic form, it will be part of records. Now going ahead, these definition of books of account becomes important, because if there is loose sheets found, if there are diaries formed, whether this is books of accounts, because otherwise it becomes dumb document. So whether loose sheets of papers would be books of accounts. This is the famous case of VC Shukla, where the Supreme Court was supposed to decide whether the diary is found from the where there were politicians' name written as to so much paid to VC Shukla, so much paid to various this thing, would amount to books of accounts. However, in this case, the Supreme Court says that diaries are kept separate. They are not part of his books of accounts, and therefore they were dumb documents. They were not books of accounts. So any diary which is not part of the main and it is not correlatable to your books of accounts is a dumb document unless you have a statement. So similarly, there were loose sheet of papers would not constitute books of accounts. You have the judgment of D.A. Patel. Now in this case of D.A. Patel, there was a diary found. The assessee refused to accept that it was his diary. It was not in his handwriting. He said that it belonged to an XYZ person, and later on that XYZ person owned up that particular diary. It said there was a statement taken under coercion. He said that, which he had retracted, he said that since these books of accounts these books have nothing to do and the client has refused it, this would not be part of the books of accounts and cannot be used to make addition in case of search. However, where you have loose sheets of paper, you have diaries, and there is a statement taken wherein an explanation is given that these are my diaries, this is my this thing, and those statements are not retracted properly. In that case, these are the cases from Mumbai Tribunal, Chandra Mohan Mehta, where they've said that the loose sheets, though they are not books of accounts, they would form evidentiary value because it is corroborated with the statements of various other people. So what they had done in this is, he was in the business of giving loans. There were people other than him who were called, statements were taken, whether this loan is given. They had taken an oath under 131 that these are loans was taken by me, and therefore these diaries or books were used to make additions because they were evidential value because of the fact there was corroborative evidence. So the principle is loose sheets or diaries would not become books of accounts unless there is corroborative evidence. Sorry. Now, I have already pointed out, but let me point out, 68 deals with the sum found credited in books, so it refers to books. 69 and 69A refers to books of accounts. 69 uses the books and 69B uses books of accounts. 69 and 69A uses books of accounts, if any. 68 uses books of the assessee maintained in any previous year. 69A and 69 and 69A say books of accounts, if any, maintained by him in the for any source of income. And therefore the underlining is, if I don't have books of accounts, 68 to 69D does not apply to me. You have an agriculturist who is raided, there are loose sheet of paper. You have someone who is disclosing 44 AD, there are loose sheet of papers found. If I don't have books of accounts, 68 to 69D, it does not mean that addition cannot happen. My argument is addition can happen in some other sections. If I don't have books of accounts, you cannot add me in these sections, thereby avoiding my 77.25% of taxation, and also the fact that I'll be able to claim carry forward losses. Yeah, this is okay. Sorry. Yeah, can you put the next slide? Yeah. Next one. Yeah. Whether passbooks would constitute books of accounts. You have the famous Bombay High Court judgment in Bhaichand H. Gandhi, 141 ITR 67, which said that passbook is not books of accounts. It gave a very reasoned order to say that passbook is being maintained by the bank. It is not maintained by me. The transactions therein would not reflect my books of accounts because it is not my regular books of accounts. Passbook is the bank's book which it is maintaining for me. However, there are two judgments which are against. The recent one in the Jharkhand High Court which said that nothing doing, passbook is books of accounts. Even if you say that passbook is not books of accounts, there is this problem where the deposits could be an evidence under section 69 to say that deposits would represent my money which would become taxable under 69. However, I would prefer to go under 69 because there would be no source of source. If I'm put under 68, I'll have to prove source of source. So if I've given a choice, I would not go under 68, I would go under 69 by saying that passbook is not books of accounts. Yes, it is deposit, is my income, but it is under 69 and I will prove source, not source of source. So that is the advantage of using this particular, this thing. Next slide. Yeah. So you have this common example for builders where a diary is caught. He has collected own money of 10 crores. He has spent 7 crores out of this particular. What will be the fate of this diary? First of all, if the diary has details of all the sales parties, so you've collected this much in check, this much in own money, and that own money is collected in cash, is identified, then this particular diary is correlatable with your books of accounts because sales parties are listed over there. It is not a dumb document. This would be used and you would be taxed as books of accounts, a credit form. So therefore you will be taxed for that 10 crores, and 115BBE will not allow you deduction for the 7 crores expenditure because no expenditure or loss is allowed under 115BB subclause 2. We'll be dealing with it. Now what is the way out of this? One is to offer a percentage if it is possible and the department agrees. The other is to have a peak working. However, if I have two projects where I have included in the same sheet there is income and loss. in that case, can I sort it off? According to me, yes. If it is, because I'm supposed to calculate the profit and gains from business and profession. So if that business details are given over there, only taking the credit would not serve a purpose. Profits and losses have to be dealt with. However, if it is an expenditure, you have no choice. Even if you say that 115BB would not apply and I claim expenditure, you will have to cross the hurdle of 48.3. You will have to cross the hurdle of 269 ST, which would hit you very badly. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Can rejected books of accounts be used to make addition under 68 or 69C? Now the contention is that once you reject my books of accounts, those books of accounts are not valid, and therefore you cannot ask me to explain the credits in those books of accounts and make addition under 68 and 69. Now this is a controversial topic. You have decisions in both ways, but if you ask me, there is Supreme Court judgment in Kale Khan and in the case of Prasad Vishwanath, which says that irrespective of other things, credits will have to be explained. However, for the present, you have the following judgments in favor. Banwarilal Bansidhar 229 ITR 229, CIT versus Agarwal Engineering, Punjab and Haryana 302 ITR 246, and recent judgments in 388 ITR Karnataka High Court and Babulal Nemichand and also Dulal Ram 42 taxman.com 349, which is very recent, 23 judgment, where they said once you made an addition based on percentage by rejecting the books of accounts, those books of accounts, now you cannot go under 68 and 69. You can use these judgments. However, the correct position according to me is by the Allahabad High Court in GS Tiwari, where they've relied on Kale Khan and Vishwanath Prasad, where the Supreme Court has clearly laid that even otherwise, by making GB addition plus 68, 69 additions can be made. Those Supreme Court judgments would be binding. I don't think in the judgments which have reported which in favor have not considered those Supreme Court judgments, and therefore you have a risk if you take that particular argument. However, if you are able to sail through, you can use it. The next is, yeah, telescoping or intangible assets. Yeah. Can telescoping be allowed? So I have shown an income of 50 lakh rupees. There is a further addition of 40 lakh rupees based on GP. They reject my books of accounts. There are credits. Let us assume that they are allowed to do that. And they say that there is cash credit of 20 lakh rupees. They also want to add that. Can I say that that 20 lakh rupees credit is from that 40 lakh rupees, and therefore I cannot further be added with 20 lakh rupees? I should be taxed only on the additional 40 lakh rupees. The answer is yes. However, there are judgments against in this issue also. Telescoping or intangible addition requires a fact-specific pattern. So if the facts have to be looked at, if on a particular time when the cash credit is there, there was accumulation of profit, you are able to show that this was the accumulation of profit, then in that case you can ask for a set-off. However, if the cash credit is in the month of April, then the argument that my intangible profit which is added is used towards that cash credit may not be accepted. So one has to look at a fact specific thing. These judgments for and favor, for and against are put up by me. They can be referred for this thing. I'd like to take you to a Supreme Court judgment where it says that peak credit is allowed. So these are further judgments. Principle of free credit is not applicable. These are against judgment. I'll not spend time because I have to complete by 1 o'clock. These judgments are there. They are for and against. I do not want to get into it. However, I would like to bring your attention towards Asantharam Veera Singhya 123 ITR, where the Supreme Court has accepted that peak credit is allowed. Now, this was a case where there was cash deposited and withdrawn, and penalty was to be levied under 271(1)(c). The argument put up before the Supreme Court was, tribunal had accepted the argument, High Court had decided against it, and the matter was taken to Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court said, yes, you can adjust it and do peak adjustment, and Supreme Court puts in a very crisp manner that whether taxing authorities in case must consider with unexplained cash deficit and cash credit can be reasonably attributed to a pre-existing fund or this thing. So if I have been if in my case prior to this year there have been additions of GP and I have some cash credit, I can say that this cash credit is from the prior adjustments. This is a Supreme Court accepting it. So this could, however, the facts are important. If you are able to show factually that this credit was available, this can be used. Going ahead, demonetization. So you were forced to deposit money in the bank account because of demonetization. People have given various excuses, from the fact that I had opening balance. Ladies member were allowed 2 lakh and 2,50,000 from their past savings. There have been various cases and demonetization. Huge cash deposits were made. The explanation given is I had an opening balance. I had sales during the year. I had certain advances coming from someone. So all those explanations have been taken into consideration. With regard to opening balance, if there is an opening balance, the addition cannot be made. If you have books of accounts and you've shown that this is opening balance, in this year you cannot make addition because that is an opening balance, is a closing balance of previous year. If you want to make addition, you need to reopen my previous year and cannot make addition in the current year. There are Mumbai tribunal judgments which have accepted that once it is shown that the cash book has an opening balance, that cash can be deposited and accepted in this case. You also have Prakash by Amrutlal Pala, Rajkot Jismil, where also they said that withdrawal from bank was shown, that I had withdrawn money from the bank and therefore this particular deposit it is from that, and to the extent of withdrawal the deposit was allowed. Beyond that it was not allowed. In Jet for Freight Logistic Limited, this was the case where you had a transporter who had withdrawn huge amount of cash for various expenses. During demonetization, he was forced to deposit those cash. Proper evidences were given and it was allowed that yes, you can continue. What about source being sales? So department looks at an overall figure. So you must have seen those notices. They ask you for the sales of the previous year, past 3 years sales in cash, what was the cash received, a comparative is made, and therefore they tend to do an interpolation and accept part of the cash sometimes. In case the assessing officer accepts part of the cash, your work is half done. I'll tell you why. If an explanation is accepted in part, there are Supreme Court judgment which say that if you accept my explanation, you cannot accept it in part and reject it in part. And therefore, if in a case where the assessing officer has considered the ratio and said that, oh, I will allow this much cash and not allow the balance cash, you have a very good case. There are old judgments, we'll be doing it after some time. Here you have a case of Sahana Jewelry Exports Limited. This was a Chennai tribunal decision. In this case, he had shown that he had received advances from various parties and those advances have been deposited by me in cash, and then afterwards I have made sales bills. Now he had produced entire information about the sales bills produced thereafter, and they have held that this is allowed. Similarly, in JK Wood India Private Limited, there were sales of books, sale of goods in cash. He was able to show that I have filed the GST, the VAT return at that point of time. I have a stock register. I have sold these goods. However, the entire edition was deleted under 69A. Going ahead, the old judgments. You have these 3 old judgments which you should extensively use. Mehta Parekh and Company, 30 ITR. Besides demonetization, Mehta Parekh and Company also talks about affidavits. It is a landmark judgment where it is held that if an affidavit is filed, that affidavit has to be either accepted in full or rejected in full. If the assessing officer does not deal with that affidavit, does not say that this is not acceptable or false affidavit, that affidavit is evidence and it has to be used to allow the claim. So please use these affidavits as far as possible. Affidavits should be used provided you are able to prove proper facts and show. This 30 ITR 181 Mehta Parakh Company is a landmark judgment. An affidavit, if did not disapproved, would be taken as evidence and you would have to allow me the claim. In this case, what had happened was there was 61,000, there was 1,000 rupees demonetization in 1946. They had deposited 61,000 worth of notes. The assessing officer from the explanation accepted 30,000, disallowed 31,000. Similarly, in Lalchand Bhagat, high denomination notes of 291 was deposited. They accepted 141, rejected the balance explanation. Here the Supreme Court has said, once you accept the explanation in part, you cannot reject the balance part, and the entire explanation has to be accepted. A principle on that line is the fact that in Sri Lekha Banerjee's case, 47 ITR 112, this was a case where the entire explanation was found to be false, and they said that we will reject entire thing, and Supreme Court said yes, this is correct. However, in your case, in demonetization, if part of the cash is accepted as cash sales, your battle is won. You can use these judgments to say that the entire thing has to be allowed. You have similar demonetization cases in the 1978 Narendra Gandhi. Again, there was sufficient cash balance in the books, opening balance, and that was allowed. You have Lakshmi Rice Mills. In addition, without rejection of books, you cannot make an addition. These are landmark judgments. In your demonetization case, if books of accounts are not rejected, addition cannot be made. This is a landmark judgment, Lakshmi Rice Mills. Similarly, you have Lakshmi Baijanath for cash sales, and you have the Guru Prasad Haridas, which talks about burden of proof on department if the explanation is not approved by them. Going ahead, can cash sales be added? This is the most dangerous part of your demonetization, where the entire cash sales are likely to be added. You had one or two judgments which say that cash sales cannot be added. The whole purpose of 68 to 69D was to show that it is included in income. The credits are included in income. Once I included it in income as my sales, you can still add it further as unexplained credit was challenged. Vishal explores in an unreported Gujarat High Court judgment, which is a very detailed judgment on this issue, which can be used for this. Similarly, you have Commissioner of Income Tax versus Devi Vishwanath 72 ITR. There also similar view was taken. However, you also have this judgment of Bombay High Court in RB Jai Shri Ram. Now, this judgment basically says that I do not need to maintain addresses in cash sales. I do not need to maintain addresses in cash sales. Therefore, to put an onus on me because you do not give me address, I am going to add your cash sales is a wrong precedence. However, in spite of this, there are cases where the high courts have added the entire cash sales in peculiar facts, of course. This is the famous case of JMJ Essential Oils. This was a Jharkhand High Court judgment. What had happened in this case, Buddy factory was there. They had deposited 3 crores in the month of March, saying that these are sample sales of new products in Buddy. The government, the assessing officer said it is unbelievable that someone would buy your product in Buddy at 3 crore sales from your factory building, and therefore this entire explanation was rejected. So Homeland Reality Private Limited 186 taxman, where assessee claimed to have received balance towards booking plots. So there was a huge cash which was found. He said, I have received it on booking of plots. The addresses of people who had booked the plots or taken land was not provided. The entire sales was added. Now this was a peculiar fact where, in spite of selling immobile property, he was not able to give the addresses, and therefore to certain extent this addition could have been justified. The question that arises is, there is also a Mumbai tribunal, Chamanlal S. Shah. Now this one is the most dangerous. Here what had happened was, there was sale of gold jewelry. which was sold in cash. Some 41 crores was shown as sale of jewelry. The department, the assessing officer rejected and added the entire 41 crores. It matter went to CIT appeal. He proved his purchases. He said, I have purchases. If you say that I have sold that purchase goods, I have sold it to someone else. If you don't believe me, I must have sold it to someone else. But what you can add is only the GP and not the entire profit. The CIT appeal accepted it, restricted the addition only to 5%. However, the matter traveled to the Mumbai ITAT, and it was argued by the department that this is money laundering, this is hawala entries, one cannot allow this to happen, and an extensive argument with regard to why these practices should be stopped was made. The order is worth reading once because they've talked about everything besides the Income Tax Act. They've talked about why this is an entry provider, why this is money laundering, and therefore they confirmed the addition of 41 crore entirely instead of that 5%. I don't know whether this matter has gone to High Court or not, but these facts are really bad. Facts were really not very bad. He had purchase details, he had the stock register. However, the arguments of the department were taken too far by the judges. Now the question that arises is, supposing I've taken these two examples which are very common nowadays. So I have sold goods, I sell goods to A, B, C. After selling the goods, they give me an RTGS. I have the PAN number, I have the Aadhaar of these people. Department finds out that these three people have deposited cash in their accounts. And they come back to me that you explain how this cash is done. Now, am I supposed to explain the source of their cash? The answer is I cannot explain the source of their cash. In these cases also the additions are being made. I don't know, these matters are still in CIT appeal because of the faceless appeal not operating in the way it should operate. Today we do not have the benefit of these judgments, but this is something which is a regular thing which is going to happen now with these judgments coming. Similarly, you have the question where I'm an importer. I import the containers. After that, I sell it to ABC. They give me an RTGS from their bank account. There is a raid on that cooperative bank where the account is maintained by the purchaser. In that account, it is realized that he's deposited cash. Now that fellow is issued summons. He's not a related party. He's a third party. Summons are issued. Summons are served. He does not appear. The addition is made in my hands in spite of the fact there is an import purchase is proved, the goods are sold, I have a lorry receipt that I have delivered, money is received in RTGS. Can these additions be sustained? According to me, no. We need to argue vehemently. However, there are serious difficulties when you go ahead. Going ahead, share capital and share premium. Yeah, I am going to move faster in this. This is an old matter. We all are aware of these items. We are supposed to prove three things: identity, creditworthiness, and genuineness of transaction. This comes out of one Supreme Court judgment and more explicitly explained in the OSS Hospitality Limited. I just wanted to put it over here for ease of having those judgments handy. Everyone is aware of these three principles. This whole started with the Life Mint news in 2007, where the department found out that there was this case of 300 crores of share capital being moved around. The income tax department raided various people. The PM's office instructed them to raid. It was in the newspapers, and SEBI also started doing the investigation. 1,300 National Stock Exchange scripts and 100 BSE scripts were put under surveillance, and raids were conducted on practically all the brokers. It was estimated that 38,000 worth of crores of long-term capital gain was done. Mumbai, everyone was covered. Mumbai, Calcutta, Kanpur, Delhi, Noida, all places. Raids were conducted. There was SEBI investigation and bans put on various. However, these SEBI bans were all removed. So SEBI's orders were so weak that in all cases SAT has reversed those cases. So in SEBI, no case, if you have any difficulty with any company, go to the SEBI site. you put the name of the company, you will get an order where order has been reversed. Those orders can be used to say that, look, my company is not involved in this particular thing. Now, what is so there were reports floated by Delhi, Kolkata, and where the DIT gave the modus operandi. However, there were for and against judgments. You had the Lovely Exports. Lovely Exports said that, look, this is share capital. If you want to tax it, you go to the people who have given the share capital. You can't tax the company because it is not company's income. Now, this would have changed everything, and therefore there was a need to amend the law. So in 2013, they amended the law. They said that if you are a private company in which public are not substantially interested, you need to prove the source of the investors which invest in your company. This is called as the Jagan Reddy Amendment. Jagan Reddy was searched in 2007-8. He was found to be dealing in these companies. There was the intention of the government to fix up Jagan Reddy for not acting properly, and therefore they amended the law. They also amended the law and brought in 56(2). Yeah. So they brought in 56(2) that if the company has more than the valuation amount is received, that would become taxable. They amended the 224(10) to say that any money received in excess of the valuation, you would be taxed for it if the source of source is not proved. Now, the beauty of it is, this was a Jagan Reddy amendment where Jagan Reddy was not taxed because they could not bring it retrospectively, and all the transactions of Jagan Reddy was thereafter. Okay, so going ahead, so the intention is to reverse Lovely Exports. The proviso provides that all closely held companies will have to prove the source of source. If the valuation is more, the company gets taxed. If valuation is less, the shareholder gets taxed. This is a soup because there cannot be an exact valuation. Valuation is not a science where you can fix a value at this. So it puts the entire industry into difficulty, and the purpose for which it was made is lost because Jagan Reddy is already out. There's a High Court judgment which said it is not retrospective and it does not apply to him. So we are left to face this. Sorry. Yeah, next. Yeah, you had the famous NRA Iron and Steel. Now, NRA Iron Steel was somewhere around 2017, after the Prime Minister's office telling that this bogus claim is done. This was a unique case where the CIT appeal had allowed, the tribunal had allowed the claim, the High Court had allowed the claim, and you had a Supreme Court which reversed everything and said the assessing officer was right. Okay, so you had this, of course the facts were really bad. Bad facts bring bad law. This was a case where the assessing officer had done an investigation. He had gone behind the wheel, found out that 4 companies in Mumbai, 2 companies were not existing. Calcutta, 9 companies, they did not reply or did not appear. They said only a letter saying that we confirm the transaction. Their balance sheet was brought on record to show that they earn only few thousand, whereas they have put lakhs of rupees as capital. Ideally, this should have gone back to the assessing officer to find out whether the Calcutta companies had the net worth or not. However, the assessee was overconfident. He had not appeared in the High Court. He had not appeared in the tribunal, and therefore there was a great amount of overconfidence that Supreme Court also. Supreme Court extensively gave 3 hearings. They served the notice through the assessing officer to the chartered accountant at that point of time. However, in spite of constant follow-up, the person did not appear, and you have a nasty judgment where they said that it is not enough that you prove the identity and the genuineness of the transaction if there is no credit worthiness, and the assessing officer does an investigation to find out that your credit worthiness is doubtful. You need to do something more than just submit documents. So this was the case where indirectly this concept of source was put into record. These are the facts. Some of the companies in Guwahati did not have an address. There were some other people operating. The facts were really bad. So, so way forward from NRA's iron and steel. So NRA iron and steel is the favorite judgment of the department. For all cash credit, they use NRA iron and steel and they apply it. The judgment of the court is rendered in a specific. So there's a para 15 which specifically says in NRA that this is case specific. The facts of this case, we are of the view that this particular thing is to be there, and therefore it should not be generally accepted. I have listed a few judgments over here where in spite of NRA, the court considers NRA iron and steel, and after that said the facts were different. Here the facts are different, and therefore we distinguish NRA steel and accept the credits of the assessee. So these are judgments which have taken it up and then considered it. Amendment section 68 now puts it the responsibility of the assessee to prove the source of source. Actually speaking, this amendment would really make it difficult for a enterprising person. So you had these newspaper articles where you had the startups being harassed for these matters, and then the government coming into the picture and giving an exemption. So for a genuine transaction also, these source of source would be really difficult. So you have a situation where you have a great idea. You get 10 people to apply to your share certificate by selling that idea. Imagine that if you were to ask him that, look, you've given me that money in the Shark Tank, but now please give me your bank statement. Tell me where did you get that money from, and prove me the PAN number of the person or the sales document of what you have done. Would that, if you were in Shark Tank, will any of those guys give you their return of income, give you the bank statement, give you the details? So the life becomes very difficult when you say that you need to prove source of source. Okay. So therefore, the private placement industry gets badly affected by this particular provision, and you actually have really no private placements coming up. You have public issues coming up, but if you look at the prior practice of having private placement, you were able to get investors by having an investor meet, is now out. So the way the business is done is being affected by such amendments as an anti-avoidance measure. So you have 11U and UA where you are supposed to value the shares in that particular manner. You also have 5627B. I think I've covered this. Yeah. Coming to penny stocks. Now what was penny stocks? These are stocks which are quoted at a very less value. You invest in those. These are high risk. There's an Economic Times article where, and there are reports of various fund managers which say that penny stock investments could give you huge returns. For that reason, if you take up Yes Bank, during the demonetization, the Yes Bank was quoting at 3 rupees. Today it is at 24 rupees. Can you say that if I had brought 3 lakh rupees of shares and which converted into 3 crores today, that this is a penny stock and therefore this is illegal and therefore this thing? So the answer is no. However, we are faced with the force of the government to explain the penny stock transactions. Evidence collected by the department. Department had raided various brokers and entry operators. The modus operandi was that they would take up a company which was not operating, complete control of that company, and then decide how much long-term or short-term gain which was to be done. 131 was issued. The investigation, everyone is aware of these investigations. I'll not spend some time on it. So there were these earlier positive decisions which said that once you produce the share broker's note, you produce the details, there is nothing more to be shown. There is no need for me to prove why the share prices were going up or down. However, these were some of the earlier decisions when the Prime Minister had not talked about it. These decisions are on record, so I'll not spend time on discussing these. These are the cases which are decided against the assessees. one has to be very clear about what is to be disclosed when you have penny stocks. One, you have to be very clear that you or your broker are not involved in the list given as handling penny stock handlers. If you are in the list of penny stock handlers, or if you are listed, then you should see whether SEBI has passed an order which has been reversed by SAT. So in one of the cases where we were handling recently, we were able to trace a SEBI order in which his name was there, and then it was held that he was not the operator. So that order would help me in the long run. So if you and your broker are not involved in any manner, in that case you have a good chance that penny stock will go in your favor. However, in Bombay, majority of the penny stock matters were kept on hold and are still on hold. No one is deciding on that because there is no clarity on the issue. However, you had this Suman Podar case, which was a case where the Delhi ITAT and Delhi High Court decided against the SSE by saying you have not given details of the party to whom the shares are sold. Now, in an exchange, I never come to know who has bought my shares. And therefore, to say that I should have provided those details is incorrect. However, Delhi High Court confirmed it. It went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court, SLP is dismissed. So this is the favorite decision of all penny stock items where the department is going to use it against you. Then you have, this is a very good Mumbai ITAT decision, Vijay Ratnam Balkrishna Mittal. The decision is a very huge 90-page decision. It discusses each and every process of how the BSE stock exchange works. It also explains certain cases where there is high penny stock profits can be shown. The reason why I am not responsible for showing that who has bought my sales, and a very well reasoned order argued by Soli Dastu's junior Madhur sir, and an excellent one could take up this judgment to see what you are supposed to put up to the assessing officer. I'm not getting into, these are some of the other decisions. This is the recent trends in penny stocks. So you had this Swati Bajaj Calcutta High Court decision, which also is very damaging. You have the decision where the in Swati Bajaj case, the Calcutta High Court on very good facts have decided against the assessee. However, you have other judgments of Gujarat High Court in the case of Mamta Rajiv Kumar Agarwal, where it is a September 2023 agreement in your favor, where on similar facts, the facts are standard and they've decided in favor of the assessee. Similarly, you have this income tax Mumbai decision, recent one, August 23. Mumbai tribunal has started taking up these cases, and this decision is also in the favor of the assessee. Key takeaways: one will have to prove the entire transactions with documentary evidence. One will have to argue that the process of sales and purchase of stock exchange is such that one besides the exchange I cannot know who is the sales or purchase parties. One will have to show that the assessee is not connected in the alleged activity of or persons. One should specifically ask for evidence. You have Dharan has just given you a list of these decisions, so I'll not get into those decisions again. These are a listing of favor and against judgment. There is so much litigation on this point that you could have company specific decisions. So if you have the name of the company, you could get based on company what is the decision in favor or against. I have listed those cases. Coming to client code modification. Client code modification is a classic case of overreach. You had certain commissioners in Ahmedabad which came to know that there is a huge rate of client code modifications, and this client code modification is done by so many brokers. They did some analysis, they gave an analysis statement, they took those statements from the stock exchange. They say that there are broker statements. However, in my 6 cases where I have asked for broker statements, it was found later on that Ahmedabad also did not have those broker statements, which they claim to have given statements against the assessee. Client code modification is allowed. So even today, till half an hour after the closing of the bell, if there is a mistake in your client code number inputting, you can still do it. if there is no penalty levied by SEBI on that client code modification, your case becomes even stronger. The client code modification sometimes is between the family members. So I am the lead of the family. There is HUF account, there is my wife's account, there is my brother's account, and the client code modification is between the family members. There are decisions to that effect that if the client code modification is among the family members, additions cannot be made. The SSE has a very strong case on client code modifications. In certain cases where I have dealt, I have shown that as income and it has been added again. So you do not remove that income and you add the income again in my books of accounts. So one has to keep quiet about, these are some of the judgments in favor. I'll not, the circulation is already done. Coronation Agro, these are one or two against judgments. However, these are the rarity. Assessment of entry operators. Now, this is another big problem. I have known of assessing officers telling client, why don't you become an entry operator? You give a statement that you are an entry operator, your life will become easy. So there are people who have, to support their normal income, have done certain entry bills, purchase and bill sale. On the advice of the officer, they convert themselves into entry operator and pay a very small amount of tax. And then they would take the number again in the name of the HUF or the wife's name and start doing the business, making the life of everyone who's dealt with him honestly miserable. So therefore, these are a few judgments of entry operators. However, today, the assessing officer have been told that even in entry operators, the entire amount has to be added. You would be lucky if the peak is added. However, in entry operators, besides the commission which they have earned, they're adding the entire cash credit, saying that this is your income and you need to fight for it. Going ahead. Yeah, so there is a proviso added from 1423 where you are supposed to prove the source of source. Prior to amendment in 23, from assessment year 23-24, you were allowed to prove only the source. There was Nemichand's judgment, famous Nemichand's judgment from Guwahati, where they had said that I am supposed to prove only the source and I'm not required to prove the source of source. However, the law has now been amended. Now, does it apply to the trade credits? The answer is no. It applies only to loans, borrowings, and such other amounts being loans and borrowings. You can't say such other amount would include my creditor. That is not acceptable. So therefore, for all loans and borrowings, you need to prove the source of source. You need to give the bank statement of the person who has given you the loan, show that where did he get the credit from, and then prove. Otherwise, you would be held to be not proving the source of source. Debentures are not loans. There is a Supreme Court judgment in Aqua where they have said, while considering 43B, subclause 3, subclause C, where they have said that debentures are not loans and therefore 43B disallowance will not happen. We can use this. After that, 43B was amended to take that into account, but still the judgment of the Supreme Court says debentures are not loans, and therefore in that case you don't have to prove source of source. Next. Yeah. Disclosures in search and seizure. In the search and seizure, it is explained to you that if you disclose now, there will be no penalty of 30% and 60%. You disclose now, their penalty is only 10%. And then they will take up the books and start adding the credits in the assessment. So therefore, in a search and seizure, if you are able to explain that the transactions which are shown are my business transactions, if you are able to show that this is my income from other sources, I'm conducting this business and this is my business income and this is the nature of my business, you can get out of 68 to 69D. If you get out of this, then that 77.25% will not apply. There have been cases where of course, the department is going to treat it as 69 and add 77.25, but you will have a good winning chance if you are able to explain to them that this is my business income, this is the nature of income, and in your statement you've given that disclosures, then in that case it will become your business income and does not become under 68 to 69. You have a Bombay High Court judgment which says that 68 to 69 in Fakir Muhammad Lalji, where they said that 68 to 69D is a headless income, and therefore it has to be added in addition to the other income. However, if you are able to show that I am not following N 68 to 69D, in that case you are out of that 77.25%, and also the fact that no set off of losses is allowed. So therefore it is in your interest, and you need to argue that these are not my books of accounts. Yes, you can add the credits, but not under 68 to 69D. Yeah. Difficult to argue, but yes. You had Orissa Corporation Supreme Court also, where they have held that it is either business income or income from other sources. You can use that also. Undisclosed donations of a trust. So if a trust is found to having undisclosed donations, in that case 115 BBC would apply and not 115 BBE, and therefore you are out of, if you are a charitable trust and you are registered under 12 and undisclosed donations or unaccounted donations are found, applies 115 BBC will apply, and you will get taxed at 30% and not 77.25%. Heads of income and these provisions would not apply to you. However, if you are a charitable religious trust, 115 BBC further says that that 30% also does not apply, only 11-12 applies, and if you applied the amount to that particular activity, in that case you need not pay the amount. You have this recent judgment of Ayyappa Seva Samgram Bombay Trust. Mumbai ITAT has held that 115 BBC is more specific, and because it's a religious trust, 115 BBC also does not tax you at 30%. The amount is completely applied towards the construction of the Ayyappa temple, and therefore the entire amount cannot be added under 68 or 69A. There is also an argument that under 56.2, any donations 56.2, any amount received by a trust is exempt under 56.2 because it is registered under 12A, and therefore I need not go under 115 BBC, and I can say that 56.2 exempts me, and therefore I cannot be taxed on this receipts. However, this has not been tested. This is something which needs to be tested in courts. As of now, it is not being tested, but there is an exemption over there if you are registered under 12A. Section 69 and 69A, assessee should be owner of those assets. The assessee, if he is the owner of those assets, only then the addition can be done. If the assessee is not the owner of the asset, then there cannot be any additions. On this point, you have the decision of the Supreme Court recently in the case of MD Singh through partners. This is a civil appeals Supreme Court. In this case, what had happened was, MD Singh was a partner of the transport company. In that transport company, 250 tons was transported. The assessing officer called for the receipts and vouchers and the delivery notes. It was realized that out of 250 vouchers, only 200 was delivered, and a false transport voucher was put for 250, whereas actual delivery was only 200. The assessing officer that this 50 is your undisclosed income under 69A, because it is money, bullion or such other article of value. The question which the Supreme Court was put was whether, since I am not the owner of the asset, 69A does not apply to me. That was the first argument. I am the transporter. It was not my goods. I was transporting goods of A, giving it to B. How am I concerned with this particular area? Though my engineers might have done a fraud, I am not involved in it, and therefore it cannot be my income. The Supreme Court accepts that. However, the second finding is more important to us, where they say that bitumen is not any other article of substantial value. Because the bitumen per kg, they take some rate of bitumen or some XYZ and say that it cannot be article of substantial value, and they say money, bullion, jewelry has to have similar word meaning, and therefore my stock in trade would also get covered under this. So whenever you have excess stock being found, it can be added as my undisclosed income, but not under 69A, because it is not money, bullion, jewelry or similar article. And therefore you could avoid, this is an extensive judgment, a very good judgment by the Supreme Court in recent times, in the times which we are, saying that 69A does not apply to him because that bitumen is not article of substantial value. I'll complete it in 5 minutes. 115 BBE2, it tells you that 115 BBE2 tells you that you will not be allowed to claim any expenditure, you will not be allowed to claim any loss, and therefore you are in a very tight situation where, like in the example which we show, which we've considered, that you have a diary where 10 crore worth of own money is received, 7 crore is spent on giving it as bribes to BMC and various politicians. The expenditure 1 cannot be claimed because of explanation to 37(1). Second, that expenditure is violation of 48(3). Third, it is in violation of 269 ST, and therefore you have a very difficult situation if there is expenditure. However, if you have a case where you have done saudas of purchase and sale, and therefore there can be a situation where you have from the same source of income, what is to be taxed is my profit or loss, and therefore one argument could be that what can be taxed is my GP or the profit from the net transactions. You cannot, if I want to tax from a source of income, it has to be my net source income has to be taxed. The profit and gain tax of that source has to be taxed. However, it's a difficult situation with these amendments. I'm fully aware of that. Next, 69B, the section tries to tax any money, bullion, jewelry or other valuable article which assessee is the owner and only partly records in the amounts. Now, if I have a bungalow, I have spent 2 crores on that bungalow. The assessing officer comes, oh, this bungalow is worth 3.5 crores. He does a valuation, it comes to 4 crores. Can he add 2 crores? The answer is no. However, in a survey or search, if it is found that I have spent 2 crore 50 lakh rupees on that bungalow, there is an expenditure which is found in a diary or a book, which is corroborated with some sort of evidence of statements. In that case, only that excessive expenditure can be added, not the valuation of that bungalow at that point of time. So 69B sometimes is being misused by saying the valuation of this particular asset is so much. That is not the purpose. Valuation cannot be taxed under 69B. Only the actual expenditure can be taxed. 69C. Now this is a section which is regularly used. You have bogus purchases, you have disallowance of expenditure. All these expenses are being misused. The 69C is being misused to say that it is taxable at 77.25%. However, these expenditure where the source is proved cannot go into 69C. You have a recent Vaman International 422 ITR 520 Bombay High Court, which is in your favor. Bogus purchases 69C does not apply, and therefore you need to. However, there are these judgments of Bombay High Court earlier which were against, where 25% was disallowed and it was added under 69C. However, when these additions were made, 69C was taxing it at 30%. Today, if it is taken to 69C, you're going to land up paying 77.25% plus the 10% penalty. If supposing I am given an explanation, that one has to be careful that that explanation does not have to be very fancy. It has to be something which is acceptable to the person who is taking the, and with the circumstances around me which has to be there. Otherwise the Sumati Dayal and More would be there. So therefore your explanations does not have to be fancy. After rejecting explanation, is there something else? The section says may be taxed, and therefore there are judgments like Mohan Kala 291 ITR 278, and you have the old Noorjahan case. The assessing officer after that also rejecting the explanation has a discretion to see whether it is my real income or not. And to that extent, of course, in the current situation, they are always going to say that this is your election, but you can use this arguments in Mohan Kala 291 ITR 218 and Noorjahan's case Supreme Court, where they've said that it is may, even if the explanation is rejected. So in Noorjahan's case, this was a case where there was a Parda Nishin lady who was minor, and they were trying to add income in her case, and the Supreme Court says that it is unbelievable, in spite of the rejection of explanation, it is unbelievable that it is her income, and therefore it is not to be added in her name. Thank you very much. I've completed in time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very insightful session. I think the members sitting here were getting references of their own cases and preparing the submissions in their mind. That was a very interestful session, sir, because many of us sitting here are facing the issues of 69, 115 BA, A, B, and now in Amravati many GST surveys are going on. So every professional is brainstorming their mind what should be the reply for 69 and all that. Thank you for that session, sir. Now I request Senior Member Advocate Shankarlalji Gandhi sir from Akola and past Chairman CA Branch Nagpur, CA Jitendra Sagnani sir, to please present a memento to the speaker of today's session. I request Speaker sir to please come on the dais. There is a minor correction. I request CA Shankarlalji Gandhi sir to please present a memento. Thank you, sir. Now I hand over the charge of the session to CA Rajesh Chandak sir.
थैंक यू श्रेणिक भाई. और मुझे लगता है दोनों सेशन इतने ओवरवेलमिंग थे कि हम लोग तालियां बहुत कम बजा पाए. धरण भाई और अशोक भाई के लिए जोरदार तालियां फॉर वंडरफुली डीलिंग विद बोथ द टॉपिक्स, एंड वी विल नीड योर गाइडेंस एंड सपोर्ट इन फ्यूचर टू थ्रू ईमेल्स. प्रेजेंटली एक QR कोड यहाँ पे डिस्प्ले किया जाएगा जिसको स्कैन करके मोबाइल में आप डायरेक्टली क्वेश्चन पोस्ट कर सकते हैं. वो क्वेश्चंस फैकल्टी तक पहुँचेंगे और आखिर में उसको डील करने की कोशिश फैकल्टी करेंगे. अभी एक बार समय का पूरा फॉलो करते हुए हम क्वेश्चन आंसर्स अभी नहीं ले पा रहे हैं बिकॉज वी हैव 5 सेशंस. अभी सिर्फ 2 हुए हैं. 3 सेशंस जो है वो इसके बाद में लंच के बाद करने हैं. लंच रेडी है उसी हॉल में जहाँ पे ब्रेकफास्ट था, और आधे घंटे के समय में अगर हम वापस आ सके तो हाईली इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन ऑन व्हील्स एंड फैमिली ट्रस्ट हमने प्लान किया है. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू बी बैक इन द सीट्स एज अर्ली एज पॉसिबल. थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू. प्लीज प्रोसीड फॉर द लंच.
फ्रेंड्स, एक और रिक्वेस्ट है. जब आप वापस आएंगे तो यहाँ एक लिंक फॉर क्वेरीज एंड QR कोड डिस्प्लेड
May I request the members to kindly occupy the chairs inside the hall so that we can restart the program. गिरीश भैया थोड़ा 3-4 मेंबर को थोड़ा सा जो बाहर खड़े हैं आवाज दे देंगे, वो लोग अंदर आ जाएंगे तो हम प्रोग्राम शुरू कर सकते हैं. Two of the sessions for the day received very good response from all the professional brothers present here, and there is a request that more time should be allotted and longer programs can be organized. And we have talked to the speakers, respective speakers, and they have agreed to spare more time for us. In that case, we will have to organize residential program for 2 days. Then only we can give more time to the each individual topic. वो क्वेरी का कोड डाल सकते हैं क्या अभी तक था क्या? नहीं मतलब मेंबर्स को मिले. हाँ प्रेजेंटेशन को थोड़ा समय है तो अगर वो QR कोड सर यू कैन स्कैन दिस QR कोड so that you can present your query to the respective speakers. वो क्वेरी उन तक पहुंच जाएगी. आपके मोबाइल से आप ये काम कर सकते हैं. संजय भैया आप इसको स्कैन करके उसमें क्वेरी डाल सकते हैं, वो स्पीकर्स तक पहुंच जाएगी. इफ द टाइम परमिट्स दे विल डील विथ इट while closing the session. So we are here now. We are very happy to note that DCB Bank has come forward to support the organizers for arranging this event, and their presence here is highly helpful to all of us. And as a mark of our appreciation, we are going to honor them with the floral felicitation. I request the convener, CA Mohit Ganeshani, to please come forward along with CA Lalit Tambi. तांबी जी यहाँ पर ठीक है. मोहित भैया आइए प्लीज आइए. And I request Advocate Ajay ji Savla, very senior most member from Yavatmal, to please come forward. श्रीमान योगेश नायक साहब कृपया सामने आए. आप दोनों से रिक्वेस्ट है बुके देकर उनका स्वागत करें और हम सभी लोग जोरदार तालियां बजाकर अप्रिशिएट करें. डीसीबी बैंक हैज very wholeheartedly supported this event. Thank you so much, Mr. Yogesh Nayak. Nice of you, and kindly always be so nice and generous to be of joint progress for the professional spheres of Amravati. Thank you so much. And may I now request the MOC for the third session, C. Anupama, to please come forward and take over the session.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am CA Anupama Ladda, and I'm here to announce the third session of the day on tax planning through wills, private trusts, and family arrangements. So I can see fewer faces because I think the lunch was very delicious. I hope that everybody is joining. I think हर एक जन एक एक call कर लेगा अपने friends को, तो it will be easier to fill up the hall. जो नहीं है पीछे उनमें से किसी को कॉल कर लेंगे तो थोड़ा सा जल्दी हॉल फिलअप हो जाएगा जी. So I now request past president of TBA Amravati Advocate Vijay Ji Botra sir and vice president of TBA Amravati CA Praveen Agrawal sir to escort the speaker of the session, CA Anish Thacker sir, who has come all the way from Mumbai, to the dais. Okay, so I request Latia sir to kindly escort the guest. And I also request Latia sir to present him a floral bouquet, please. I request Latia sir and PC Agrawal sir, both past chairman of Amravati branch, to kindly present the floral bouquet. Wills is one of the important subjects that all of us as professionals should be advocating, because लोगों को लगता है कि will अगर बन गई है तो बस जाने का टाइम आ गया है, तो हमें एज प्रोफेशनल्स ये उन्हें बताना चाहिए कि ऐसा नहीं है. ऑफ कोर्स सर इज़ गोइंग टू गाइड अस मोर ऑन द टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स, बट ऑन अ लाइटर नोट हमें हर किसी को बताना चाहिए दैट वाई विल्स आर सो इम्पॉर्टेंट. एंड अलॉन्ग विद दैट सर इज़ ऑल्सो गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट प्राइवेट ट्रस्ट एंड family arrangements. With a brief introduction of the speaker, I shall hand over the desk to CA Anish Thacker, who is a practicing chartered accountant and law graduate. He has an experience of close to 3 years in various areas. 3 decades, I'm so sorry. He has experience close to 3.5 decades in various areas of tax, including advisory, compliance, transfer pricing, policy advocacy and litigation. He has been past president of Chamber of Tax Consultants in financial year 2021. He is contributor to various professional journals, books and newspapers, frequently speaks at seminars and conferences organized by various professionals and industry bodies. He has been a guest faculty at management institutions also. His Instagram reads keen student of tax, law, cricket and Indian classical music. He appeared on television as guest speakers for business channels like CNBC, TV18, Bloomberg, NDTV, ET Now, CNBC, Awaz, etc. So may I present you CA Anish Thacker sir with a big round of applause. Thank you.
मैं हमेशा मेरा कोई भी संबोधन हो ऑफ लेट मैं गुरु वंदना से शुरू करता हूँ. तो ध्यान मूलम गुरुर्मूर्ति, पूजा मूलम गुरुर्पदम, मंत्र मूलम गुरुर्वाक्यम, मोक्ष मूलम गुरुर्कृपा, ओम श्री गुरुवे नमः. आज हम इस पावन अमरावती की भूमि पर लेट डीडी सिक्ची सर के सानिध्य में ये सेमिनार कर रहे हैं. और मुझे ये देख करके बहुत अच्छा लगा कि हमारे जो पूर्वज थे, जो हमारे रियली बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स थे, जिन्होंने इस एसोसिएशन को खड़ा किया, उस खूब धन्यवाद मेरी तरफ से कि आप लोगों ने इस सेमिनार का आयोजन इस डायरेक्शन में किया. और मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि हमेशा आप इस तरीके से इसको बहुत सारे ऐसे का मौका दिया. चलिए शुरू करते हैं. सो इट विल बी अ सेशन इंटरस्पर्स्ड विथ इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी, एंड इट इज नॉट दैट आई कैन नॉट स्पीक हिंदी और आई कैन नॉट स्पीक इंग्लिश. आई कैन स्पीक बोथ ऑफ देम अ लिटिल बिट. ठीक है ना? तो थोड़ा ऐसा मिक्स करते बात करेंगे. चलिए. सो 1980 में सुभाष घाई ने एक मूवी बनाई थी जिसका नाम था कर्ज. ठीक है? आपको कर्ज याद है? ऋषि कपूर, टीना मुनी, याद है ना? एकदम. जो 1980 के बाद पैदा हुए शायद उनको पता हो कि नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता. मगर एक बहुत ही कामयाब पिक्चर बनी थी. ठीक है? उसमें एक गाने में ऋषि कपूर साहब ने 2 सवाल किए थे. उस 2 सवाल का प्लेगियराइजेशन में पूछता हूं. तुमने कभी अपना विल तैयार किया? नहीं किया. उस विल को विटनेस किया? नहीं किया. तो मैंने किया अनफॉर्चुनेटली. लेकिन चलिए इसके साथ विल के ऊपर थोड़ा सा समझ लेते हैं. एक्चुअली ये विल होता क्या है? एंड अनुपमा जी ने बहुत ही अच्छी बात कही कि विल, लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि जब मेरी एक उम्र हो गई, मैं बस इस दुनिया से जाने वाला हूं, उस वक्त मुझे विल बनाना है. ये जरूरी नहीं है. राइट? और आजकल जब परिस्थिति ऐसी हो गई जहां कहाँ है? अच्छा दिस वे, ओके। यार ये बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग चीज है, यहाँ करके वहां देखो तो नहीं, एक मिनट ओके, somebody can change the slide जब मैं बोलूँ तो। चलिए, थैंक यू। ओके, तो it is not that you have to go to the first slide please. It is not that you have to make your will only and only when you are advanced in age, because ultimately a will saves a lot of trouble, not for you but for your legal heirs, right? One more slide. So these three concepts we are going to talk about, I think is known. So usko हाँ आगे बढ़ते हैं, एक और आगे बढ़े, और एक बस, थैंक यू। तो again, will is something which you create, not for your convenience but the convenience of those who will be your legal heirs, right? And therefore it is very important that ultimately nobody wants to trouble anybody, right? Particularly after he is gone. So there is really no right time for making a will. There is no right age for making a will. एक will जो है, जब इंसान को लगता है कि मेरे पास एक अच्छी खासी रीजनेबल प्रॉपर्टी हो गई, विल तब बनना है। वो आप 25 साल के हो, आप 21 साल के हो, आप 45 साल के हो या आप 65 साल के हो, सही समय कभी भी नहीं। मेरा मानना ये है कि एक विल स्टैटिक डॉक्यूमेंट भी नहीं होता, वो डॉक्यूमेंट डायनेमिक होता है, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे आपकी परिस्थिति बदलती जाएगी उस तरीके से आपका विचार भी बदलेगा कि मेरे बाद मेरी जो प्रॉपर्टी है वो किसको किस हिस्से में जानी है। तो उसकी वजह से विल कभी भी एक स्टैटिक डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है, मगर उसका कार्य क्या है कि अगर भगवान ना करे किसी को कुछ अप्रिय घटना हो जाए और इस दुनिया से जाना पड़े, तो जो आपके पीछे हैं उनके लिए सहूलियत होती है कि जो प्रॉपर्टी आपने उनके लिए छोड़ी है वो अपने नाम पर कर सकें, उसका सही तरीके से उपयोग कर सकें। यही विल की यूटिलिटी है, यही विल की खासियत भी है कि आप क्यों करते हैं विल, इसीलिए करते हैं, ठीक है। सो वेयर देयर इज अ विल देयर इज अ वे इज राइट इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ विल्स एज डॉक्यूमेंट्स एज वेल, कि जब विल होती है तब आसान पड़ता है हमारे सक्सेसर्स को, हमारे लीगल एयर्स को। विल एक प्रॉपर नाउन भी होता है, राइट? आदमी का नाम होता है। अगर आप सत्यजीत रे की फेलुदा पढ़ें तो ये विल और विल इंसान के ऊपर एक पूरी कहानी लिखी है सत्यजीत रे ने, जिसका नाम है द सीक्रेट ऑफ द सिमेट्री, और उसकी बंगाली में पिक्चर भी बनी थी 2010 में जिसका नाम था गोरस्थाने शब्दन। तो विल के ऊपर भी बहुत सारी चीजें होती है। आपने एम सील की एड देखी थी, पुरानी हाँ? याद है? वो साइन करवा रहा है, ऊपर से पानी टपका, सब खत्म। तो क्या था? विल ही साइन करवा रहा था ना, क्या करवा रहा था वो? तो विल बहुत ही जरूरी चीज। अगेन विल बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड डॉक्यूमेंट भी नहीं है, राइट? लोगों को क्या लगता है कि अगर एक विल हो तो मुझे कोई चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट चाहिए, मुझे कोई वकील चाहिए, मुझे कैसे मैं किसी बाहर वाले को बताऊं कि मेरे मन में क्या है, या मैं बताऊं भी तो एक कॉम्प्लिकेटेड लीगल तरीके से वो लिख के देगा जहां मुझे भी नहीं समझ में आएगा, मेरे पीछे वाले को समझ में आए ना आए वो तो अलग बात है। बट ऐसा नहीं है, विल किसी भी तरह से लिखी जा सकती है, सिंपल भाषा में। अंग्रेजी में लिखना जरूरी नहीं है, हिंदी में लिखना जरूरी नहीं है, किसी भी भाषा में आप लिखें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है उसके लिए। सो इट कैन बी इन एब्सोल्युटली सिंपल लैंग्वेज, एंड The law relating to wills is found in the Indian Succession Act. So, will is also a legal document. Though, if you will see the characteristic of a will, it has a lot of flexibility as compared to any other legal document. हम ट्रस्ट देखें, हम फैमिली अरेंजमेंट देखें, हम कोई भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देखें, कुछ भी देखें, it has a lot of flexibility. The reason for that is 2 or 3-fold. One is, a will is a unilaterally prepared document. Please remember, there are no two parties to a will. Okay? There are no two parties to a testamentary declaration. जो अगर आपको will modify करना है, तो वो modification में भी आप ही खुद करते हो, कोई और कुछ नहीं करेगा. मगर एक ट्रस्ट हो, उसमें मिनिमम 3 चीज, एटलीस्ट 2 या 3 तो व्यक्ति चाहिए, एक सेटलर, एक बेनिफिशियरी, एक ट्रस्टी, राइट? सेटलर ट्रस्टी एक हो सकता है, ओके, मगर 2 लोग तो मिनिमम चाहिए. फैमिली अरेंजमेंट में भी परिवार होने के लिए एक से ज्यादा लोग चाहिए. तो विल एक ऐसी चीज है जहां 2 लोग आपको नहीं चाहिए. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. तो इन सेक्शन 2 subsection 1 of the Indian Succession Act, there's a definition of will. वो पढ़ते हैं. A will is the legal declaration of the intention of a testator. Testator वो होता है जो will बनाता है. अगर लेडी will बनाती है, जैसे अनुपमा बनाए, तो उनको टेस्टेट्रिक्स कहा जाता है. बट टेस्टेटर का मतलब है जो इंसान will बनाता है. A will is the legal declaration of the intention of a testator with respect to his or her property which he or she desires to be carried into effect after his or her death. बहुत ही सिंपल. मेरी प्रॉपर्टी है, मुझे उसका क्या करना है, उसका हक है. मुझे ये भी कहने का हक है कि मैं इस दुनिया में ना रहूं तो उसका क्या करना चाहिए, और वो जो मैं करता हूं उसको विल कहते हैं. विल, as I was saying, is a dynamic document. It can be revoked any time during the life of the testator. जब तक मैं जिंदा हूं तब तक ये विल को कैंसिल करके दूसरी, तीसरी, चौथी, 5वीं, 10वीं, 100वीं बना सकता हूं. ठीक है? और पुराने रिवोक भी कर सकता हूं. उसके लिए थोड़े से सेफ गार्ड्स हैं, वो हम आएंगे थोड़ी देर के बाद. अच्छा, ये एक मिथ्या है कि एक आदमी की एक ही विल होनी चाहिए. दैट इज नॉट ट्रू. यू कैन मेक as many wills as you have properties. और ये कब काम आता है? ये ऐसे ही बुलेट पॉइंट ऐसे ही नहीं डाला गया. कब काम कब आता है? जब आपके पास अलग अलग देशों में या अलग अलग राज्यों में प्रॉपर्टी हो. और अलग अलग देशों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है. मैं कहता हूं क्यों. आप इंडिया में से, आपके पास इंडिया में एक प्रॉपर्टी है, इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी. आपके पास लंदन में एक इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी है. सुबह बात हुई थी लंदन की प्रॉपर्टी की, इसलिए बात करते हैं. तो इंडिया की जो इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी है, इट इज गवर्न्ड बाय इंडियन लॉ. उसको ट्रांसफर करने के लिए एक इंडियन डॉक्यूमेंट चाहिए आपको. यूके अगर आप जाओगे तो आपको एक यूके का डॉक्यूमेंट चाहिए. अच्छा, उस इंडियन डॉक्यूमेंट में अगर यूके की प्रॉपर्टी का मेंशन है तो आपको इंडियन कोर्ट बोलेगा कि सर जी, ये यूके का प्रॉपर्टी का आपने क्या किया, ये तो मेरा जुरिस्डिक्शन है ही नहीं. तो आप वहां से लेके आओ कि उसका क्या होने वाला है, उसका प्रोवेट लेके आओ. यूके बोलेगा इंडिया का प्रोवेट लेके आओ. हो गया खत्म. तो इसलिए अगर आपके पास 2 या 2 से ज्यादा देशों में प्रॉपर्टी है, एंड इट्स नॉट ओनली इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, माइंड यू, इट कैन बी मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी ऑल्सो. बट हम हमेशा यही सलाह देते हैं, प्लीज मेक डिफरेंट wills, and it is not necessary that those different wills have to be executed in those 2 different countries, because people have that also as a problem. that मैं अमेरिका कब जाता हूँ भी, मेरे पास प्रॉपर्टी तो है, मेरा बेटा रहता है वहाँ पर, मैं अब मेरी उम्र हो गई, मैं वहाँ जा नहीं पाऊंगा, 15 घंटे की मिनिमम डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट है, मैं वहाँ नहीं पहुँच पाऊंगा. तो वो भी जरूरी नहीं. मगर 2 विल होना जरूरी इसलिए है कि the court in the UK will have to deal with only the UK property, and the court in India will have to deal only with the India property. This is a very practical thing. It has nothing to do with the law. Okay. In case I do not provide for some property in my will, then that property devolves as per testamentary law. So therefore, if I am a Hindu, it will go to my class 1 heirs in the proportion mentioned in the Hindu Succession Act, right? Or if I am a Muslim, it will devolve as per Sharia law. Or if I am a Jain or not Jain, sorry, a Christian or a Parsi, it will devolve as per Indian Succession Act provisions. तो प्रॉपर्टी का ये अगर प्रॉब्लम हो कि भाई मैं भूल जाऊं, इसलिए एक रेसिड्यूअरी क्लॉज ऐड किया जाता है, सेइंग दैट इसके अलावा मेरी कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी हो तो उसका डिस्पोजिशन इस तरह से किया जाना चाहिए. ये रेसिड्यूअरी क्लॉज बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है. ठीक है, मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. Who is a person competent to make a will? Okay, any person who is not a minor and who is not of unsound mind is capable of making a will. तो theoretically lower limit क्या है? Lower age limit 18 साल. 18 साल के एक दिन के बाद भी आप अपनी विल बना सकते हो. विल में ये भी लिख सकते हो कि अगर मैं भविष्य में कोई एसेट बनाऊं तो उस एसेट को इस तरह से डिस्पोजल करना है मेरे जाने के बाद. ठीक है ना? तो ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है कि मेरे पास आज प्रॉपर्टी हो. प्रैक्टिकली हम लोगों को ये कहते हैं कि आपके पास प्रॉपर्टी हो उसके बाद बनाइए. लेकिन थियोरेटिकली अगर किसी को लगता है कि मैं आई एम 18 years old, I am going to be the next Narayan Murthy of India, right? Then I can make a will at the age of 18 and say that the company that I will create, the value that will, arise has to be distributed in the following manner. So 18 years is the normal or the minimum age limit. People who are deaf, dumb, blind can and should also make their will. The reason for that is that a disability does not disentitle you from having property. It also does not make you that much dependent that you will, not think of disposing of that property. If I am unfortunately not fully developed in all my senses, that does not mean I cannot own property. That does not mean I cannot dispose of property even if I receive it from my father. So they should also make their will. Person cannot make a will where his state of mind is not sound. इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर मेरी परिस्थिति ऐसी नहीं है कि मैं समझ नहीं रहा हूं मैं क्या कह रहा हूं या मैं क्या लिख रहा हूं. Can happen due to a state of intoxication, can happen due to a state of taking more medicines, can happen due to some period of temporary insanity, right? People have this. Schizophrenia hota hai. But a schizophrenic in his lucid state of mind can make a will, and if it is proved that when the will was made, the person was in a lucid state of mind, even though otherwise he may not be in his complete senses at the time when the will is being probated, is that valid? That will is still valid. Next slide. Two types of wills. For us, it's called privileged will. For soldiers on the battlefield, it's called unprivileged will. Two characteristics of an unprivileged will before, and we'll not spend too much time, but in case you have clients in the army, you can tell them, or in any of the armed forces. If I am on a mission or I am on the battlefield and I don't have time to write a will, I can, in the presence of my superior officer, tell him what I want in terms of my property being disposed of after I am no longer there. And that is called a privileged will. So it need not be in writing, unlike your will, which has to have two witnesses, which we will come to. That privileged will can have only one witness, but that witness must be a superior officer. Itna hi hai in terms of the armed forces. Now, I think we'll talk about very quickly joint wills. Joint wills is something that nobody advocates, but yes, you can have joint wills. That you can make mutual wills, it's fine. You know, I leave everything to my wife leaves everything to me. Those are mutual wills. But joint wills means that I and my wife or I and somebody else make a joint document, which generally we do not advocate, though it is not prohibited by law. There are various reasons, we'll not go into it, not we'll spend all our time only doing wills, right? Oral wills, wills cannot be oral except in the case of Muslims or privileged wills, as we saw. Muslim, because they are governed by Sharia law, they have a specific law where oral wills are allowed. And to some extent of their property, we'll not again go into all of this. Holograph will is a handwritten will, easier to show that the testator knew about it, his own handwriting. Contingent or conditional will, I can make my bequest meaning जो मैं देता हूँ, conditional or contingent, and that bequest will kick in only and only when that condition is fulfilled, but that is possible. Till that condition does not happen, the will not take effect. So if I say that I will leave everything to my wife, provided I come to Amravati for the RRC, right? And God forbid I pass away before then that will has no meaning. Okay? Living will is really not a will. It's just a declaration by a person of how he wants to be dealt with, either before he dies or just after he dies. But that is not in respect of the property, that is in respect of his own this thing. So it's a living will saying that मुझे ये करना, मुझे blood transfusion नहीं चाहिए, मुझे ये नहीं चाहिए, मुझे chemotherapy नहीं चाहिए, वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. International will, again मैंने कहा किसी भी भाषा में हो सकती है. So you can make it in any language, you can execute it in any jurisdiction wherever you are, उसमें कोई problem नहीं है. Now the next slide, which is the important thing on execution. So will must be signed. Signature का मतलब ये नहीं आप अपना नाम लिखो. सबसे पहला, you can have any identification mark or a thumb impression also. Thumb impression notary के सामने करना उचित है, जरूरी नहीं है, उचित है. Okay. Testator is required to sign the will in presence of two witnesses. Only 2 points I want to make. One is, please choose witnesses who are younger than you are. It's very practical. It's very practical because given you never know, who will pass away, and therefore, at least when you choose witnesses who are younger than you are, it is not going to, the balance of probability is that they will still remain if your will is going to be contested, God forbid. Second one, and again not mandatory but very recommended, and not because I come from a family of doctors, but please get a doctor to be one of the witnesses. It is so much easier. It is implied that you were in sound mind when he witnesses it, right? Because it is the doctor's duty. He takes a Hippocratic oath that he will not indulge in any malpractice, and therefore if you are not in sound mind, he should ideally not attest that will at all. People are not true to their oaths, that's a different issue, but at least the presumption as far as a court is concerned is that you are in sound mind. So please have a doctor attest your will, right? It is not necessary that your witness knows the content of the will. You need not tell him anything at all. All that he is attesting when he is signing as a witness is that you have signed in his presence and he and the other witness have signed in each other's presence. सो विटनेस को कोई चीज बताने की जरूरत नहीं. अगर विटनेस आपके पास आता है, ओवर स्मार्ट चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स लाइक मी सेइंग मुझे बताओ, नहीं तो मैं साइन नहीं करूंगा, यू टेल हिम गो टेक अ वॉक, मुझे नहीं बताना, ठीक है ना. सो they should sign the will on each page also. This is again practical, not mandatory, but very practical to say that please initial each page so that page badli nahi ho. अभी ये तो हम जानते हैं ना, पेज बदली करना तो you know how it is, right? Will is not to be executed on a stamp paper or anything like that, so कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. Whether a will should be registered or not, let's look at the next slide. Will need not technically be registered, okay, and the only thing that a registration of a will does is that it proves that somebody had made a will. That will is open to challenge. So if some of your heirs come up with a valid unregistered will after you have executed that one registered, or testator has executed that one registered will, then that second will be recognized by the court as being his last will, okay. So in the will typically you write that this is my last will and testament, and I hereby revoke all testamentary declarations made by me till date. वो लिखते हैं, right? It's a matter of prudence, everybody writes it. So that is, but as I said, registration does not do anything. Only thing is that your signatures and your witness signatures cannot be challenged because you have signed in the presence of sub-registrar. तो वो गड़बड़ ये होती है. I have had a case where there was a very good lawyer who acted as a witness to a particular will. Now that lawyer unfortunately passed away. The will went into dispute because some of the heirs had a problem. The thing that guy came up with, the person who was contesting the will, is, देखो, this person has signed the will in Gujarati. He typically signs documents in English. So why has he signed this will in Gujarati? Therefore, there is some hanky-panky. वो मैटर चल रहा है कोर्ट में, वो 20 साल तक चलेगा, भगवान जाने क्या होगा. लेकिन these sort of things at least will get avoided if you sign in the presence of a sub-registrar, right? Another alternative is that you can put your will in a seal cover and give it to the registrar, but that does not give you that kind of protection that would give you otherwise. Next, will, as we saw, can be revoked. हम ज़्यादा कुछ वो उसमें करेंगे नहीं. I have to specifically revoke a will, or I have to tear or destroy that will for it not to be. अगर ऊपर से एक ऐसा क्रॉस कर दिया तो that is not allowed. That's not a revocation of the will. Okay. If I am a Parsi or a Christian, if I execute a will before I get married, on my marriage, it automatically gets revoked. Valid reason, because now I have a spouse, right? I ordinarily am expected to provide for a spouse also. But in case of Hindus or Muslims, this is not applicable, because we are not governed by that provision of the Indian Succession Act. We have our own laws, and unfortunately our own laws do not have this protection to say that I need give something to the spouse. The Indian Succession Act that way is more spouse friendly, and it does not apply only to the ladies, mind you, it applies to the ladies executing the will for the gents as well. And importantly, if I revoke will 1, I substitute it by will 2. I revoke will 2. It does not mean will 1 gets reinstated. It only means both of the wills are now revoked, and therefore there is no will unless I am able to produce will 3. So please make sure that, sometimes clients come and say, अरे ये तो second will है, अभी first will valid है. ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं होता, right? Okay. Probate is only a certification of the will, but it is important because all your financial institutions, etc., will want the probate. Probate takes time, right? At least in Bombay it does. I don't know how much in Nagpur bench it does, but Bombay mein bahut time lagta hai, particularly if the will is disputed. There are of course people who can get it done in a shorter period, but 1-1.5 saal to fir bhi minimum lagta hai. Next. Now, what can I dispose of by a will? So, any property which I can dispose of while I am living can be disposed of by way of a will also, right? Look at it this way, that supposing, as I said, I have something which I would build in future. There is no real property, but can I provide for it? Yes, the answer is yes. If I am a trustee of a property, can I will that? Can I? Why? Because I have no power. No, I have a power of disposition, but that power of disposition is fettered by my trust deed, right? It is regulated by my trust deed. By becoming trustee, I don't get the power to dispose it of the way I want. Even if I get it, that power has to be given to me by the trust deed. So, I cannot will away that property. Can I will away the fact that now that I will not be trustee, I want Premal Gandhi to be trustee? The answer is no, that also I cannot do. Okay. Bequest with repugnant conditions, impossible to fulfill conditions are of course not allowed. Ye examples hain, pad lijiyega. Next. Tax implications of a will. Okay. Tax implications are no transfer of any asset to anybody under a will is taxable. 47(3) is there. So therefore, I can leave property in favor of non-relatives. There is an exception under 56(2), right? That if there is a will, then there is no this thing. So 56(2) has this exception. 47 has this exception. But one has to remember that will is something that will come into effect only after I am not there. So if I want to transfer something which I want till while I am alive, then that's a problem. I can create what is called a life interest for somebody in the property, which I think we in that repugnant conditions I forgot to mention. So life interest is that person X has the authority to enjoy the property till he or she lives, after which it will devolve as per my wishes. That is called creating a life interest in a property. I can create a life interest in a property. Supposing I have an old mother, right? किस context में ये काम आता है देखिए. I have an old mother. I also have wife and children. I want to protect that old mother, saying that God forbid something happens to me, right? My wife should not drive her out of the house, and this is not kyunki saas bhi kabhi bahu thi anupama, so don't hold it against me, right? But fact of the matter is, and it could be my wife's mother for all that care, right? So the whole point is that if I have somebody who is an older relative, I can provide that so long as that person survives, she has a right to reside in a particular property. That's called creating a life interest in the property. Even if that property is rented, supposing I want to provide for somebody again, to say that so long as that particular person is alive, I have somebody who is a relative who is not mentally very sound, he is in institutional care. I have a property, I get some rent from the property. I want that property rent to be applied for the benefit of that person, take care of his hospitalization, institutional bills, etc. Us surat mein, I can create a life interest for that person in the property, saying जब तक वो जिंदा है तब तक ये income जो है वो उसी के लिए apply होगी. और ये trust नहीं होता, it's called creating a life interest. Trust is an obligation, थोड़ा सा अलग है, हम थोड़ी देर के बाद उसका बात करेंगे. मगर I can do that. Coming back, tax implication. Now, I would think ज़्यादा issue नहीं है in terms of all of this, except for two small points. One, if I give up my right to contest a will and somebody pays some money to me for that, is that amount taxable or not? In my view, it is not. It's a capital receipt. There are decisions to say that. If I give up the right to receive my contribution, right, that may not be, and again, that's an inchoate right. I may or I may not get anything. So somebody says, okay, we are two brothers. My brother tells me, I will pay you X amount of money. I want you to not, tell your father that you cut him off from his will. Possible. Possible. Anyway, 56(2) will not apply. It comes from a relative. But if this comes from a non-relative, it's suspicious. We have to understand. So ये planning नहीं है before somebody gets bright ideas, right? ये planning नहीं है. ये practical चीजें हैं. Will is typically a succession planning tool. It is not a tax planning tool at all. So tax planning through will itself is a misnomer. वो अलग बात है कि हम लोग इसको डाल दिए एक साथ में. चलिए. Next slide. Expenses incurred on granting probate. Can I claim a deduction from the income of the estate? The answer is no. Okay. Even if I am the sole beneficiary, my capacity as beneficiary and capacity as executor is different. अब इसमें एक tax planning की बात करते हैं. If I have a will, ये ध्यान से सुनना, बड़े ही ध्यान से, and that will is not probated for some reason or the other, till that time my estate continues as a separate file. Status of that estate is individual, ठीक है, and I can get a basic exemption limit अलग से, but that will be pertaining to the property of that deceased only. अगर उसके पास passive income है और for whatever genuine reason, again, I'm not saying we do this ad infinitum, but 2-3 साल तो अगर probate नहीं लिया, कुछ हुआ, पूरा documents नहीं मिला, तो वो file खींच सकती है. So if to that extent, some planning is possible, where of course I have to do now online में ना बड़ा complicated हो गया. I have to put a legal heir, उसका certificate डालो, ये डालो, वो डालो. But in the good old days at least ये possible था, आज भी possible है, सिर्फ एक process उसका follow करना है. But 2-3 साल तक ज़्यादा कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी कि आप मैंने will के probate को apply किया, अब तक हुआ नहीं है, whatever. So executor चला सकता है, but executor की एक liability. Executor की liability वो है कि उसको return भरना पड़ेगा, उसको assessment करना पड़ेगा, उसको property की जो income है उसमें से tax भरना पड़ेगा. अगर tax property की income से नहीं recover किया, तो executor को एक बार तो जेब से भरना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद जब वो property distribute होगी, he can claim it from that property or from the legal heirs, the ultimate legal heirs. But एक बार उसको टैक्स भरना पड़ेगा. So एक प्लस साइड है उसका, एक माइनस साइड भी है कि ये फाइल चला सकते हो, लेकिन उसका एक डाउन साइड है कि खुदा ना खास्ता अगर किसी ने गलत सलत असेसमेंट कर दिया, जो आजकल फेसलेस में बहुत होता है, तो वो चैलेंज है. ओके, नेक्स्ट वन. Yes, executor is not a legatee of his will. His obligation is to obtain a probate of the will and is to administer. So if I accept, and please, when somebody tells you, you act as executor of my will, think about what obligation you are creating for yourself. God forbid, if his heirs fight, then as executor it is your duty to get that will probated. अभी उसमें काउंटर विल, ये विल, वो सब 20 साल तक झगड़ा चलेगा, आप एज एग्जीक्यूटर 20 साल तक लगे रहो. सो एग्जीक्यूटर बनना बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है. नॉर्मली प्रॉब्लम है, और विल को प्रोबेट लेने की जिम्मेदारी भी आप ही की है, कोई बेनिफिशियरी जाकर के विल का प्रोबेट ले तो वो गलत है, राइट? आपको ही विल की प्रोबेट लेनी है अगर आप नेम्ड एग्जीक्यूटर हो तो वो एक चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है कि यू हैव टू बी रेडी टू डिस्चार्ज योर ऑब्लिगेशन एज दी. Okay. Then this Ramesh Verma says that who has to show that the will is valid? किसको बताना है कि will valid है? Who on whom is the burden to show that a will is valid? The person who makes an application to the court. Okay. So if somebody challenges that will to be invalid, then it is his job to show that the will is invalid. If I am applying for probate, it is my responsibility to show that the will is valid as executor. Somebody wants to challenge, he has to challenge it that way. So one has to be conscious of the fact that on whom the burden of proof lies. Next slide. An executor has in that capacity no interest in the estate. Right? He may have an interest as a beneficiary, but he has not, he has to be separate in terms of the role as executor. Okay. What is this? Okay. That's fine. ये छोड़ देते हैं. The testator's interest and important. Now, if I have two sections in a will which appear to be contradictory to each other, right, or don't appear to be in harmony or synchronization, तो उसका क्या होगा? Court will look at the entirety of the will. It will not look at ये part में ये था, वो part में वो था. वो court नहीं देखेगा. Court देखेगा what is the entirety of that will. The page number is 15. Right? So one has to discern the intention of the testator from the entire will. Now, if I as executor, God forbid, and come back to our tax planning idea, if I as executor do not send the will immediately for probate, does it mean that that will automatically becomes invalid? No, says Supreme Court in Sushila Matthews' case, saying that nothing doing just because somebody did not apply for a probate, okay, does not mean that this will becomes dislodged. So, very, very important. Please remember that this planning is possible, limited period, as I told you. With this, I come to the end of the wills. Does anybody have any questions on wills? एक चीज खत्म करके बाद में जाएंगे. सवाल हो तो ऐप में. चलो, next. Now let's move to family arrangement. Private trust थोड़ा सा later आते हैं, right? Because private trust है ना, थोड़ी सी complicated चीज है. Family arrangement, go to slide 33. 33. बस. So, आप लोगों के हिसाब से ये डेफिनेशन छोड़ दीजिए एक बार. फैमिली अरेंजमेंट कब करते हैं? एवरीबॉडी इज अस्लीप. हाँ, कब करते हैं? बोलिए ना सर. करेक्ट, करेक्ट. जॉइंट फैमिली होगी. उस फैमिली में डिस्प्यूट्स या हैं या होने की संभावना है. फैमिली के पास प्रॉपर्टी है जो जॉइंट फैमिली प्रॉपर्टी, ठीक है ना? और जॉइंट फैमिली प्रॉपर्टी में जो सारे फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं उनका या तो एक हक है या एक होप है कि मेरा हक कहीं लग जाएगा, राइट? उस सूरत में if we want to allocate the rights, of the parties amongst each other. That is the only time when we can do a family arrangement. We misuse family arrangements blatantly. I'm telling you. I have seen cases where people come to me saying, I am not a Hindu family, I want to do family arrangement. I said, किस सूरत में करोगे? It is applicable to joint family property. Joint family property, there is no law to have joint family property unless you hold it and you've been holding it. But succession laws have to permit. Yeah, you tell me your grandfather has made a will saying all of you will hold this jointly, and your father has carried it forward if he is no longer surviving. So usually, please remember, number one, I have to be a family. Number two, there has to be joint family property. Number three, I have to have some antecedent title or at least hope of a title in that family property. Number four, I have to either have a dispute or there must be impending disputes. Impending disputes देख के ना हम बहुत खुश हो जाते हैं. आज तो कुछ नहीं है, कल हो सकता है ना, ऐसा नहीं है. You have to have a situation where something is brewing within the family. You have to prove something is brewing, right? कहीं खटक रहा है कुछ, एंड वो कुछ खटक रहा है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस अगर किसी ने पूछा दिखाओ मुझे, तो आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा. ऐसा नहीं मेरे मन में सब कुछ खटक रहा है, मुझे मेरा भाई पसंद नहीं, बस ऐसा नहीं. डिस्प्यूट का मतलब है रियली somebody making a claim against the other party. और impending disputes मतलब उसके एक स्टेज पहले. impending disputes का मतलब ये नहीं मेरे मन में एक dispute है. So please be very careful when clients come to you. Family arrangement is a great way to allocate property between extended family members. Family does not mean relatives as defined in 56(2)(10) or 56(2)(7) to be precise. But मेरा कहना सिर्फ ये है कि ध्यान से, क्योंकि there are non-relatives involved. अगर God forbid ये family arrangement नहीं recognize हुआ, then there are severe tax implications on people, right? If I have no title and I get it, then who will give me the property? उसको भी problem, मैं दूँ उसको भी problem. If there are unlisted shares, right? कभी कभी companies के somebody says 50 CA लगाओ, 56(2)(10) लगाओ, double whammy कौन करेगा? Next slide. So these are some decisions which I will leave with you, right? 34, 35, right? We've already talked about what the characteristics are. 34 and 35 only talk about the same things. But be sure that whatever we're discussing has been blessed by the courts, by the Supreme Court. Go to 36. Family, as I was saying, again there's a decision which means that what does a family mean? A family has to be given a wider meaning. It cannot be confined to a group of persons who by law has the right to succession. Accordingly, in a family arrangement, the word family is to be seen in a wider context and do not get restricted to immediate family. So 56(2)(10) wala family nahi hai, relatives nahi hai. Okay. Now, somebody, as I was saying, last ये देखिए रामचरण दास वाला, a party who takes benefit under a family settlement need not necessarily be shown to have under the law a share in the property, and all that is necessary to show that the parties are related to each other in some way and have a possible claim to the property or even a semblance of a claim on some ground or the other. So even if that is the case, then you can do a family arrangement. So sometimes if something like that is there and there is a genuine dispute, reorganization is possible through a settlement. Now, we'll not go to Hindu undivided family. I think we all know what is HUF. So skip 37 and 38. Let's go to 39 very quickly. Family arrangement, as we saw, is not a transfer under 247. Why? Each family member already possesses a prior claim which is being transacted. The aim is to favor the family by resolving disputed rights, thus resulting in avoidance of legal proceedings. It is exactly like what we had in Mohan Bhai Pamabai. It is a working out of rights. That was dissolution of a partnership, please remember. But here the concept is the same. I and every member of my extended family have a right, and this is only a working out of that right. This merely formalizes the individual rights to the family properties. There is no taxable profit, therefore. Okay? Now, it does not involve a transfer because it does not involve a sale, it does not involve an exchange, it does not involve relinquishment of an asset, and it does not involve extinguishment of any rights therein, because it is only a working out of those rights. Again, decisions of what is an exchange, what is the working out has come. Next slide. Last or second last point as far as family arrangement is concerned. Can a company be part of a family arrangement? The answer to that by Bombay High Court is no, saying that companies are not family members. Companies have no, sorry, somebody get, no, all right. It's only the screen, right? Nobody got hurt. Yeah. Companies have no claim to the property, and companies are persons, and therefore the answer is companies cannot be parties to a family arrangement, so says Bombay High Court. Problem with that proposition somewhere is that company is now a accepted way of doing business, and therefore typically any family of any decent size will have companies, and therefore how do you deal with this? The challenge with this is how do you deal with this? One will have to, of course, in the jurisdiction of Bombay, respect the Bombay High Court judgment. But I would think that again, company is only a form of organization. So in an income tax scenario, a company may be a person, but if family arrangement is not something which is an income tax proceeding, it is something which is a civil proceeding. One has to understand that this is a organization of business in a particular manner. But anyway, we have this Bombay High Court the way it is. Not that people are not doing it, people still do it, but it is what it is. So this is family arrangement. We come to private trust, and Dharan Gandhi here has written a very beautiful paper on private trust, which he had just shared with me. So, request for his inputs also, page 17. So, the concept of trust, आप जानते हो कहाँ से आया? कहाँ से आया? अंग्रेज चले गए, ट्रस्ट छोड़ गए. It's a concept which is evolved from English law. We may have an Indian Trusts Act 1882, but the concept was introduced to us by the British. In an informal context, we had a trust in the form of an HUF, which ultimately cast responsibilities on the Karta to be a trustee, right? And to deal with the property, of course, to the benefit of the beneficiaries or the other members of the family. But this formalizing of a trust arrangement came to us from the British, and an Indian Trusts Act 1882 was enacted, which defines trust as like this. A trust is an obligation annexed to the ownership of property and arising out of a confidence reposed in and accepted by the owner, or declared or accepted by him for the benefit of another or another and the owner. बहुत complicated definition, right? समझ में कुछ नहीं आया ना, मुझे भी नहीं आया. Simple चीज समझाते हैं. I want to provide for the benefit of some person or a group of persons. I create an instrument, I enter into an agreement with Dharan Gandhi, who is the trustee, to say that all of us will reach back home safely, and if there is anything to be done, train ka kuch ho gaya, so he will arrange for flight tickets. That is also an arrangement of trust. I am reposing trust कि वो मेरे को flight में पहुंचा तो देगा बम्बई. Of course, for that सिर्फ ये नहीं होता. I have to deposit something which is called trust property. So इतना आसान नहीं है जितना हमको लगता है. I have to deposit some money or property which is called trust property. I tell Dharan Gandhi that God forbid something happens to us, you will get us home. For this is the property, you have to spend money from here. This is broadly an arrangement of trust. Okay? Simple, without reading into all these complications. It's not that I can have one trustee, it's not that I can have one beneficiary, but I have to be one settler. That is very clear. That I will settle. I am the person who creates an obligation in favor of Dharan. I cast a responsibility onto Dharan to say that a group of people have to be benefited from something. That is a trust. Simple. Now, person who reposes or declares the confidence is called the author or the settler of the trust, which in our case is me. Right? The person who accepts the confidence, I didn't hear an acceptance, but I am thrusting the acceptance on him, he is the trustee. The person for whose benefit the confidence is accepted is called the beneficiaries. Beneficiaries, all of us. Single beneficiary or many. The subject matter of the trust is called trust property. I deposit 50,000 rupees saying, Bhaiya, flight mein pahuncha dena. That is the trust property. And what all of us have is called a beneficial interest in that property. Okay? A trust always is a limited life entity. So it is not an obligation. I should not use the word entity. It's a limited life obligation. So kabhi na kabhi all trusts have to end. There is no trust which can happen in perpetuity. Okay? There is also a rule against perpetuity which we will not talk about because it will get into one more this thing. But take it from me that no trust will survive in perpetuity, private trust at least. Now, who is the legal owner of this 50,000 rupees? Mr. Gandhi, here, Dharan Gandhi, that is. Two Gandhis, so difficult. But Dharan is the legal owner of that property. He can choose to invest it, he can choose to spend it, he can choose to let it be the way it is. Right? And therefore, from an income tax perspective, who is the person who will be assessed? Dharan Gandhi. Why? Because he has the power of disposition on that property. This assessment is going to be separate from his own assessment. Why? Because he is not the absolute owner. He has fetters on this ownership. He has to do something with it which I have told him to, which I have declared that he should do. So, he has to be an assessee in a separate capacity. Dharan Gandhi individual, Dharan Gandhi as trustee of XYZ Trust will have two different pans. Okay? Third point. How will this assessment be done? The assessment will be done in the same manner and to the same extent, in a like manner and to the same extent as if all of us beneficiaries were being assessed. So, we will come to what like manner and same extent is. But concept one has to understand. Trust is not a person. Trust is not an entity. Trust is not a unit of assessment as we think. Who is the unit of assessment? The trustee. Okay? Clear? Sure. Now move on to the next slide. So, person is not a trust is not a person. 160 defines representative assessee. Subclause 4 recognizes trustee as a representative assessee. And subclause 5 also. Now, a trust can either be in writing or can be oral. Usually it is always in writing. Let us forget about oral trust. One more complication I don't want to get into. Okay. Next slide. Now, what is the provision that governs the assessment of this trustee? Let's look at 161.1. It says a representative assessee, as regards to the income in which he is a representative assessee, is subject to the same duties, responsibilities and liabilities if the income were income accruing or received by him beneficially. So, as I was saying, Dharan Gandhi is liable in his own name. That assessment shall be deemed to be made as representative in only his representative capacity. Tax shall be recovered from him and levied in a like manner to the same extent as if it would have been recovered from the beneficiary. 161.1a says, if any such income includes profits and gains of business or profession, then the tax will be charged in respect of that income at maximum marginal rate. So, prior to 1985, when this was introduced, at least many people where I used to do articles, right, many of our clients used to actually have businesses in the name of private trust. And it was effectively one more file. Okay, it was really effectively one more file, because the status, and we'll come to that, would be individual, and you would get a basic exemption limit in respect of that trust income also. And you would be able to invest in, ATC type thing, claim ATL, all of those things also in the good old days. Okay. There is just one exception to this MMR 161.1a, that if I settle a trust or declare a trust by a will exclusively for the benefit of any dependent relative, and this trust is the only trust that I declare, then the income of this trust, if I may use that word loosely, income from such property put into trust, will not be taxable at MMR even if it is business income. Next slide. 164a, income of an oral trust is always taxed at maximum marginal rate. 165, if only part of a trust income is chargeable, income receivable by the beneficiary is deemed to be derived from chargeable income in the same proportion. So, if I have exempt income, right, which is 10% of my total income at the overall trust level, what I distribute to the beneficiary is also 10% exempt, 90% tax. So far so good. 166, direct assessment or recovery is not prevented as far as the beneficiary is concerned. But who has the choice? The choice is on the tax department. Sometimes in all of these, AIF trust वगैरह ना, right? आजकल बहुत, ये हो गया popular. There, people say आपको मैं एक statement दे देता हूँ, आप भर दो. Now you had 115 BB, तो उसके लिए, और BB क्या 115 UB, तो उसके लिए ठीक है, कोई issue नहीं. But typically the income is taxed in the hands of the trustee. It is up to the department to tax it in the beneficiary's hands. Of course, there are decisions to say that if you have taxed it once in the hands of the beneficiary, you can't tax the trustee again. You've taxed the trustee, you can't tax the beneficiary again. And that is absolutely clear कि इसमें double taxation नहीं होना चाहिए. Noble thing, also CBDT circular there. In clubbing, there is one mention of a trust which you have to remember. Section 61 says, and we'll come to what is revocable and irrevocable and thodi there. If there is a revocable trust or transfer, then the income of the asset covered under such revocable transfer is taxed in the hands of the transferor. But this has an exception, will not apply in case there is a transfer by way of a trust which is not revocable during the lifetime of the beneficiary, or a transfer which is not revocable during the lifetime of the transferee. So if I provide for a trust which says that I settle 1 lakh rupees for the benefit of my son, during his lifetime I can't revoke it. After he ceases to exist, either I or the trustee, whosoever is the trustee, has the power to revoke that trust. That trust typically will not, the income of that trust will never get clubbed in my hands. Otherwise what happens is, if I settle a revocable trust, always the taxability of the income of a revocable trust is in the hands of the person who has the power to revoke the trust. Not necessarily who revokes it, mind you, who has the power. So if I as settler have the power, it will be taxed in my hands. If the trustee has the power, it will be taxed in his hands. So one has to be very careful when drafting a trust deed in terms of course, revocable trust has its own advantages, mind you. It's not that it doesn't. But one has to be clear what you want. Next slide. Is trust an individual or an EOP? And let's take 2 or 3 scenarios. Settler individual, trustee individual, beneficiary individual. Status individual. No problem. Settler individual, trustee company, beneficiary individual. Individual? Okay. Settler individual, trustee company, beneficiary company. Company. Why? Like manner, same extent. बराबर? Complication थोड़ा बाद में करेंगे, पहले principle समझते हैं, before Dharan comes to. So one has to be very careful. Ordinarily one believes trust is an individual, but it is not. Okay? And look at what Bombay High Court said. Trustees derive their authority to carry on business not from the beneficiary, but from the settler under the terms of the deed of trust. They do not require the consent of the beneficiaries for exercising their authority under the deed of the trust. The authority is conferred to them by the settler. Beneficiaries are mere recipients of income earned by the trust. They have not come together for a common purpose. Therefore, there is no AOP, at least as far as more than one beneficiary is concerned. So, either, please remember, like manner and same extent बहुत ही important है in case of a determinate trust. We will come to what a determinate trust is. For an indeterminate or a discretionary trust, थोड़ा सा अलग ये करें. Again, India Advantage Fund, again not an AOP. So let's not look at it. Move on to the next slide. If all beneficiaries are individual, status is individual, there is no problem. Now let us see what discretionary trust said. Right? Deepak Family Trust. Determination of the status of an assessee is a part of process of computation of income. Necessary to look at the general principles for determining whether status of a trustees of a discretionary trust can be taken to be AOP or individual. Individual does not necessarily and invariably always refer to a single person. A group of individuals can also be individuals. So if I am a discretionary trust where I have discretion to distribute it to any beneficiary and all the beneficiaries are a group of individuals, then that status of that trust is still individual. Next slide. Now when one of the beneficiaries is a company, for example, or all the beneficiaries are not individuals, then what does that say? There is a very famous decision in case of Nizam's Family Trust, where it says it is assessable in the like manner and same extent. And therefore, what does this mean? If I am a specific trust, I can determine what it is. Then I will make as many assessments as they are beneficiaries. I have to theoretically take as many pans. Okay? I have to theoretically file that many returns. So if say I have 3 beneficiaries, Ashok Bhai, Premal and company X, and all of them are equal beneficiaries, and I earn 300 rupees, 100 rupees will be taxed as how Ashok Bhai would be taxed. 100 rupees would be taxed in my hands as how Premal would be taxed. And therefore, if say Ashok Bhai has, and this 100 rupees is capital gains, Ashok Bhai has capital losses which he can set off, then I have to compulsorily give him that set off when I file his my return in a representative capacity. Premal has nothing, so I have to tax the 100 rupees as Premal, pay tax as per whatever the rate comes to him. I add my income to his income, right? Whatever tax rate, surcharge जो भी आएगा उससे surcharge बढ़ भी सकता है, वो बढ़ेगा तो बढ़ेगा, उस रेट पे मुझे भरना पड़ेगा. कंपनी X का जो तीसरा 100 रुपया है, that I will tax as per corporate tax rate, 22% plus surcharge now, right? 115 BAP. तो वैसा है. One has to be therefore very clear in terms of what like manner and same extent means. Like manner and same extent means exactly as to how he would compute his income if I add it to his income. So if he has capital losses, he is entitled to the set off. If he, has carry forward depreciation and this is business income, he would be entitled to that. I'm saying, again, so maximum marginal rate is a different issue, but I'm saying if this was a trust of the type that we saw in section 61, then unabsorbed depreciation also. Now, what happens if I have a discretionary trust which ultimately I cannot make out who is that like manner, same extent, possible ही नहीं है, क्या करूँ मैं, right? My trust deed does not tell me who the beneficiaries are. There is a residuary clause saying अगर मुझे चाहिए तो मैं पूरा पैसा charity में दे सकता हूँ. There are a mix of beneficiaries which are companies, which are LLPs, which are individuals. तो उसका क्या करूँ? There, I would believe that one has no choice but to offer the income at maximum marginal rate. I don't think we have a choice, but that is what it is. Next, the income of a trust will bear the same character as in the hands of the beneficiary. So if I am distributing dividend, it will be dividend in the hands of the beneficiary. If I am distributing interest, it will be interest. AIF में आपको आता है अगर कोई AIF का client कोई investor है तो कि इतना dividend है, इतना interest है, इतना capital gains है, minus इतना expenditure. Okay, वो expenditure का deduction मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा वो doubtful है, but that's a different issue. Move to page 28. Discretionary trust distribution. Before that, let us, I don't think we talked about revocable. We talked about revocable, irrevocable, right? Now we'll talk about discretionary specific. Specific meaning all the beneficiaries and their share of the trust property are mentioned in the trust deed. लिखा है अशोक भाई 1/3, Premal 1/3, company X 1/3. Proper, specific, non-discretionary trust. Dharan Gandhi as trustee has no leeway. Change these facts. Ashok Bhai, Premal, company X are all beneficiaries. No specific mention as to किसको कितना पैसा देना. Becomes discretionary trust. Ashok Bhai saw 1/3, Premal 1/3, company X 1/3. But an obligation or a right to say that इनको किसी को कुछ नहीं देना तो charity में दे दो, still is a discretionary trust. So one has to be careful, read the trust deed very, 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 very carefully, right? So that you know. Now what happens to amounts that get distributed by discretionary trust, and which is very important. Ordinarily, income is taxed in the hands of the trustee, right? there is a Supreme Court decision in Kamlini Khatau to say that if the beneficiary receives the income in the same year, then the income is to be taxed also in the hands of the beneficiary. Okay, so one has to be careful in terms of how do you distribute proceeds of a discretionary trust. Typically what you do is, you earn income in year 1, you wait. You distribute the proceeds in year 2. The reason for that is that becomes capital or it adds to the trust property. Next slide. It doesn't become the income of that year, and therefore arguably this is not to be taxed in year 2, blessed by Bombay Tribunal, blessed by Supreme Court in Kamlini. Observations are here, blessed in Shantaben Patel's case also. So trusts are complicated, trusts are not simple. Next slide. Now when I contribute assets to a trust or money to a trust, does section 56(2) apply or not? Question for all of you. कभी कभी मेरे को भी क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहिए, I think. So does 56(2)(10) attract or not? मैंने ट्रस्ट सेटल किया, अभी 50,000 रुपए दिया, 50,000 का थोड़ा ज्यादा कर लो, 50,000 तक टैक्सेबल नहीं होगा. Say this becomes 75,000 for my air ticket. What happens? Does it get taxed in the hands of these 3 gentlemen or any of these 3 gentlemen? The answer to that is no. It is not without consideration. They have not received it without consideration at all. At least the trustee has not received it. We'll come to the beneficiary in a moment. The trustee has not received it without consideration at all. He has received it as the result of an obligation. It's not that he can do anything with the money. He has to be, we started out with this, that he has to be governed by the trust deed. Trust deed के बाहर वो कुछ नहीं कर सकता बेचारा trustee. So from that perspective, it is something that should not attract 56(2)(10). Now when the trust, which is earning income, it gets distributed, usually it gets taxed in the hands of the trustee at MMR, तो वो issue नहीं आना चाहिए. Again, income earned by the trust not distributed in the same year, once MMR, नहीं तो twice MMR same year हुआ तो, so one has to be careful. Okay, and distribution of assets of trust amongst beneficiaries. Technically, we believe no income should be chargeable, no 56(2)(10), no nothing. But again, you know, maybe we'll have some decisions at some point in time. So I think I will skip that slide on comparison of will and trust, and we'll spend 10 minutes on what I thought we would, you know, I had to take up as Haresh Bhai's this thing on faceless, the art of representation in faceless assessment. Now, we all know that we're having serious challenges in terms of faceless assessments, right? How do we try and make our own life simple? Okay, practical tips. We will not go into law, we will not go into circular, we will not go into this thing. First thing is, understand how this faceless scheme operates. How you will have receipt of communication. What is your registered mobile number? What is your registered email address? And how will you get that SMS verification? वो बहुत important है. That in a corporate or a partnership entity has to be of the right person. क्योंकि अगर समझो किसी एम्प्लॉय के नाम पे ये दे दिया, वो आदमी छोड़ के गया जिसका नाम और ईमेल आईडी वहाँ है, तो आपको एक भी नोटिस नहीं मिलेगा क्योंकि उसके मोबाइल पे जाएगा. He is least interested in क्या है. So please be very clear in terms of the fact that your communication has to be done to the right person. ये slide हटा दो. communication has to be done in the right manner. Okay, once you have now, and the other good practice I tell my juniors is, please check the portal on a regular basis, right? जरूरी नहीं है हर रोज करो, हमारे कोई क्लाइंट ऐसे नहीं जिसमें हर रोज कुछ आने वाला है, बट 10 दिन में एक बार तो करो. Nobody does that also. रिटर्न भर दिया, खत्म हो गया, नेक्स्ट रिटर्न आया तब पोर्टल खुलेगा, तब तक कोई कुछ नहीं करता. क्लाइंट को तो वैसे भी कुछ नहीं मालूम, हम लोग भी नहीं करते, राइट? सो वैसा मत करो. फ्रीक्वेंटली, पीरियोडिकली एटलीस्ट पोर्टल चेक करो कि क्या हुआ है वहां पे. कुछ हो आपके पास, जब मोबाइल पे आए या क्लाइंट बोले तब नहीं करना है, उसको चेक करना है. एटलीस्ट तो पता चलेगा. कुछ नहीं आया हो कोई बात नहीं ना, किसी का 10 मिनट वेस्ट हुआ, 10 मिनट भी नहीं, 5 ही मिनट लगता है एक्चुअली, तो 5 मिनट वेस्ट हुआ, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. थर्ड, आपके पास कोई कम्युनिकेशन आया डिपार्टमेंट से, देन व्हाट विल यू डू? सबसे पहले you have to read that communication very, very, very carefully. Find out if that communication has any technical flaws, right? You all know document identification number अगर कोई document पे नहीं है तो हमारे माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने कहा है उसको कूड़ेदान में फेंक देना है. तो उसको कूड़ेदान में फेंकने के लिए हमको पता तो होना चाहिए कब कूड़ेदान में फेंकना है, राइट? तो वो सारी चीज़ें जो टेक्निकल चीज़ें हैं, वेदर यू नो इन टर्म्स ऑफ सिग्नेचर है, डिजिटल सिग्नेचर, प्रॉपर अथॉरिटी का डिजिटल सिग्नेचर है, डिन नंबर है, सेक्शन प्रॉपरली कोटेड है, आपका नाम ठीक है, राइट? सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़, अगर आपका नाम ठीक से वहाँ नहीं लिखा, देन दैट नोटिस टू यू, टू माई माइंड, इज इनवैलिड. एंड आई नो आई एम स्टेटिंग समथिंग वेरी revolutionary, but I would think that it is invalid, even though my PAN number may be the same, because it has to be addressed to that right person. If you are not addressing it to the right person, it is not valid according to me. So please be very careful. वो हो गया. Now read the notice carefully saying आपको क्या क्या देना है. अगर 143(2) आया, टाइम लिमिट सब वो सब चेक कर लो, 142(1) आया सब चेक कर लो. Then make bullet points of what you have to give, because sometimes the notices are very cyclostyled, they are repetitive, they are, you know, एक चीज दो तरीके से अलग अलग पूछी जाती है. तो from that perspective make a list of bullet points. Then against each bullet point you make a list of what documents you need to submit. If there is a point where you need to write something by way of explanation, by way of paragraph, by way of quoting some judgment, right? You write that down separately, saying that ye ho gaya. Then you prepare your evidence that you need to do, right? उसका जैसे ट्राइब्यूनल में पेपर बुक बनाते हैं, इंडेक्स बनाओ, पेपर बुक बनाओ, serial number करो pages. Ashok bhai dealt with this thing, how many pages Ashok bhai? 3000 pages, right? तो ये करोगे तो easy होता है. Then you mention the point number against each, and then you prepare your written submission. Written submission भी बहुत ही मिनी स्कर्ट की तरह होना चाहिए. It must convey the right thing, but it must not show too much. So एकदम संभाल करके सबमिशन बनाना है. क्रिस्प शॉर्ट सेंटेंसेस. लंबी लीगल लैंग्वेज ना आपको समझ में आती है ना योग को समझ में आती है. आपको समझ में आती है जरूर, लेकिन योग को तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं आती. तो नो बिग लीगल फ्रेजेस विदाउट प्रेजुडिस, ये वो जरूरत है वहाँ यूज करो, लेकिन इनिशियल असेसमेंट सबमिशन में जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. पहले देर इज अ वेरी बिग टेम्पटेशन टू स्टार्ट विथ केस लॉ, सेइंग ये केस लॉ में ऐसा, वो मत करो. पहले प्लीज आपके फैक्ट्स समझाओ, राइट? उसमें क्या आपको आप कहना चाहते हो, फैक्ट्स आप क्या कहना चाहते हो, एंड देन इफ एट ऑल देयर इज सम सपोर्ट दैट यू नीड टू गिव, वो सपोर्ट दीजिए. फेसलेस का एक बात आप प्लीज समझ लीजिए. नंबर 1, you and the AO are not face to face with each other. So he or she is reading a submission which runs into potentially a few pages. Point 1. Point 2. He or she does not have the same proficiency of language. Right? There's so many parts of India where people just don't understand English. Right? हम हिंदी में सबमिशन देंगे तो कोई साउथ का कोई आएगा तो उसको कुछ नहीं समझेगा. सो अंग्रेजी एक कॉमन माध्यम है, 2 भाषाएं अलाउड हैं, राइट, राष्ट्रभाषा और अंग्रेजी सबमिशंस देने के लिए. लेकिन और हम यूजुअली अंग्रेजी में ही सबमिशंस देते हैं. तो सबमिशंस इस तरह से दीजिए कि एक ले पर्सन को भी समझ में आए. मैं कहता हूँ ना, मेरे वहाँ the temptation to use भारी भरकम language and the temptation to start quoting case law is very common. लोगों को लगता है हम बड़ी फर्म से है ना तो हमको ये सब आना चाहिए, नहीं तो प्रॉब्लम है, हमारा सबमिशन अच्छा नहीं दिखेगा, क्लाइंट को ही अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. ऐसा नहीं होता, राइट. कीप इट सिंपल, कीप इट शॉर्ट एंड सिंपल, किस, राइट. तो एज सिंपल एज दैट, वो हो गया, बना लिया. अब आपको ये डिसाइड करना है कि ये कितना बड़ा फाइल होने वाला है. देयर इज अ 10 MB लिमिट टू व्हाट यू कैन सबमिट, राइट. तो आपको एक से ज्यादा फाइल्स अपलोड करनी ही करनी है. नाउ इन योर कवरिंग लेटर you have to decide where you want to make a reference to submission 1, submission 2, submission 3, submission X, Y, Z, because you will have to upload different files. So you be intelligent in terms of पहले ही उसका विभाजन कर लीजिए कि आपको 10 MB में कितने पॉइंट्स का सबमिशन बैठेगा. तो उसको सबमिशन 1 कहिए, फिर सबमिशन 2 कहिए, फिर सबमिशन 3 कहिए. That will be easier, right? Annexure 1, Annexure 2, Annexure 3 with page number so and so, proper referencing. At least आदमी ढूंढता तो नहीं रह जाएगा बेचारा, वो वहां बैठा है, उसको कुछ नहीं समझ में आता 3000 पेज में. Okay, so that is the way to represent in assessment at the first stage. Now once that first stage is over, you will get a more specific notice. To that more specific notice, you have to first understand what the question is, because sometimes people are not clear in terms of what they only want to ask. आपने कितने ऐसे नोटिस देखे होंगे, वो एक सेंटेंस में एक पॉइंट भी बोल रहा है, दूसरा भी वही पैराग्राफ में बोल रहा है, तीसरा भी बोल रहा है, चौथा भी बोल रहा है. तो वी हैव टू बी क्लियर ऑन व्हाट इज बीइंग आस्क्ड, उसको कहाँ पेट में दुख रहा है, एंड व्हाट आर द पॉइंट्स. पहले बुलेट पॉइंट्स बनाइए बैठ के कागज पेंसिल पे कि आपको उसको क्या क्या बताना है. अब उसको एक ऑर्डर में बनाइए, सेइंग मुझे पहले ये बोलना है, उसके बाद ये बोलना है, उसके बाद ये बोलना है, और बाद में उसको एक्सपांड कीजिए. वी ऑफन टेंड टू डू द रिवर्स. हम पहले बड़ा बड़ा एक सबमिशन बनाते हैं, फिर इसको प्रेसी राइटिंग करने की कोशिश करते हैं. तो वो ना काउंटर प्रोडक्टिव होता है मेरे हिसाब से, टाइम भी वेस्ट होता है, और जो आपका डॉक्यूमेंट बन के आएगा ना, वो डॉक्यूमेंट इतना अच्छा भी नहीं बन के आएगा. सो वो करिए. उस चीज के करने के बाद आपने सेकंड अपलोड किया, आपको शो कॉज नोटिस आया. शो कॉज नोटिस, अगेन द सेम थिंग, यू हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल. एवरी कम्युनिकेशन फर्स्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ वैलिडिटी हैज टू बी चेक्ड, हैज टू बी चेक्ड एंड हैज टू बी चेक्ड, राइट. उसके बाद again the same thing, targeted response, short sentences, small paragraphs, and only the relevant case law has to be quoted. मुझे ये भी पता है कि मैंने बहुत सारे ऐसे सबमिशंस देखे हैं जहाँ 25 केस लॉ कोट होते हैं, वो 25 में से ना 3 ही केस लॉ रेलेवेंट, बाकी वो कहीं कुछ और बोल रहे हैं, कुछ है, दे आर नॉट नेसेसरीली जर्मेन टू द इशू. जर्मेन मीन्स इट बी नॉट कंप्लीटली अनरिलेटेड टू द इशू, लेकिन वो 3 कोट करने के बाद वो बाकी के 22 कोट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है आपको. तो which are your 3 case laws or whatever, even if it is one case law, which is the one which is bang on the point, वो आप लीजिए और उसका जवाब दीजिए. That will be better, right? This is only on the assessment proceedings. I would think practical tips in terms of what my experience is. Now video conferencing. Video conferencing, please always, I would believe, ask for video conferencing. As a matter of default submission in all your submissions, last line must be, if your honor does not agree with what I have submitted, please grant me an opportunity of being heard through video conference. Yet default line. If he does not give you, then at least you have a ground to take in appeal. If he gives you, now what happens? He will give you a date and a time, right? उसके पहले full तैयारी के साथ, you must know your submission inside out, all of this is a given. You have to test your system before, 1 hour before the date, time of video conference. Make sure you are in your office where Wi-Fi ठीक है, सब कुछ ठीक है. एक हमेशा backup रखो to your Wi-Fi. Either you carry another dongle or you know have your hotspot on your phone ready. Please keep that ready so that there is no problem. They give this video conferencing on this individual indigenously developed app, no? क्या video Divya ऐसा कुछ नाम? Divya. Sometimes it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, right? How long will you wait? 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour? Your choice how long you want to wait. But every 5 minutes, please ask your assistant to take a screenshot of the fact that it is not working. Okay? Please take every 5 minutes. एक ले लिया हो गया वैसा नहीं है. जब तक आप ऑनलाइन हैं तब तक every 5-5 मिनट का स्क्रीनशॉट ले लीजिए. जरूरी है. And then make another request. चलिए रिक्वेस्ट हो गया, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग शुरू हो गई. Now, he is there, he is not switching on his camera. Can you force him to switch on his camera? The answer is no, you cannot. He will ask you to switch on your camera. Can you refuse to switch on your camera? The answer is again no. So ये सब टाइम पास में टाइम ही वेस्ट नहीं करना. उसको करना करे नहीं करे, हम अपने पूरे एकदम तैयारी से मेकअप वेकअप करके तैयार हो जाते हैं. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. राइट? यू लुक योर बेस्ट इफ यू वांट. Then you start being polite. Okay, they will typically, my experience, they will say अच्छा आपको जो बोलना हो बोल दीजिए. So आप बोले जा रहे हो, वहाँ से कोई रिएक्शन आ नहीं रहा. Right? What at least I try and do is, I have not succeeded all the time. But एक point हो गया, सर ये मेरा first point है, आपको कुछ उस पे कोई विशेष टिप्पणी है? Do you have any reaction? Some people react. 60% of officers don't react. वो I don't even know what is doing behind that blank screen. वो है भी वहाँ बैठा कि नहीं बैठा मुझे पता भी नहीं. So I don't care. I go on to point 2, point 3, point 4, point 5. Last में ये बोलना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि sir, this is my submission. I have made my submission on all the points. I trust you have understood and registered all the points. If there is anything and you want a second video conference, please let me know. फिर वो दे ना दे उसकी मर्जी. But ये बोलना ज़रूरी है. Right? Once that happens, video conference is closed. Immediately apply for a recording. Immediately apply for a recording. This is one biggest mistake we do even in our big four firms. कोई recording नहीं मांगता. क्यों नहीं मांग रहे हो भाई? मांगो, अपना हक है यार. So that we know what we have said and what we have not said. Right? Because there's a lot of noise that happens in the order. वो कुछ भी लिखता है. अब हमने जो लिखा है वो हमारे पास है. हमने क्या बोला वो पता नहीं है. Right? And हमारे पास अगर face to face बोलते हैं तो हाँ वाकई में पता नहीं. Because it's a in-camera proceeding. But this is not an in-camera proceeding anymore. So why should you worry? मांगो बेशरम होके. Recording मांग लो. Keep it with you. Right? Same principles apply to appeals. I don't think we have the time. I can go on and on. 2 घंटे इसी के ऊपर बोल सकते हैं हम लोग क्या करना क्या नहीं. But I think with that, let me stop. Let me thank the Tax Bar Association Amravati. Let me thank the Vidharbha Tax Practitioners Association, and thank you all of you for a very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed an insightful session. All the 3 subjects were covered by him. He did justice to all the 3 subjects. And I think icing on the cake was the last part where he gave us tips on practically facing the faceless representations. And needless to say, your examples kept all of us awake every now and then. So I now take the opportunity to invite Vice President of VTPA, CA Ajit Gokarna, Nagpur, sir, and VTPA Joint Secretary, CA Naresh Jakotia, sir, from Nagpur, to present a memento to the speaker. CA Anish Thacker, sir, we are very, very grateful to you. We are very, very grateful to you for sharing your expertise. Thank you so much. I now request Rajesh Chandak, sir, to please take over.
Request CA Anupama to kindly be here for a moment. And I request President of Tax Bar Association Amravati and Advocate Jagdish Sharma ji to please come forward. VTPA President. आप सभी को यह बताते हुए बहुत खुशी है कि अमरावती ब्रांच ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की फर्स्ट लेडी चेयरपर्सन के रूप में सीए अनुपमा लड्ढा को इलेक्ट किया गया है और आप सभी की ओर से हम उनका हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं और बुके देकर फेलिसिटेट करते हैं. दोनों प्रेसिडेंट कृपया. और अनीश भाई, वुड यू प्लीज ज्वाइन ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ CTC प्लीज. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियां चाहता हूं. CA Anupama Ladha is the Managing Director of Tapriya City Center, Amravati, and very active member of Amravati branch, member of the executive body since last 3 years, and she has been elected unopposed in the elections here in the Amravati. Heartiest congratulations to you and look forward to the very active term as chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, विल्स के बारे में जो सेशन किया अनीश भाई ने, इतना कूलली, एकदम शांति से, इतने एक्सपर्ट और इतना ज़्यादा सेटल्ड उनका नॉलेज और एक्सपीरियंस है कि जो हम सभी के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा काम में आएगा और हमारे क्लाइंट्स के लिए और हमारे खुद के लिए, परिवार के लिए ये बहुत अच्छा गाइडेंस आज प्राप्त हुआ. यू मे बी हैविंग सर्टन क्वेश्चंस, उसके लिए हमने यहाँ पर एक QR कोड को फ्लैश किया था, अभी भी है. So you can scan it in your mobile and can send the queries. He will be very happy to provide us the replies and the solutions for the same. बड़े मुश्किल से ऐसे ज्ञानी और अनुभवी और हाई लेवल प्रोफेशनल्स हिंदुस्तान में जो मतलब उंगली पे गिनने जैसे प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, वे CTC मुंबई के थ्रू हमें अवेलेबल हुए हैं. एक बार जोरदार तालियां अनीश भाई के लिए और सभी स्पीकर्स के लिए for their wonderful presence here and for sharing of the knowledge. I hope you are ready for the 4th session. थोड़ा आपको ऐसा लग सकता है ये इतना तेजी से विदाउट ब्रेक आप एक के पीछे एक दे रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर इतना आसानी से ये लोग मिलते भी नहीं हैं और जो भी सवाल के जवाब यहाँ पर हो रहे हैं, जो सॉल्यूशंस दे रहे हैं, वे सभी बहुत ज़्यादा हमारे काम के हैं. इसके लिए हम इसको as far as possible we are trying to manage it in within time. And I wish to thank you अनीश भाई, आपने न सिर्फ अपना सेशन समय में लिया बल्कि जो हमारे हरीश भाई का सेशन था फेसलेस का, उसको भी अपने समय में कवर कर लिया. वेरी ग्रेशियस ऑफ यू. थैंक यू सर वंस अगेन. आपके लिए एक बार और तालियां बजाते हैं। और द नेक्स्ट सेशन, फोर्थ सेशन कंडक्ट करने के लिए मैं सीए दिनेश राजदेव को यहाँ आमंत्रित करता हूँ। आई थिंक टी विल बी सर्व्ड इनसाइड द हॉल। ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, हम बाहर जाना नहीं चाहते, 10 मिनट अपना हम कम नहीं करना चाहते। ओवर टू दिनेश प्लीज।
थैंक यू राजेश सर। 3 सेशन बहुत फास्ट बीत गए। खाना इतना बढ़िया था, खाना खाने के बाद आम रस और खींचा खाने के बाद में मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा था सर कि मैं यहाँ पे बढ़िया नींद करेंगे। तो हम लोग कुछ मेंबर ने ये डिसाइड किया कि यार पीछे बैठते हैं। फिर जब मैंने अनीस भाई का सेशन स्टार्ट में सुना, मैं फॉर्चुनेटली था कि मैं पीछे नहीं बैठा, लेकिन बहुत सर आपने बहुत मतलब पानी के जैसा क्रिस्टल ऐसा आपका सेशन चला। आपका तो चला सर, और बाकी 3 और स्पीकर्स का। हम लोगों का सर सब्जेक्ट एकदम ऐसा लगने लगता है कि बहुत इजी है। जब ऐसे मतलब बड़े स्पीकर्स बात करते हैं इनकम टैक्स के ऊपर में, व्हील्स के ऊपर में, तो काफ़ी ऐसा लगता है कि सेशन बहुत इजी है, सब्जेक्ट बहुत इजी है। I, Dinesh Sukanchan Rasdev, I am here to announce the 4th session of the day on the issue on assessments of charitable trust. I now request our past president TBA Amravati, Mr. Rajesh Mundra ji, an executive member of Amravati, CA DD Khandelwal ji, to escort speakers of the session, Mr. CA Premal Gandhi ji, Mumbai, to the dais and present a flower bouquet to him. Thank you, sir. I would like to give a brief introduction of the speaker. Mr. Premal Gandhi is a chartered and having an experience of about 20 years, including big 4 accounting firms. Over the last 5 years, he is now specializing in structuring and tax issues of charitable trust and its legal implications, both from the BPT Act 1950 as well as the Income Tax 1961. He is currently working with quite prominent trusts of large industrial houses as well as large charitable organizations, advising on their day-to-day issues. He has authorized a book titled Charitable Trust Cutting Through the Complexity, which is published by the Taxman for the Goods and Service Tax Practitioner Association of Maharashtra. I now request the speaker to begin this session.
First of all, a very big thank you to Tax Bar Association of Amravati and VTPA Nagpur for calling us all over here. Generally, wherever I go to speak, I observe that charitable trust session is generally after the lunch. I don't know why, but so I always believe that it takes me back to school कि स्कूल में जो शरारती बच्चा था ना उसको मॉनिटर बनाया जाता था। एटलीस्ट मेरे स्कूल में तो ऐसा था। आई डोंट नो आप सबके स्कूल में क्या था, सभी स्कूल में ऐसा था। बट आई एम थैंकफुल टुडे, जब मेरे को शेड्यूल देखा तो आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी। 2 counts. 1 कि माय मेंटर वाज टेकिंग द सेशन आफ्टर लंच, सो आई वाज वेरी श्योर कि आई एम नॉट डूइंग दैट, सो एवरीबडी विल बी अवेक. Secondly, knowing the qualities of my mentor Anish bhai, I knew that he will not allow a single person to sleep, including me. So, thank you once again. While this topic itself is supposed to be very simple, and I know it is very simple, but unfortunately, over the last couple of years, has become very complex. And yes, why is it supposed to be very simple? Because we all need charity and charity to continue. But whereas for all chartered accountants and tax practitioners, I always say that there is a good saying that charity begins at home. I remember that every day. And therefore I say we should do charity while at home, not while at office. So please remember that you don't do any charitable work for charity when you are in office. Otherwise, given the current situations of disciplinary committees and NAFRAs, you will end up having to want for some charity rather than doing charity. So basically, what is this for? Basically, this session is supposed to be for chartered accountants and tax practitioners. Obviously, we need to know the compliances of trusts and help the society, because charity has to thrive. We generally get questions, why do we need to, when, why and how we need to register for trust. One caveat at the beginning, I was told when I asked the organizers, you want me to cover issues only, or in trust assessments, or what do you want me to cover? And I was told that, sir, given this, a lot of challenges are being faced by everybody, we would request you to take from the ground basic things, because there is a lot of ambiguities. So I've tried and covered basic provisions also in the following PPTs. So maybe some of you may feel that it is a basic, but the idea is to, because a lot of this notices, scrutiny assessments as well as rejections which are happening on this particular sections itself. So just to cover them and make sure what is going wrong and what is happening on the ground is what I wanted to take it forward. What I will try to do is, how do you manage your donors and be penalty free? I'll try and take you all through the compliances on applications, and generally the reasons and cancellations or suspensions of the registrations which is happening today. And while I'm not aware of the exact numbers which is in the Nagpur belt, but in Mumbai and in other parts of India, the cancellations or registrations that is happening is more than 60-70%. So I said more than 70. You have already vindicated my number. So this is my, this is my, I'll try and deliver this promise to you that you'll have some compliance related knowledge on the trust. How do you ensure that your trust is not deregistered, and how do you save on the disallowances and penalties? So everybody likes to hear story, right? सबको, हमको Indians को stories बोलनी और सुननी दोनों को अच्छी लगती है. Am I correct? Would you like to hear a small story which is very, very relevant given the charitable trust context? Thank you. I've heard this story a long time ago, but I think this is very, very relevant even today. The story goes that we all know our late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. One day in the middle of the night, after working late, she goes back to her residence, tries to catch her on a sleep, and in her sleep, God comes. God says, I will grant you, you've been working so hard, so I will grant you 3 wishes. You may ask me 3 questions, and I'll try and give you 3 answers to questions. So she's very happy. अरे आज finally मेरे को जवाब मिल जाएगा. First question, when will my son, younger son Sanjay become the Prime Minister? God says, never in his lifetime. Sanjay Gandhi never became a prime minister in his lifetime. Second, she says, then when will my elder son Rajiv become the prime minister? God says, never in your lifetime. Rajiv Gandhi became the prime minister after the assassination of Indira Gandhi. So Indira Gandhi thinks, यार ये तो जो जवाब दे रहा है वो irrelevant है, गोल 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 बातें कर रहे हैं. Now let me confuse the God also. बोलते as it is ये लोग रोज सुबह शाम मेरे को my secretaries keep on coming and harassing me कि sir madam this act says this act says this. So how do I confuse the God? So Indira Gandhi says, God says, remember you have the last wish. So she says, God, with your permission, my secretaries keep on harassing me every day that this act says in India, this act is applicable, this says, this act says, this act says. When will I in India have one single act? God says, never in my lifetime. The same is relevant to charitable trusts also. While we were trying to maybe uncomplicate, but then we Indians are known to, or we professionals are rather known to add the provisos, the explanations to the provisos, the subsections, and then add not what more. So while we had only, if you look at it technically, if you look charitable trust in India, in the Income Tax Act, there is one section 1023C and there is section 11 to 13. Practically, this is, if you can say, a small code to the charitable trust. Rest sections obviously will apply, but this is what it is. Yes, sir, you wanted to say? So the sections are small. I didn't say the provisions. There are 38 provisions that to the last count that I have. But I said the small code is applicable to charitable trust. Anyways, so, sorry. So while we were trying the small code, obviously we have an habit of painting everything with the same brush in India. And that's where an audit was carried out by CAG of charitable entities. The report is available in public domain. I have shared it with the organizers. Time available, I'll show you some extracts of it and it can be circulated to all the participants. It was tabled on August 2022 in the parliament and they have analyzed, they have said that they have analyzed about 7,000 odd trusts and it is a 236 page document, out of which the executive summary is 7 pages, the summary of finding recommendations is 6 pages. I will request everyone to at least go through those 15 pages bare minimum if you could. Rest, I mean, it will be those who are practicing in this area. I would request you to go through the entire if you have not gone through, but at least this 15 pages. And this will give you a lot of insights as to what this entire amendments have been coming in over the last 3-4 years. Where is everything flowing in from? Major portion is flowing in from those parts. Going back, we had the amendments to section 12. A new section was brought in, section 12 AB, effective 1/4/2021, saying that all trusts who are earlier registered or not registered have to re-register. Erstwhile, when there was 12A, there was a similar provision which then got scraped because earlier there was a renewal at every 5 years, which was stopped. And this was restarted. One of the reasons given for this is some of the practitioners who are been here practicing since long will remember in the good old days of charitable trust, you had a long logbook where the entire details of the trust was being mentioned in that logbook when we were going in for a 12A registration. Subsequent to that, every 5 years it was supposed to be renewed, and then it was stopped. When it was stopped, more or less the same time the digitization started in the department, and that is where the logbooks went off. Where they went, nobody knows. And obviously the entire database of trust was lost. They did not have a control of the number of trusts registered. And somewhere to also curb the challenges that came, because why I use the word challenges is a portion of a lot of planning happens through this. And that is where the challenges that I mentioned, they wanted to curb this portion of challenges, and therefore this 12AB amendment was brought into. What does the registration say? The registration says that all existing trusts have to renew their registration under 12 AC1 subsection 1. It will be valid for 5 years, or they have to subsequently re-register, submit the application before the end of 4.5 years. Please note, I am very categorically saying you have to go for renewals again at before submit your application in form 10 AC, again on the before you complete your period of 4.5 years. Similarly, if you are new trust or you have old trust but somewhere you have no documents, and therefore you cannot go under 12 AC subsection 1, but you will have to go under 6 only, because if one of the mandatory document to be uploaded was the 12A or 12AA registration certificate. In these cases, you are given provisional registrations. Provisional registrations are valid for 3 years, with a caveat that you have to, if you have any time start your activity, then within 6 months of starting of your activity, you are supposed to file a form. That form then mentioning that you have started your or commenced your activities. You obviously have to attach the proofs of your commencement of activities. Subsequent to that, obviously the department will send you a notice. The questionnaires are sent verifying the activities undertaken, and once they send you a notice, within 6 months they have to dispose of your case, either converting your provisional registration into final registration or rejecting either of the two situations. However, if you have not started your activities, then under the provisional registration, typically you have maximum, since this provisional registration is for 3 years, you have to compulsorily renew it, so get your renewal application done at the end of 2.5 years. So why I have been stressing for 2.5 and 4.5 is we have had live cases where those periods have expired, but your period of 5 years or 3 years have not expired. So you are in between 2.5 and 3, or 4.5 and 5. Not 4.5 and 5 because they are still, but those applications are getting rejected because they are saying we do not have the powers to condone this delay. While there is a Jaipur judgment on a similar issue, Jaipur High Court judgment, but it is being disregarded and it is being rejected. So that was the reason why I wanted to draw that I have tried to fill in this sheet, one of the reasons, or many times I get calls, I'll come across 2-3 issues where we regularly get calls, and I want to make it absolutely clear over here to all the participants. This is a challenge that we face within our professions, but I think maybe the good sense will prevail over everybody. The Act says, Section 11 says, that up to gross total income, which is not supposed to be chargeable to tax, it is, no audit is applicable. So up to 2,50,000, no audit is applicable. From 2,50,001 to 5 crores. In the current year, obviously, the forms in financial year 23 had got amended, and therefore up to 5 crores was form 10BB. Up to above 5 crores was form 10B. Why I have tried and put in a similar provision for Maharashtra Public Trust Act also is I have come across situations where most chartered accountants, and I won't say it's wrong, but at the end of the day, this is what is happening. Even in scenarios I'm seeing which are below 2.5 lakh rupees, we get 9A, 9C, 9D, 9B, all are certified by the chartered accountants. Blanket. And this is not happening in Maharashtra, this is happening in Gujarat also. So typically you have 5 states where you have Charity Commissioner's Office: Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Madhya Pradesh and Telangana. And I have come across chartered accountant friends who manage in Gujarat and other places. Sir, they are saying, sir, यहाँ पे सब ऐसे ही करके दे देते. But the reason why I am saying is that unfortunately disciplinary committee and NAFRA is going hammer and tongs behind us. I mean, if you simply read the NAFRA recommendations that have happened, they have completed just the big fours. If you just see what they are saying on big fours, we are, honestly speaking, I come from a big four background. I am an SMP now today. I say with great pride, all of us sitting over here, mark my words, all of us are part of SMPs. We do maybe multiple time greater work than a big force. We do, I will repeat it, we do multiple time greater work than a big four. But the challenge that we are facing is we are not documenting it. I am myself a peer reviewer. I do peer reviews for the institute on many chartered accountant firms. And I see this regularly. And that is where we are facing the music. We ourselves are to be blamed. Sorry to say at this forum, but we ourselves are to be blamed. We are not documenting it. And that is why today we are facing challenges from disciplinary committees or NAFRAs. The day we start documenting what we are doing, I am pretty sure the client will have no choice but to pay us minimum 2-3 times than what he is paying today to all of us. We are not showing the client what we are doing for them. And I think that is the time we need to change it. So coming back, this is what I wanted to show. So what I mentioned, you need to file form, I mean when you have provisional registration, and therefore you need to do the commencement of activity form. So you generally have, you will have to, when you start any of your activities, you will have to give substantiate evidence that you've started your activities, and then based on these activities, your provisional registration, which was for 3 years, will be converted into final registration, but you will be granted for another 2 years only. So typically 3 plus 2, 5, and after 5 you will again go for renewal like you did in your 12AC1 in normal cases. So they are not converting your provisional registrations into final registrations for 5 years. They are doing it for adding it for 2 years only. So 3 plus 2, 5, and then you go back to another 5. Suppose you are a new trust. You register, you get, you file a form 10AC for registration. You are granted immediately. The CPC, the great CPC gives you immediately registration in form 10AD. I will come why I said great. I will come to after that why I said great. Form 10AD is valid for 3 years with a caveat saying that you either have to go for renewal registration at 2.5 if you've not commenced your activities, or if you've commenced your activities, then you have to file for 6 months, within 6 months of this. So that if you've commenced your activities, then you file a Form 10BA, and then within 6 months, the assessing officer will give you a notice, and let's assume he approves your trust for registration. So the original was valid for 3 years. He will extend it by further 2 years, that registration, and therefore 3 plus 2 and total 5. The reason why I said great, I come back to that. We've come across situations where in Form 10AC, which is your form for registration, Section 8 company details was filled in. So far so good. You have a bottom part where it is the verification, where you generally put your, since it's a Section 8 company, you have to put in your director detail. You attach your certificate of incorporation of the Section 8 company. In the address column of the top, the company's address was put in. Over at the verification part, the director's personal address was put in by the person who was doing it. That in the Form 10AD that has got generated, company's name is there, registered address is the office, is the residence address of the director. It has picked up from there. So the chartered accountant came to us. We then went to the CIT exemption, saying, sir, I don't have the powers only to amend it. Since you have got a provisional registration, when you go for conversion into final, at that point of time when you come, we would let us know, we will do the necessary act. Sir, I said, but somebody sitting should at least have gone and seen the certificate of incorporation, which is a mandatory document. So his reaction was good enough to say many things, but I didn't want to say it on the public forum. But you know what happened. It's just, we all would have learned something called as GIGO. And I think let's not get the full form of it. So, what are the burning issues that you would see today for charitable trust? I think, obviously, I think there's some challenge with this. Thank you. I think these are the practical challenges that most of us face. Number one is the notices that are coming for incorrect errors or incorrect claims or inconsistencies with audit report and 143 1A notices. Second question is, which I used to get a lot, and I was aware it was soon coming, but it has now officially come on 5th of March. Can we revise your ITR or an audit report? Audit report, yes, by circular number 2 of 2024, which is dated 5th of March 2024. The CBDT has said that this being the first year and many representations have been received, you can revise your report provided. So they've added a provision over there again. हमारे यहाँ पे कभी कोई प्रोविजो के बिना कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता, हम सीधा समझ ही नहीं पाते और सीधा लिख भी नहीं पाते. Provided you have filed your form originally in your time limit, then if you have filed Form 10B and you were supposed to file Form 10BB, they can be revised or vice versa. So what does it mean? अगर आप पहले गलती कर बैठे, then this circular is not applicable. But my view is, if you still miss the bus in October, you have the provisions of delay condonations under Section 119(2)B. You have time limit for 1 year and 3 years. So CIT and principal CCIT has been given the powers for up to delays up to 1 year and 3 years, subject to obviously they're being satisfied with this. So we have situations where we have come across orders being passed by the CIT saying that they are not satisfied on the grounds. That's fine, but there are provisions. Third issue, which I regularly get, do we need to generate revised UDIN for revised audit report? My answer would be yes. But it comes with a pinch of salt. If you revise your 10B or BB, please also understand that if there is some grave mistake that you have done, be ready for disciplinary in NAFRA. Because it's an audit report, it has an attestation function, and therefore any errors, while you are being allowed, you can take the shelter of circular number 2 for changing it, it still does not absolve you of your responsibilities under the ICI code. So that is what I will say. Lastly, number 4, are all donations to be invested as per section 11.5? Yes. Next, what if registration gets cancelled from while converting from provisional registration to permanent registration, and as somebody said, 80% over here? While you may go into an appeal, but technically section 115 TTF gets triggered, and we will take it later on. I mean, I call it the exit tax, which is applicable at the MMR, and the same gets triggered. I am jolly well aware that when you file appeals, the matter is remanded back to the assessing officer. Nobody wants to bell the cat at this point of time, especially in matters related to conversion of provisional registration to final registration. But that is what it is. Is form required 10AB for filing conversion of provisional registration to permanent registration? I already said yes. Consequences of deregistration I have mentioned. Last is recent judgments of Supreme Courts and High Courts, and that is where most of you will remember in 2022 there were 2 landmark judgments of the Supreme Court, New Noble Education Society and Ahmedabad Urban Development Corporation. Supreme Court in its own might and judgment have reversed their entire earlier judgments. So your various provisions related to charitable trusts in front of Surat Art Mills or Oxford University has all been thrown away. I mean, they have completely gone ahead and said that this is the way it has to be. Fortunately, in their right earnest, it is prospective and not retrospective, but this is what it is. I will come to the synopsis of those judgments also subsequently. So, and post that, there have been 2-3 more judgments which have come in from High Court and Supreme Court, which I have taken up over there. While I also am aware this law will get tested over a point of time, because what Supreme Court in its right earnest has said, we have still not got, I mean, those provisions have not got tested as of now. And maybe a couple of years down the line, I'm pretty sure we may have few cases up the Supreme Court order ladder for reviews. So, as I said, I have already covered this. When do you do the renewal, and within what time limits you have to file, and when will the approval be granted? I've already covered this chart while I was talking, so I'll just... I've also covered this already, that if there's any delay in registration, typically section 115 TDTETF gets triggered, and honestly we're seeing a lot of challenges over there where entire exit, I mean the assets minus the because 115 TD says full value of fair market value of the assets minus the fair market value of liabilities. The difference is subject to tax at MMR. And that is where huge challenges crop up, because there are trusts which have been there in existence for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, and you can understand the asset value that they would have created over the years. And now, because there is a delay in registration, your registration gets cancelled, and if your registration gets cancelled, you pay MMR. And that is where the whole problem starts. The other issue is that technically, if your registration gets cancelled, you become an AOP, and under 164(2), again, it is as supposed to be taxed at the MMR. So that's the dual challenge of it. Yes. In the middle of the year, August 22, our obviously Honorable FM believes in doing work at the speed of, she prefers to work middle of the night more than in the day, but then in the middle of the year, Rule 17AA was notified. The maintenance of books were notified in the middle of the year, and the reason given is that we have amended the provisions, and therefore what documents you are supposed to be mentioned and what documents are to be produced before the assessing officers was not earlier. The list was not exhaustive and notified, and therefore the assessing officers were cancelling the registrations on any premise. So to help the assessees, now we are notifying the list of documents. In that garb, in the middle of the year, this was notified, and all charitable trusts are presumed to maintain it from day one of this financial year. How? That probably the Iron Lady can only suggest. But this is what it is. You are supposed to maintain your records of, if you've received your voluntary contributions, the name, address of the donors, and any of this identification proofs, which is your PAN, your Aadhaar, your tax identification number, or your passport number, elector's photo, identity number, driving license, ration card number, either of these. Furthermore, you are supposed to maintain ledgers, cash books, journal, original bills, receipt vouchers, and a record of applications. So, if you're doing any application of the income, so typically if you see trusts in the entire code of section 11 to 13, I'm not referring right now for 1023C, because if you go back to the amendments of last 2-3 years, what they've done is any registrations under 1023 4, 5, 6 and 6A, the provisions applicable for trusts which are registered under 1023C 4, 5, 6 and A, which is your normal education and medical trusts. I'm not saying for 3 which are registered under 1023C where it is financed by governments. I'm not referring to those, but the other ones which are registered under 1023C 4, 5, 6 and 6A, their entire provisions are more or less akin to section 11 to 13. It's a mirror image. They've managed to make changes so that 1023C 4, 5, 6A are similar to 11 to 13. So if you look at 11 to 13, they will apply to them also similarly. And in the entire code of 11 to 13, while in layman terms we generally say expenses, it is always, in the trust parlance, it is always application of income. It is not an expense. So generally we say itna expenses allow hona chahiye or disallow hona chahiye. It is not that way. It is only application of income which is allowed or disallowed. So while you're doing an application, they've said that amount of application, nature and address of the recipients, purpose of application, everything is to be maintained. And will have to be submitted to prove the genuinity of the entire applications. So while this was never notified earlier, this has been done, and now therefore in all your even in your documents for registration, so conversion of your provisional to final, they have a right to ask you all this. They may ask you to provide application documents related to applications if they feel so. So you can understand where the far-fetched thinking is going ahead as far as the charitable trust is concerned. I'm not here to scare you, don't worry. My job is not that. My job is to make sure that everybody understands, and we as a collective unit make sure that our clients can grow, because as we can only grow if our clients grow. So let's start with section 11. 11.1 says that following income shall be exempt to tax. What do I mean? Corpus donations received. I will come to the meaning of corpus in a minute, but corpus donations are exempt from tax, provided they are invested in as per mode specified in section 11.5. So if you are not investing them in as per the modes in 11.5, then they are not exempt. 15% of gross income, and I have very specifically mentioned over there in the bracket, deemed utilization. I invariably get a call saying that this is, sir, ये तो standard deduction है. Sir, ये standard deduction नहीं है, deemed है, provided you spend 85%, then only you are allowed 15%. In each of my seminar, I would have said this multiple times, and yet I get people, sir 15% तो standard deduction है, वो तो मिलना ही है ना, उसके बाद में अपने को computation करने का है. Sir, वो please, it is not a standard deduction. If you spend 80, if you apply 85% towards the object of your trust, then the balance 15 is deemed to have been spent. So then that 15% is exempt from tax. I know I and Dharan were arguing yesterday. He had a case of Pune IT bench where he has a judgment where they have gone on similar lines, which I disagree. I and Ashok still disagree with him, but where this concept is taken of more or less akin to standard deduction, but I don't agree because the law does not allow that to do. And obviously, if your income is applied for charitable purposes out of the remaining 85%, then obviously you don't pay tax. So what happens if suppose you don't receive your income? Then how can you spend it? Most simple example, we all generally follow, while in trust I'm aware, they many times follow cash basis, but in Section 8 companies, effectively they generally, because of to comply with the Companies Act regulations, they follow accrual method of accounting. And therefore, classic example, interest accrued. You would book it on 31st of March. Another reason is TDS would have been deducted, so you want to claim the TDS. You don't want to litigate at a future date कि मेरी income future period में recognize करूँ और TDS को carry forward करूँ. वो सब नहीं करना है, इसके लिए you recognize your income, interest accrued, TDS भी claim कर लो उस पे. Now you've not received that money, so obviously how can you spend it? But the moment आपने income दिखा दी तो आपको 85% तो spend करना है, otherwise you have to pay tax. So explanation 1, part 1 gives you 1A takes care of this. In a situation where you have for any reason, a whole or part of the reason income has not been received during the previous year, you can submit a declaration. The classic example is Form 9. At least 2 months, when it has to be submitted, 2 months prior to the end of the date of furnishing under 139(1). And then you are allowed to carry forward that income to the next year, apply that income in the next year, assuming that income would have been received in the next year. However, if you don't do that in the year of receipt, then obviously it will be taxed at 30%, 115 BBI. One point I would like to add over here is while a circular was issued, circular number 6, dated 24th of May 2023, last year, where this due dates for filing of Form 9 and 10 were extended. It is mentioning para number 13 to 15 of that circular that this 2 months prior to the due date, even if you file the Form 9s and 10s up to the date of 139(1), it will be taken in, condoned and taken in as accepted. In the para 13 to 15, there is no date mentioned, and therefore my opinion will be that this circular is beneficial for the assessee and not only apply for financial year 23-24, 24-25 assessment year, but also for the future periods. Because where there is a there have been court judgments to say that where there is a beneficial circular to the assessee, he has a right to take shelter of that. So para 13 to 15 is very, very clear of that circular number 6 of 2023, dated 24th of May. The explanation 11(1)(b) just mentions for any other reason. It does not mention anything else. So if you have received your income, not received your income, not received, you would have already taken shelter in 11(1)(a). But if you have received your income, but you could not apply your income 85% for whatever reasons, then you can file a Form 9 and automatically you have the choice to carry it forward, use it in the subsequent year. However, there are two conditions. The form has to be again filed 2 months prior. Obviously, as I mentioned, circular number 6 should apply over there also. So that income is deemed to have been applied in the previous financial year and you will incur the expenditure or application in the subsequent year. However, the application is to be done prior to the due date as mentioned in section 139(1). So any expenditure or application done prior to 139(1) will be counted. Obviously, you can't claim it again in the next year because that will amount to double deduction, which you can't do because you've been giving a deemed application in the first year and therefore in the next year you cannot claim it again, obviously. So your next year's application will get reduced to that extent. Obviously, if you don't spend, then 30% tax at 115 BBI is to be paid. If you, in explanation 2, you have given a more or less similar provisions, but you have an option to file Form 10, and if for whatever reason you want to extend or do the application over the next 5 years, then you are supposed to, you are given the option to accumulate and carry it forward for 5 years. Earlier you were, if you did not spend you accumulated your money and did not spend it in the 5th year, by the end of 5th year, then it was taxable in the 6th year. That has now been revised, so it will become income of the 5th year itself and you will have to pay tax. In fact, if you would have filled your ITR 7, they have now mandatorily started asking you to pull in details of your accumulations year-wise and to map it. So earlier we had the famous concepts of teaming and leading where people used to accumulate for 5 years And I can see somebody laughing already, so I think I have hit the nail on the right coffin, where people used to accumulate it for 5 years, bring it back in the 6th year, again show it an application out of that accumulation, then the voluntary contributions received of the 6th year were again accumulated for 5 years. The same principle of evergreening was continuing. Now this is stopped. And your ITR 7 obviously is trying to plug that. The moment you fill in your ITR 7, it automatically captures it in your ITR only. And if you've not used that money, then straight it takes you to 115 BBI and tax is computed automatically. So all those fancy tax plannings are out of the way. Explanation 3 says that your if your trust is also having some business income, typically or otherwise, sections 40A3, 40A3, 3A, 1A, all your TDS provisions shall apply, irrespective of whether it is doing your business activity or otherwise. I will also come to one issue subsequently when we deal 115 BBI. There is a challenge if you see this provision, once this provisions get triggered. Obviously cash payments about 10,000 and all those, all your other normal tax audit provisions still get triggered over here. And towards corpus and otherwise. Now obviously it cannot be spent in 1 year. So that is where this specific provision was brought in, explanation was brought in, and they will be using this amount for repair or renovations or such other amounts indefinitely, provided the temples or mosque or gurudwaras will be notified, and I'm pretty sure Ram Mandir is a notified institution over there. But 3B says that similar, if 3A is not violated, again then it becomes taxable. Now explanation 4 is brought in, wherein it says if you have any, since you have received corpus funds, if you utilize anything from the corpus or you have taken a loan. Earlier, prior to 1421, people were claiming, or the department was also allowing any applications. If you are borrowing, taking a loan, or you were doing a withdrawal from your corpus, then it was, people were claiming it as an application. So effectively, you are claiming expenses from those amounts. Post 1/4/2021, that is stopped. It is not allowed. So any application done from your corpus money or from your loans is not allowed. Now they've added one small portion, twist to the tail. They're saying it will be allowed as an application in the year in which you repay your loan or you bring your corpus back, provided it is done in the period of 5 years. This is the twist in the tail that they've brought in. So if your period exceeds by 5 years, then you will not get your application, even if you repay the loan or you get your corpus back. So typically that is what is saying. It will not be allowed in the year of application. It will be allowed in the year in which you deposit back. So in this case, you took a loan in 50 lakhs, you repaid it in the subsequent year at 35 lakhs. It will not be allowed in the previous year 22-23. It will be allowed in previous year 24-25 when you repaid only 35, not the full 50. So I hope I've made up myself very clear over here. Similarly, if you took a loan from HDFC, the trust took a loan of 80 lakhs. It will not be allowed in as an application in a previous year 22-23, but if 30 lakhs is repaid in previous year 23-24, it will be allowed as an application in 23-24. You will be thinking, why am I mentioning this or stressing on this point? The reason is very simple, that we have come across situations where people are still doing this now also, post 1421 also. And that is where, when the assessment is happening or when your intimation is coming under 143(1)(a), they are rejecting it. Your demand is getting captured on the portal, and then you have to pay tax. So if I take a case, the total income is of the charitable institution is 2 crores. You have borrowed 4 crores total, so total 6 crores, out of which your application is just 5 crores. So typically, since 4 crores borrowing is there, that is not allowed as an application in the year, only 1 crore is allowed, right? Your voluntary contribution was 2 crores, point number 1, if you see on the top. And to comply with section 11(1), you are supposed to spend 85% to get the balance, deeming fiction of 15% and not standard deduction again. So your shortfall is 70 lakhs, because 2 crores ka 85%, which is 1.7 crores. You have spent 1 crore, balance 70 lakhs is to be spent, and therefore you can go for 11(2) or 11(1) explanation 1, either file a form 9 or a form 10 for 70 lakhs, and then you will get a total application of. One issue which I purposefully didn't say, which I want to bring over here when I was speaking of 11(2), is form 10. If you are filing and doing an accumulation of 5 years, one of the conditions over there is you cannot give a voluntary, once you've accumulated the income for 5 years, you have to spend or apply it to you have to file a form 10, and you have to mention what you would, the purpose for which you will be spending that money. You have to obviously apply it for those particular purposes only. You are not allowed to give a voluntary contribution to another trust. Mind well, that is not allowed. So if you accumulate your income and subsequently out of that amount you transfer it to as a voluntary contribution to any other trust, you will be violating the conditions of 11(2), and therefore you may that will not be counted as an accumulation of income against the that is what I wanted. So over here, when you do 0.70 crores, mind well, for the next 5 years you have to actually spend that amount. Yes, I get these questions where while we filed in the form 10, I filled in that we will do for say general purposes. Generally it is not that way, but I'm just for building. But for some reason I am not able to buy a building, especially in cases like Bombay where the property prices are very high. So what do we do? Your assessing officer, the jurisdictional officer, has the powers. If you make an application to amend the purposes which you filed in form 10, he has the powers to change that, provided you give genuine reasons and substantiary documents to prove that the original apologies, I've got a bad throat, but if you are able to prove that for certain reasons the original application which was done, you are not able to spend or apply that income towards those objects, however you want to apply this income towards other objects, and you give supporting documentary evidence, then he has the powers to change that, obviously within that time frame of the original 5 years which was there. Obviously in the next year, same logic, your original 4 crores which was the loan, since you've repaid it back, it will be allowed in that particular year. If explanation 5, no set of or carry forward is allowed. So if you've done extra application of income, then you are not allowed to claim it. It gets adjusted from your corpus because that is the amount from which you have spent. I understand you would have accumulated 15% every year, and that is akin to your profit and loss. If you do a Section 8 company, it's akin to there. But you can't claim. And unfortunately, I've come across situations where in the ITR 100 रुपए की income है 120 रुपए मांग लिया है. Application is shown as 120 rupees because मैंने P&L में 120 है. That is not allowed. And scrutiny it is got disallowed in scrutinies, and tax implications have come in. So that is the reason why I am pointing this over here. Typically you are not allowed to do, you are only allowed to claim 100 if you've spent 100. If you spend more than 100, then you are not allowed to claim, you are not given the benefit of anything spent above 100. That was my point. I've already covered this where it says you have to form 10s basically. If your 85% is not applied and you want to carry it forward for 5 years, you have obviously, as I mentioned, it should be it cannot be donated to other trusts, and it has to be maintained in 11.5. However, if there is an injunction of any court, then that 5 years period can get extended to that period, because if you could not spend some money due to the injunction of a court, then you are allowed to do that. And I have come across situations where especially in Maharashtra, where you have cases filed with charity commissioner saying operation of trust or mismanagement of trust, and at times the entire trust is the bank accounts are taken over by the charity commissioner, and they themselves are signatory to the bank accounts. In that case, if you can further accumulate, take that period of 5 years extra if you have got that injunction, because charity commissioner's office is a quasi-judicial body. Uh, 11.5, we've been speaking about 11.5. Obviously, everybody must be knowing what 11.5 is, but it is investment in government securities or post office savings, or investment in public sector, in bonds or financial companies providing long-term finance. Over here, it says the interest thereof has to be guaranteed by the government. And I am aware where public finance, public infrastructure companies or public, you are allowed to even invest in deposit debentures of any companies, provided debentures, the interest of those debentures is guaranteed by government. And the challenge is, we've come across situations where debentures of many private limited companies have come into the market giving good returns, and they have approached charitable trust saying that you are allowed to invest. You invest, you get this much of high returns. Whereas our clients have come out and said, sir, they are offering us, they are mis-selling this product. Private limited companies are not, debentures of private limiteds are not allowed because the interest thereof is not secured by the government. The essential condition is the interest has to be guaranteed by the government in that. So this is a common mis-selling which is happening, which we as professionals need to be aware and advise our clients. They are allowed to also invest in equity mutual funds, any mutual funds which are registered under 1023D. So that is allowed under 11.5. Immovable property is there. One issue, though not connected with here, but I will add to add, a trust can receive, prior to 1973, if there is any trust, it can receive shares. Post 1973, it can also receive shares, but it cannot hold more than 12 months. There's a very good case of DCIT versus Premal Foundation on this particular issue. So while you do structuring of, most corporates now prefer to have their foundations, and we come across the situations where the promoters would like to say to the entire world, today is my 60th birthday, so I will like to transfer 60,000 crores or X amount of crores to my foundation, which is generally done by the transfer of his shares, underlying shares which he has of the listed company to the foundation, and through which the philanthropy is done. So he can transfer the shares, but the shares cannot be held more than 12 months by those foundations. So that is one area of tax planning where the transfers is done in a systematic manner so as to ensure that at every 12 months it is liquidated generally. One amendment brought in 11.7, they've very categorically made a change, is application of income will be counted when it is actually paid. The word used is paid. So what does the word paid mean? Actual bank account has to be debited before 31st of March. Classic entry in all charitable trusts, audit fees provision. 31st March को खाली provision किया हुआ रहता है, not allowed. So if you receive form 10B or BB, now they have a provision where applications are disallowed and it is allowed in the subsequent. Assuming you are on accrual method, this challenge will not be there if you are on cash basis, but for Section 8 companies, generally this problem is there. Even in many trusts now are going on accrual basis, and therefore this challenge is there. You purchase some computer or something on 28th of March, and you do the payment to vendors on subsequent to March, whatever date, and therefore you will be allowed the application not in this previous year, but in the subsequent previous year. So what we've tried to do is over here is we've tried to bring in the difference what it brings, provided with this amendments. You had income of 400 lakhs. You have done an application of 360 in either of the scenarios, pre and post amendment. So out of that, out of 360, 40 was unpaid prior to the amendment. I mean, let's assume what happens pre-amendment and what happens post-amendment. 40 lakh rupees was unpaid amount earlier. Earlier you were given the entire 360 as an application. 400 ka 15% of 11, again deeming function, not standard deduction, 60 rupees. 340 is only supposed to be spent. You've spent 360, so nothing is required to be carried forward. You are given the entire benefit. Post amendment, 40 is unpaid, and therefore 11.7 ke hisab se it is not allowed, right? So your application is only 320, 360 minus 40, therefore 320. You are supposed to spend minimum 11.1 ke hisab se 400 ka 15% minus karke 360. You have spent only 320. So you have to either accumulate or carry forward under 11.1 explanation of 20 rupees or pay tax on it. So this was the idea of showing it by a way of a pre-amendment, post-amendment. One of the amendments that is also done in 13.3 is that they have specified the relatives and also mentioned the persons who are supposed to make donations of 50,000 or more during the previous year. Though by circular number 17, a relief was given that you may mention in donations of 50,000, because any donations that you receive from anybody above 50,000 rupees in a year, he becomes a specified person, and therefore any transactions with any specified persons have to be reported and they have to be at arm's length. However, as per circular number 17, it was the lot of representations had gone to say that we do not have details of entire years when total or in part meals if you've received total more than 50,000 in a year, and therefore for the first year they've given this relaxation. Next year onwards obviously there is none. So if the trust is receiving even in parts more than 50,000, it becomes a specified person, and all provisions apply. Obviously, the relatives definition is as per section 56(2)(10). This is when it can be an AOP, treated as an AOP. Obviously, you have, if we go back to 215, you have 215 7 limbs. 7 limbs of what activities the trusts are allowed to carry forward. One is preservation of education, medical relief, relief of poverty, prevention of forestation, right? Yoga, natural habitats, all 1 to 6. 7th is any other general public utility. And then there is a proviso to the 7th item, which says if you are doing in the nature of business and your receipts are gross receipts are from this business activity is more than 20%, then it is not allowed, right? But that proviso is applicable only to the 7th activity which is mentioned in 215, which is any other general public utility. It is not applicable to 1 to 6. In fact, I will come to one case law which has come right now, a judgment, where it says this thing is, if you are doing any incidental activity in the nature of business to the 1 to 6, in the judgment it says 1 to 3, that is education, medical and relief to poor, it shall not apply. But I will extend it to say that it will not apply to 1 to 6 also, because the judgment will support that theory, that it does not apply to 1 to 6. It applies to 7 only. The provision is applicable to 215 sub-activities 7 only. But be very careful, because then if you are in if you are having in 215 subpart 7, then you are supposed to, if you are doing business activity, you are supposed to maintain separate books of accounts for that particular activity, so as to allow to compute 20%. That brings us to a concept of anonymous donations and section 115 BBC. Typically, if you receive anything about 2,000 rupees in cash, 115 BBC gets triggered. You are allowed 5% of your total donations, both corpus as well as voluntary donations or government grant, or with 1 lakh, whichever is higher, as an application under 115 BBC, and then the balance amount shall get taxed at obviously 30% MMR. Obviously, this is applicable only for charitable trust and partly charitable and partly religious. It is not applicable for religious trusts. So, I always get this brilliant tax planning idea from fellow professionals, especially in case of charitable and religious trusts, कि सर हम मंदिर के बाहर बॉक्स रखते हैं, उस पे लिखते हैं टुवर्ड्स कॉर्पस डोनेशन, और उसका पैसा जो भी आया वो हम कॉर्पस डोनेशंस में दिखाते हैं, बाकी का अनोनिमस, और उसमें अनोनिमस हम सर you have case laws where this has got rejected, it has been taxed, so please refrain from such aggressive tax planning. I will be very, very clear, gone are the days of aggressive tax planning, especially in related to charitable trusts. Unfortunately, demands are getting created and litigation is coming at a big price. So, unless your trust is ready to go for litigations, then you should be happy, because then you are ready to fight and you will make a living out of it. But the courts are not in our favor today, unfortunately, and that's the whole challenge of it. So, coming back, if you are a religious trust, this 115 BBC does not apply to you, but otherwise for religious and charitable trusts partly religious, partly charitable, or charitable trust, this gets triggered. And therefore, be very clear about 2,000 rupees. The challenge is there. You are supposed to maintain the documents which I mentioned in 17AA if you take anything more than 2,000 rupees. And I come across classic situations कि सर ट्रस्ट ने QR कोड रख दिया डोनेशन लेने के लिए. I will not like to name, but most QR code aggregators are allowing up to 1 lakh rupees where they are going without PAN or any other documents, and the trust receives the money. It's subsequently the trust which has a problem. वो तो डोनेशन करके चला गया, UPI से पेमेंट करके चला गया है. So what we've done is we've computed, again given an example, we've taken how anonymous donations will work, taking the total donations as same AB in all the three criteria as 15 lakhs each. Anonymous donations received in first case is 4 lakh. Since you are allowed maximum 1 lakh or 5% of 15, which is in this case 1 lakh. So your anonymous donations are at 3 lakh rupees. Total normal tax rates is at 12 lakh rupees. However, in part B, since it is 50,000, maximum is 1 lakh, and therefore anonymous donations is not taxable. The entire balance donations are at normal rates, assuming the last column assumes that you are doing an application full 85%. Right? However, in the third case, 1,50,000, again, donations of, since it will be 15% will not be, will be 1,25,000. You are allowed only 1,50,000. You're doing anonymous, you're receiving anonymous donations of 150. You are allowed 125 or 1 lakh, whichever is higher, and therefore 50,000 gets triggered, and therefore balance 14,50,000 is taxable. There was a provision brought in where Form 10 BD was notified, where you have to upload the details of all the voluntary contributions, all the donations received if you are an ATG trust. That is supposed to be filed before 31st of May, but you are allowed to do it. So for big trust, I am aware they do it even weekly or monthly also. You are allowed. So you are allowed to do multiple iterations of it. So if you have today received 10 contributions, voluntary contributions, you are allowed to file Form 10 BD for those 10. Next, again, you can, for the balance, you can file, but your last has to be filed before 31st of May. You are allowed to do revisions also. And once you file it, then a Form 10 BE gets generated, which you are supposed to give it within 1 month to your donee. As on today, the Form 10 BD and B which gets generated, because it has an alphanumeric number, these donations are not getting reflected on your Form 26 AS or your AIS or TIS. But I know somebody very senior in the finance ministry, and their target is 18 months for general public, but internal target is 12 months. In the next 12 months, once your Form 10B gets generated, that number will automatically get captured in your 26 AS and your AIS TS. This is what is going to happen. So your claim of ATG, more or less everybody by default, if you are in the new regime, it's irrelevant, but if you are still in the old regime, it will the ITR will automatically capture it by way of 26 AS or your AISTS when you file your 10 BD, and your trust files the 10 BD and you get a 10 B. This is what is happening. So your linking like TDS will by default happen once this happens. Obviously, if the trust does not file the Form 10 BD, there are like TDS, 200 rupees penalty, or maximum 200 rupees of penalty per day, or the maximum amount of donations received. Another section brought in is 115 BBI, which says suppose if you don't spend your 85% as per 11.1, then what? The entire amount is brought to tax at 30%, which was not spent. So why I again and again say it's not a standard deduction. So if you spent 84, full 16 is to be taxed at 30% in 115 BBI. You can't say कि 15% standard deduction था इसलिए 1% पे ही 30% भरूं. That is not there. If you remember, if I take you back when I was saying 40A3, 1A, all those provisions will apply. If let's take a classic example, you come across a situation where TDS disallowance कुछ रह गया, subsequently point out हुआ, especially at the time of say assessment, and let's assume because of that 40A 1A disallowance your total application goes below 85%, everything will get taxed at 115 BBI. That is a challenge. So you need to be very, 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 very clear and very watchful, especially when you are computing 85% under 11.1 and especially read with explanation 3, 40A 1A, 40A disallowances, because the trust could lose out on maximum amounts. Or again, if you've not invested the amount in 11.5 or some similar, then again this gets triggered. I've been saying that the exit tax, section 115, this I've already covered, but there are 115 gets triggered in 3 scenarios. When there is a trust which or an institution which has got converted into a form not eligible for registration under 12AB, right? So your registration is cancelled. Then 115 TD applies. Or you have done a merger of trust. When you are doing a merger of trust, please be very, very careful that your objects are same. I am not using the word similar. Same. I hope there is a difference between same and similar. You will get caught over here, especially when you do merger of or amalgamation of trust, which is allowed under Charity Commission under the BPT Act as well as the Gujarat Public Trust Act, because Gujarat Public Trust is more or less the replica of the, erstwhile both come from the Bombay Public Trust Act, but Maharashtra Public Trust and Gujarat Public Trust are more or less, the provisions are same, 1950. So if you're doing, while this merger or amalgamation of trust is allowed, the challenge is you need to be very, very careful over here. And if you are dissolving your trust, then all the assets needs to be distributed within the next 12 months of the dissolution date. If you don't do it, after the period of 12 months, whatever is left, again you get triggered in 115 TD. So at the time of, especially at the time of dissolution also, you have just 12 months, and on the day subsequent to the 12 months, this shall get triggered. I have practically covered everything over this. In this one, I will take only this limited item. The exit tax shall apply. It has adopted or undertaken modification of its objects which do not conform to the conditions or registrations. I'll elaborate that part only. While if you do any modifications in your trust deed, so in case of a section 8, you can go and amend your file with the ROC, do any amendments. For a trust society, you have to go back to the society first, get it approved from the Register of Society. In case of a trust, the trust deed under Indian Trust Act 1882, once a trust deed is formed, it is a legal document. And if you want to make any amendment to the trust deed, you have to go to the city civil court. We all know कि अगर हम गए सिटी सिविल कोर्ट में तो हमारा लड़के लोग ये सिटी सिविल में से कोई ऑर्डर लेके वापस आएंगे, उसके पहले तो कुछ होने वाला नहीं है. But Bombay Public Trust Act, the Maharashtra Public Trust as well as the Gujarat Public Trust have similar provisions. Section 75 is there. Sorry, Section 50A, where you are allowed to file a scheme. And once if you file a scheme with the charity commissioner, the charity commissioner has the powers to approve your scheme under 50A. So that scheme becomes your by default your trust deed. The scheme will overtake the trust deed, and that will become your by default the trust. Remember very clearly, once you go for a scheme or any modification in your trust deed or your MOA, AOA, within 30 days under 12 AC 15, you are supposed to go back to the income tax, make a fresh application under Form 10 AC, get the order passed under Form 10 AD. Otherwise, your registration gets rejected, cancelled, you go back to 115 TD. गंगा एक ही जगह से शुरू होती है. Sorry, I am not here to scare you, but please bear with me. So this I have already said. What do you mean by exit tax? It will be accredited on the accredited income. And what do the aggregated income mean? Aggregate of the fair market of total asset minus the total liability of the trust. So what is the assets and liabilities? Assets acquired out of agriculture income, assets acquired by the trust creation or on dissolution will be the assets and liabilities that are taken. Sir, 5 minutes? I'll try and wind up. I've already, you can go into the appeal, but these dates are there with the 14 days or 15 days of those respective dates. They are already mentioned. You can take it up over here. So as I mentioned, these are the Supreme Court judgments which have completely changed the landscape, how the trusts have been administered. This Ahmedabad Urban Development Corporation 2022 1449 ITR. It says that in the nature of trade, commerce or business, you cannot substantially charge anything about your cost. Your markup, there cannot be a substantial markup over your cost. The challenge over there is, how do you determine your cost? Cost itself is become, if you read the entire order, they have gone, because a lot of cases were there in this, and along with, including BCCI was there in this entire judgment as a party in this Ahmedabad urban development. And they have come very heavily on the incidental expenses, that wherever you are doing incidental activities, you cannot charge anything more than your cost. Your markup only has to be substantially very nominal profits has to be mentioned over there. Second one is again New Noble Education, again 2022 444 ITR, where you are in the space of education and not engage in the activity of profit. Solely in the case of there, again they have gone ahead and said that your profits should be nominal profits. So the intention over there in both this background, and they've gone into many of their own judgments, as I said earlier, and reversed those decisions. This is a 5-bench judgment. Sorry, this is a 3-bench judgment. I'm aware that our institute wanted to go against this and go for a revision, but was stopped to do so. So don't expect anything on these 2 judgments. And New Noble is very clearly enough to say that if you do any of such non-compliance, it will result in denial of exemptions. This is what I was saying. This is the recent judgment of Bombay High Court, Fine Arts versus Deputy Director, where it says that in the first 3 limbs, relief for poor, education or medical relief, even if you are doing incidental activities, and your receipts are more than 20%, it will not apply in these cases. So I am drawing an analogy that it will apply to only the 7th limb and not to the 1 to 6th limb based on this judgment. This is again a recent judgment of Shri Ram Ashra Trust Nasik, to 444. I'll take less than 1 minute of this. The brief case, in fact, I was fortunate enough to have similar case with similar facts of this case, and where we have won the case. The trust had received money in 2000, disposed of a property, received the entire consideration, and handed over the properties also. The registration was not happening because the opposite buyer could not go for registrations. They had applied to Charity Commissioner also. Charity Commissioner had given a buyer permission to go, you can sell the property, and the transaction was completed. The trust had received funds also. Subsequently, in 2007, again the trust had appeared, that buyer saying that, boss, you register the property. They had again gone to Charity Commissioner to take the prior permission. Charity Commissioner gave a permission, and noting that you had given a prior permission in 2000. However, you have not done the registration. You have received the entire funds. Everything is supported. However, registration was not done in 2007 also. 2022, the registration was done. Then again the Charity Commissioner's permission was taken, and again the similar notings were there. The department raised a demand saying that your agreement value is X, whereas the stamp duty value is multifold of 2022, and therefore we should tax at the rate applicable of 22. However, this is where this judgment is saying that once the entire transaction is over in 2001, the rate applicable will be of that only. The consideration will be of 2000. So it's a very good favorable judgment, and we have got similar orders in this case. So it's a tested kind of thing. While I wanted to take circular 3, I'll skip that. I'll just take that mentions circular 3 after this. But if you see, if you analyze why you are getting that 80% or 70% rejections in your cancellations or rejections of your charitable trust, the major reasons are this only. Either it is a public charitable trust, it is only for a particular caste or creed or community, or your objects are not charitable, or some objects which are there which are in benefit of the settlers only, or it is for a particular community. Unfortunately, we come across situations like this. Or there is lack of proper due diligence. Even at times accounting or admin is not taken care of. I mean, I know majority of the trusts have part-time accountants, but unfortunately gone are those days. We tell our settlers, please maintain properly, otherwise you will only have to sit at the end of the day. And last is, it is not irrevocable. One of the prime conditions that you have now, income tax mandates, is that your charitable trust has to be irrevocable. It is part of your Form 10EC only. Earlier it was allowed, now it is not allowed. So in those cases, you will get your deal will get cancelled. One last is non-reporting of changes, and I am aware, especially in Bombay, in cases where you have not filed your change reports, where trusts have not filed change reports, the banks are, because of KYC requirements, are freezing your bank accounts. They are saying that yes, we know your change reports, it takes a while to get your change reports approved in Charity Commissioner. You show us that you have filed your charity change reports. That is the best thing that you can do, and therefore they are insisting on the trust to at least get the acknowledgements of the change reports filed. You may not pursue the disposal of the change reports, but that is what it is. One last one, and I think I'm at 1 minute left. I had mentioned about circular number 3 of 2024. Ashok Bhai has been very, very gracious enough. He has recently taken up this topic. He had shared me his PPT, which is a brilliant exposition on this circular number 3. However, due to lack of time, I will not take it up. What it says, circular number 3 issued on 6th of March 2024. Typically, it says that where you are doing a corpus to corpus donations, a voluntary contribution, you give a trust donation to another trust under 11.2, you are allowed only 85% of it, right? So the challenge that everybody was facing, that technically you've given 100 rupees, you are allowed only 85%. The logic stems from the fact that if you see the CAG report that I referred to, they've come across some situations where the money has flown from one trust to other trust to other trust to third trust and so on and so forth. Everybody has claimed 85% thereof, keeping 15%, and multiple iterations have been done. If you read the memorandum also of the budget, they have mentioned this as very clear while bringing in this amendment, saying that many instances have been come across. There have been not many instances, there are only 4 instances in this report only. But then while we can say English is very good enough, 4 means many at the end of the day. So that was the reason for bringing this amendment, that you will be, if you are giving as trust to trust donations out of your voluntary contributions, not from your corpus. Corpus is not allowed. Voluntary contributions, if you are giving a trust to trust, then you will get a deduction of only 85 and not 100 full. Your application will be restricted to 85, not 100. The challenge is that you have spent 100, you are getting an application of 85. So that 15 has gone. Now, ideally you are supposed to maintain the entire 100 in 11.5. Out of that, when you are spending 85, the balance 15 has to be there in the 11.5. But you cannot maintain anything in 11.5 because you've already spent the money. The money is gone. So there was a lot of representation which was made, and that is where the department has understood that this is a challenge, because people would have spent 100, got deduction of 85, but 15 they don't have in the bank. So that is why circular number 3 was issued on 6th of March, saying that in those cases that 15% need not be spent, need not be invested in 11.5. But Ashok Bhai has done a beautiful working on that topic, where he is showing that actually with this revised circular, the entire mechanism or the provision which was sought to be brought in is getting disregarded. Once now this same thing happens, and again those 4 when you do from one trust to other trust to third trust, automatically you are going back to what you were doing earlier. Unfortunately, due to lack of time, we cannot take that circular, but otherwise, I mean, that is what it is. I know questions, we are obviously there is a QR at the end of the day, and if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to take them up. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my views, and thank you once again for this brilliant and patient hearing. While the best thing that you could have done to me was to give you a valuable time, and I'm really, really blessed that you've come and given me your time to hear me out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite VTPA Executive Member CA Ramesh Chaudhary ji from Akola and VTPA Executive Member CA Ashish Kalantri from Yavatmal to present a memento to the speaker. Lastly, sir, we are thankful to the speaker for his excellent guidance on this topic. Thank you. I rest my mic.
So nice of you, Dinesh bhai. Trust is a highly interesting and highly complicated nowadays area of practice for all of us. And but still, Premal bhai says it is very simple. So बहुत ही अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां प्रेमल भाई के लिए. उन्होंने समय दिया। और सर आपसे एक एश्योरेंस चाहते हैं कि अगर आज क्वेश्चन आंसर में कुछ रह गए तो कोई क्वेश्चन तो हम इसी पूरे ग्रुप के साथ में एक जूम सेशन आपके साथ करना चाहेंगे ताकि क्वेश्चंस। सो नाइस ऑफ यू सर, थैंक यू सर। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, थैंक यू सर। सर आज के सभी सेशंस के जो एमओसीज है उन्होंने एक्सेलेंट काम किया है और सारे सेशंस बहुत ही समय के साथ में कंडक्ट यहाँ पे किया है। उसी प्रकार से हमारे वीटीपीए के जो प्रेसिडेंट साहब है यहाँ पर उपस्थित, अभी अभी बाहर गए सब, सो ही इज ऑल्सो वेरी ब्लेस्ड विद द प्रेजेंस ऑफ ऑल द एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर्स। शर्मा जी, सभी एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर्स वीटीपीए की उपस्थित है और हम जब लंच ले रहे थे तो इन्होंने एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी मीटिंग अपनी यहाँ पर कंडक्ट कर ली पूरी की। एक बार जोरदार अप्रिसिएशन आपके लिए और फॉर द प्रेजेंस ऑफ ऑल द एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर्स ऑफ द वीटीपीए। उसी प्रकार से हमारे जो टीबीए के प्रेसिडेंट है जितेंद्र खंडेलवाल जी, ये भी बड़े ब्लेस्ड है सर। ही इज ब्लेस्ड विद द प्रेजेंस ऑफ 10 पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट्स ऑफ टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन अमरावती इन द सेमिनार। तो इतना मजबूत यह परिवार है और इसलिए हर वर्ष 2 कार्यक्रम बड़े अच्छे तरीके से हम यहाँ पर ले पा रहे हैं। वी आर नाउ प्रोसीडिंग फॉर द हाईली इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन। जो सबसे ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग सेशन होता है उसे लास्ट में रखा जाता है ताकि ऑडियंस का इंटरेस्ट बना रहे और हाईली इंटरेस्टेड जो लोग हैं वही आखिरी तक रुकते हैं, बाकी लोग थोड़ी देर आकर फ्लैश मार के चले जाते हैं, जाने के बाद बोल सकते हैं ऐसा। तो आखिरी सेशन कंडक्ट करने के लिए दिस इज़ अ वेरी मतलब नॉलेज एनरिचिंग अपना सेशन है, इन्वोकिंग ऑफ रिट जुरिस्डिक्शन फॉर डायरेक्ट टैक्स मैटर्स। मैं हमारे टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन अमरावती के वेरी डायनामिक पास्ट सेक्रेटरी और वेरी एनर्जेटिक करंट एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर एडवोकेट संदीप अग्रवाल को बुला रहा हूँ यह आखिरी सेशन कंडक्ट करने के लिए। कोई भी मेंबर ये अपेक्षित है जो बच गए अभी यहाँ पर, ये सेशन पूरा समाप्त होने तक ना जाए क्योंकि इसके बाद और एक इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन है एंड दैट इज हाई टी। तो वो लिए बगैर आप कोई भी यहाँ से ना जाए। पूरा ऑर्डर और पेमेंट होटल को कर चुके हैं तो वसूली करना जरूरी है, तो कृपया आप यहाँ पर रुके। ओवर टू संदीप भाई प्लीज।
थैंक यू राजेश भाई। सर आखिरी सेशन है, 5th सेशन है। आई होप सबका एनर्जी लेवल थोड़ा डाउन हुआ होगा बट वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन है और उसी की कड़ी में आगे बढ़ते हुए इन मेमोरी ऑफ आवर लेट एडवोकेट डी सिक्ची सर, आई एडवोकेट संदीप अग्रवाल here to announce the 5th session of the day on invoking of writ jurisdiction for direct taxes matters. I now request Joint Secretary TBA Amravati Advocate Praveen Agashe and our executive member Advocate Arun Thacker sir. Arun Thacker ji nahi hai, to I invite VTPA executive member from Akola Girish Dhablia sir to escort the speaker Advocate CA Milind Sharma from Bhopal to the dais and present a flower bouquet to them. A brief introduction of our today's speaker. After practicing as chartered accountant for 5 years, he started practice in the profession of advocacy. He primarily practices before the principal bench of Honorable High Court of Madhya Pradesh at Jabalpur, Honorable Appellate Tribunal at New Delhi under the Smugglers and Foreign Exchange Manipulators, and Prohibition of Benami Property Transaction Act 1988. Various benches of Honorable National Company Law Tribunal, Indore Bench of Honorable Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, Honorable Adjudicating Authority at New Delhi under the Prohibition of Benami Property Transaction Act 1988, and various authorities under the tax law. So now, without wasting much of time, I invite our speaker to begin the session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Respected President, Tax Bar Association, C.A. Jitendra Khandelwal sir. Respected President, VTPA, Sharma sir. Respected fellow speakers, respected seniors, my dearest friend Adit, because of which I am here today. A very hearty good evening to each one of you. So now, after a long day of specific direct tax deliberations, now it's time to move on to the writ petitions. Now, though I am taking this topic in context of writs under the direct tax matters, but before I begin, I would like to say that this topic, particularly the writ petitions, I would be taking it up right from the basics. कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं basics पे, to go back to the basics is never a waste of time. Like that one section of reassessment, 3 sections, 147, 148, 149. We keep on reading it again and again and again. Every time we read it, we are able to find a new insight. So let's not do that with the Constitution of India. Now, since there are so many writ petitions being taken up by the High Courts, so it's extremely imperative that we analyze and read the underlying authority by which the writ petitions are entertained by a particular code, that is the Constitution of India. Even before going to the specific articles of the Constitution, सबसे पहले हमें ये समझना चाहिए what is a writ petition. आजकल जो माहौल चल रहा है टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का, the way we see proceedings are being taken up by the income tax authorities, every second case is getting landed in the High Court. The quantum has increased so much कि अब ये लगने लगा है कि High Court assessment करता है कि writ petition में लोग आते हैं. This is very unfortunate because writ is a serious business. What are writ petitions? What are writs? Writs are basically written orders from the Supreme Court or the High Courts which provide constitutional remedies against the violation of fundamental rights of a person. So, writs are providing constitutional remedies against the fundamental rights. This definition, see, the definition of writ is not provided anywhere. If we read the Indian Constitution, India has one of the best constitutions in the world. Our Constituent Assembly, the forefathers of our Constitution, B.R. Ambedkar sir, the way Indian Constitution was made, if you look at the kaleidoscope of the Indian Constitution, it took a long time for us to make the Constitution. The Constituent Assembly conducted marathon sittings to make the Indian Constitution. So what the whole idea was, that we should have best of everything. That's the perfect way. So this particular concept of writ petitions, this was borrowed from the English laws, wherein it was called prerogative writs. Well, I would not be out of place to say that maximum laws have been copied from the English laws as far as India is concerned. But however, we were very smart. We took the best of everything. So writs were there in the English laws, which we have adopted in the Indian Constitution. So the definition जो मैंने अभी आपको बताई, this definition of writs, it holds true at least for the Supreme Court. As I said, it is not a defined term writ. The Constitution of India does not define what a writ petition is or what a writ is. As far as the Supreme Court is concerned, this holds true, the definition I told you. But High Courts are even more empowered than the Supreme Court of India as far as the writ petitions are concerned. Basically, Article 32 of the Constitution, this Article 32 empowers the Supreme Court of India to issue writs. As far as the High Courts are concerned, the similar power is contained in Article 226 of the Constitution. So let us begin straight from the Article 32 of the Constitution. This is the bare text of Article 32, which starts Article 32(1). It states that the right to move the Supreme Court under this part is guaranteed. Now, what does it mean under this part? I said the writ petitions are for the constitutional remedies against violation of fundamental rights. So this part basically means the third part of the Constitution. Article 32 is there in the third part of the constitution. Third part, if I may say so, is the most important part of the constitution because it contains the fundamental rights of a person. Right to equality, right to freedom of speech and expression, right to move freely throughout the territory of India. All these are there in the third part of the constitution. What makes these fundamental rights different from other rights? Broadly, 3 तरीके के rights हो सकते हैं in the Indian legal context. Either a person may have some right under a particular statute, like Income Tax Act में जब किसी का assessment हो जाता है, and if somebody files an appeal, that right of that assessee or a person is the statutory right of the person. Appeal is never an inherent right of anybody. Unless the law provides for such a right, you cannot have that right. So, एक होता है statutory right. Then there are several other rights which are directly conferred by the constitution, which becomes the constitutional rights of a person. But constitution का जो part 3 है, whatever rights it confers to any person under this part, it becomes the fundamental right of the person. These rights have been considered so important कि ये जो article 32 है, interestingly, it itself is in part 3. So this right to move the Supreme Court for infringement of a fundamental right is in itself also a fundamental right of a person. So this is how important our forefathers of constitution, they considered the fundamental right of a person to be. So as I said, Article 32, it empowers the Supreme Court. I'll also read this Article 32 second clause for this. The Supreme Court shall have powers to issue directions or orders or writs, including writs in the nature of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto, certiorari, whichever may be appropriate for the enforcement of any of the rights conferred by this part. So it is very clear as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, yes, even against an income tax proceeding, you may directly go before the Supreme Court, but you will have to make out a case that your fundamental rights have been violated. At least this is true on papers. Because in reality, it would never be a wise thing to directly move the Supreme Court before first knocking the doors of an High Court. Because the Supreme Court is going to send back a person to the High Court on this very ground. So Article 32 basically empowers the Supreme Court. Now let me move on to the relevant provision of the Constitution which empowers the High Court, which I think is the topic of interest for everybody. Because it is not the Supreme Court of India which anybody moves directly. We all know to move directly to the Supreme Court how difficult it is. It is for the mighty and the powerful that it is always the case that, you know, we all have seen when the matters are for the mighty and the powerful, the Supreme Court even sits at midnight. They are not going to sit for you and I. So we better read Article 226 of the Constitution. So, moving on to Article 226. As I said earlier, the powers of issuing writs of a particular High Court is more than that of the Supreme Court of India. And what makes me say so is Article 226(1), the bare text of which is on your screen right now. I would be reading this article because this would elaborate what additional powers of High Court I am talking about. Notwithstanding anything in Article 32, every High Court shall have power throughout the territories in relation to which it exercises jurisdiction to issue to any person or authority, including in appropriate cases, any government within those territories directions, orders or writs, including writs in the nature of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto and certiorari, or any of them for the enforcement of any rights conferred by Part 3 and for any other purpose. This additional text towards the end of 226(1), and for any other purpose, this gives a High Court wide powers and wide discretions. And High Court, if it so wishes to exercise its jurisdiction of writ, it can do it any time to make the ends of justice meet. So this is how the powers of High Court is even more than that of the Supreme Court. Again, this is also true on papers. because there's another article. We have been discussing a lot about that Ashish Agrawal judgment, and you must have heard about it. Article 142 was invoked by the Supreme Court of India. Article 142 provides heavenly powers to the Supreme Court, though Article 32 does not empower a Supreme Court to go beyond the infringement of fundamental rights. But as far as Article 142 is concerned, it gives heavenly powers. Supreme Court, in its exercise of superintendence power, as well as otherwise, to make the to make the ends of justice meet, it can do anything. So in reality, though Article 32 is not empowering the Supreme Court like it does to the High Court, but there's Article 142, and you would be surprised. Do you remember of any example except Ashish Agrawal जहाँ पे Supreme Court ने Article 142 invoke करा हो? There has been no such example. This was and till date is the only case under the direct tax law जिसमें Supreme Court, while deciding the matter, invoked Article 142. Now Article 142 is nothing like, which is not something which can be invoked casually. Interestingly, this time around, Supreme Court felt that the department would stand at injustice, and therefore Article 142 was invoked. This is a new era we are going through now. Had this been the opposite, if SSC would have been in a position wherein uske saath injustice hota, so this article wouldn't have been invoked by the Supreme Court. Unfortunate but true, this is what the situation is right now. So, moving ahead, Article 226 as well as Article 32, इन दोनों में ही हमने देखा कि there are 5 types of writs जिसके लिए empower करा गया है to various courts. ये भी समझना हमारे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि मैंने कहा कि दो आज के माहौल में तो everything and anything is being challenged, but the reason for that is the tax administration, because it is not the assessee जो unnecessarily litigate करता है मैटर को. ये tax administration in today's time has been conducting these proceedings under the Income Tax Act or for any other tax law for that matters in a very casual way, which has resulted in every second or third controversy being landing into the High Court. And you all have seen Article 226 and 32. Not every sort of controversy is supposed to go before the High Court. High Court and Supreme Court, these two are the constitutional courts. ये कोई civil district and sessions court नहीं है कि हमारा दो पार्टी का dispute हम रोज लेके जाते हैं. The Income Tax Act, it is so big. I don't even remember how many sections it contains. 290 के आसपास end तो हो जाता है, पर पता नहीं कितने section में A, B, 243Z, A, 115, BAC, BAB, BA. You just cannot count the number of sections in the Income Tax Act. This is how complicated this Income Tax Act is. Any which way, before I get more specific to the context of the writ petitions under the direct tax laws, उसके पहले at least we should be understanding what are the types of writs which the Supreme Court or High Court can issue. So, as we read, there are 5 types of writ. The first one is habeas corpus, which in Latin means to have the body of. So, the name itself and the Latin meaning itself both makes it apparent what does it mean. To have the body of basically is a writ direction issued by the court against illegal arrest of a person, against illegal confinement of a person. The second one is important. Why I say so? Because as far as income tax is concerned, you may go through several judgments of several high courts. You would only be finding 2 types of writs which are being invoked by the high courts and Supreme Court. One is mandamus and the next one is certiorari. So mandamus basically is against inactivity. It in Latin means we command. So what do? If we file an application, suppose before any income tax authority, and he doesn't act on it, he sits on any application, what can we do? This is where we can go ahead, move to the High Court, file a writ of mandamus, because this particular writ provides a relief against inactivity. The third one, certiorari, which in Latin means to be certified or to be informed. This particular writ is the most commonly used writ as far as the direct tax matters are concerned. Basically, the writ of certiorari, it does either of the two things. Either the court transfers the case from the officer or the authority who is handling it before to any other court or before the High Court. And the second thing which can be done in the writ of certiorari is that the High Court or the Supreme Court, they can quash any order of any authority by invoking this writ. So mostly हम हाई कोर्ट जाते हैं अक्सर एक ऑर्डर को लेके. इट इज़ क्वाइट इनफ्रीक्वेंट दैट आई फाइंड कि भाई कोई एप्लीकेशन है मैंडेमस की रिट के लिए हाई कोर्ट कोई एसएससी जा रहा है. मोस्टली देर इज सम और दी अदर एरोनियस ऑर्डर पास बाय एन इनकम टैक्स अथॉरिटी वेर इन दी illegality is so apparent and so grave that instead of following the procedure of appeal and probably taking years, we go before the High Court and request the High Court to invoke the writ petitions. So certiorari is the most important writ. Now there are few distinguishing factors. The first one, which I said, habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is an interesting writ. You would understand it by one practical example. Last week, I was in the court and somebody was arguing a matter wherein he filed a writ of habeas corpus, and that was a very interesting case. The case was filed against the father-in-law and mother-in-law of a married lady who was forcibly retained by her parents not to go to her husband's house because that was a love marriage. So, against the petitioner moved before the High Court seeking a writ of habeas corpus. So this example, this gives us something. This was an individual against whom this writ was filed. Habeas corpus is one writ which can not just be filed against the authorities or an officer. It can be filed against any individual because illegal detention is a very serious offense. So the courts have always held in the case of habeas corpus writs that this writ is maintainable, not just against the authorities, but also against private individuals. Mandamus, the writ of mandamus, which I had discussed right after the writ of habeas corpus, that writ cannot be filed against a private individual. It is only a government authority who has to infringe your right against which you can go before the High Court. You cannot go against the High Court in a writ of mandamus against your neighbor. For that you would have to look for alternative remedies under the law. So, mandamus की रिट में एक और बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट डायरेक्ट टैक्स के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इम्पेरेटिव एक अंडरलाइंग प्रेसिडेंस के थ्रू बना हुआ लॉ है, लेड डाउन लॉ, इज दैट कि इनफैक्ट हाँ मैंडेमस में मैंडेमस the writ of mandamus, the courts have always held, cannot be invoked against against a departmental instruction which has not got any statutory force under the law directly. So in the income tax context, it becomes important because a lot of delegated legislation is there in the Income Tax Act. There are a lot of circulars, office instructions, which are obviously binding on the income tax officers and authorities. So again, going before the High Court in a writ of mandamus against a departmental instruction is not allowed. However, as I said, there is still a writ of certiorari, which is used at least 90% of the matters you would come across. You would find High Courts exercising this particular writ of certiorari and not the writ of mandamus as far as the direct tax matters are concerned. Certiorari, the writ of certiorari too, it also has a very interesting distinguishing factor. There was slightly different law up to 1991 and a different law after 1991. 1991 tak certiorari could have been issued only against judicial as well as quasi-judicial authorities and not against the administrative authorities. But the Supreme Court had changed its view in 1991, whereafter they have held that this particular writ of certiorari can not just be issued against judicial and quasi-judicial authorities, but also against administrative authorities. So this is the writ of certiorari. Moving on to the next writ, there is another type of writ which is called the writ of prohibition. Now when we were discussing mandamus, I said mandamus ki writ is against inactivity. This particular writ prohibition is a writ which directs inactivity. If any officer or any authority, it exceeds its jurisdiction or it acts without jurisdiction, then this particular writ of prohibition can be invoked by the High Court. The literal meaning of it, the Latin meaning of it, to forbid, it itself explains what this particular writ is about. This writ, again, can only be issued either against the judicial authorities or the quasi-judicial authorities, and not against the administrative authorities. Now coming on the fifth and the last type of writ, quo warranto. This is a unique kind of a writ wherein it is questioned by what authority. If anybody takes up a public office without authority, then this particular writ can be filed, quo warranto. This is not much relevant as far as the Income Tax Act is concerned, though in cases of central circle use, in cases of usurping of jurisdiction, one can give it a stretched meaning and request the High Court to invoke, because we cannot invoke this writ. We can only request a particular court to invoke this writ. So these are the 5 types of writs. Now, I would now be moving on to the jurisdictional issues as far as the writ petitions are concerned. As far as the Supreme Court is concerned, since the Supreme Court has jurisdiction over the entire territory of India, there is never a jurisdictional dispute before the Supreme Court as to what it and what it cannot entertain. However, it is not the case with the High Courts. And as a practicing professional, I've often come across such situations wherein there have been confusions whether a particular writ is to be filed before this High Court or that High Court. I can explain this to you by way of an example. Like it happens under the Companies Act. We all know the NCLAT is situated, physically located in Delhi. All the states have their own NCLTs. Bombay has an NCLT, but the NCLAT, I'm sure it is in Delhi, not in Bombay. There's no bench of NCLAT in Bombay, I guess. So now if supposedly NCLAT acts perversely against the law, and the perversity is so apparent that you wish to take it up in a writ petition before a particular High Court, where would you file the writ? Is it going to be filed in the Delhi High Court, where the NCLAT is physically situated, or in the Bombay High Court, where say the petitioner resides or the cause of action is there? So this question always comes up. Every time such a matter is given to me by any chartered accountant, they always ask me, sir, ye yahan lagegi ya wahan lagegi? So my deliberation is that instead of asking me, let us read the section, let us read the constitution. अभी हम आर्टिकल 226 पढ़ ही रहे थे. आर्टिकल 226 में इसका डायरेक्ट आंसर है. देयर इज एब्सोल्युटली नो कंफ्यूजन. जो आर्टिकल 226(1) है, द फर्स्ट क्लॉज, I would rather take you again to the bare text. That would make it absolutely clear. See, अगर आप आर्टिकल 226(1) देखेंगे, I'll read it again for you. Notwithstanding anything contained in Article 32, every High Court shall have power throughout the territories in relation to which it exercises jurisdiction to issue to any person or authority. बस इसी point तक you get a clarity. If the authority is situated within the territorial jurisdiction of an High Court, it can exercise the jurisdiction against them. So this is one way of looking at the jurisdiction. Now coming on to the second clause, Article 226(2), it also covers other situations. The powers conferred by clause 1 to issue directions, orders or writs to any government, authority or person may also be exercised by any high court exercising jurisdiction in relation to territories within which the cause of action wholly or in part arises for exercise of such powers. So this answers. In the particular example I was talking about, the cause of action must have been in Maharashtra. That is the reason that the matter must have gone before the NCLT Bombay. However, NCLT being situated in Delhi, so now if you have to challenge NCLT's action or order in a writ petition, you have two options. You may either go to the Delhi High Court or go to the Bombay High Court. So it's not always that it is only one High Court who can entertain. In such a situation, one has to act very wisely. There are certain things, हर चीज़ में यहाँ डाइस से नहीं कह सकता हूँ, but दो option होना is a very good thing. The way courts function nowadays in this country. I would digress a bit. ये in fact direct tax के seminar में writ का जो topic चल रहा है, इसका भी एक reason है. हम उस देश में रहते हैं, wherein though we are living in 21st century, our courts still have the mentality of the 19th century courts. And why I say so, आप how many cases you see जो assessment में ही final हो जाते हैं? If there are 10 assessments, I think at least 8 or 9 of them go into the appeal. This must be the reality of India. Now you talk about other countries. Say UK. In UK particularly, 9 out of 10 cases, be it under any law, the average is 9 out of 10 cases, they get settled in the court of first instance. So why can't our tax authorities be so competent कि वो जब assessment करें तो 10 में से 9 SSC और 9 professionals ये कह दें कि इसमें कोई मतलब नहीं है अपील में जाने का. Why do we not have such a good tax administration? That is something we should ask our leaders probably. Because you cannot control bureaucracy, it is the leaders who empower bureaucracy and who can also control the bureaucracy. Sir, if I talk as a lawyer, it is a very good thing happening in this country. कि हमारा तो बिजनेस बढ़ रहा है, भले ही अन्याय दूसरों के ऊपर होते हुए अत्याचार और अन्याय की कॉस्ट पे बढ़ रहा है, बट बढ़ रहा है. So, jurisdictional issue I have just covered. Now I would move on to the next very important issue. In fact, यही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण issue है as far as the tax professionals are concerned, because we should know कि हम high court में writ petition में what can we take it up to the high court and what we cannot. Because as I said, this is a constitutional court exercising its powers under a particular provision of the constitution. यहाँ पे assessment नहीं हो रहा है. The high court is not doing the assessment. Though it seems क्योंकि आजकल every third case gets landed up in the high court, we think we can take anything and everything to the high court, but it is not the case. If you read the provision of article 226, वहाँ तो सिर्फ लिखा हुआ है for the enforcement of any of the fundamental rights or for any other purpose. So, the Constitution of India per se doesn't define कि what is any other purpose. But this is a law which has been laid down by the various high courts as well as the Supreme Court in years. आज की तारीख में वो for any other purpose is by and large in some way or the other defined, may not be defined directly, but कब discretion exercise करना चाहिए, कब नहीं करना चाहिए, there are several countless judgments. So, the biggest issue is maintainability. आपको सबसे पहले तो once you decide that there is certain violation of law which has been done by an income tax authority and you wish to take it up to the high court, you first have to analyze and examine कि is it a violation which can be taken up in a writ jurisdiction of the court. So that has to be examined. इसमें as a general thought process जो सबके दिमाग में है, एक लोगों ने एक इनफैक्ट दिस इज द रीज़न, इसका एक सबसे बड़ा रीज़न ये है कि जितने भी कोर्ट्स हैं वो रिफ्यूज़ बहुत करते हैं रिट जुरिस्डिक्शन को एंटरटेन करने के लिए एक पर्टिकुलर ग्राउंड पे दैट देयर इज़ एन ऑल्टरनेटिव रेमेडी. तो हम ये भली भांति ये हमारे दिमाग में फिट कर दिया गया कि ऑल्टरनेटिव रेमेडी में रिट जुरिस्डिक्शन एक्सरसाइज नहीं करता है कोर्ट. बट दिस इज़ नॉट एन एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. ये कोई डायरेक्टली होल्ड नहीं कराए कभी भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कि ऑल्टरनेटिव रेमेडी अगर होगी तो यू कैनॉट इन्वोक द रिट जुरिस्डिक्शन. In fact, this has been defined in a number of judgments कि कैसे वो कौन किस तरह के वो violations हैं जिसमें alternative remedy should not be a bar in invoking of writ jurisdiction by a particular high court. In this context, there is one very recent and important judgment of the Supreme Court, which is the judgment of the present Honorable Chief Justice of India. So this is D.Y. Chandrachud's judgment. This was a judgment under the State VAT Act. In this particular judgment, White paragraph 27, the Supreme Court has very well summarized what is the position as to the maintainability of a writ petition. So I would rather be reading this paragraph for the better understanding. 27, paragraph number 27. This is on the maintainability of a writ. The principles of law which emerge are that, first, the power under Article 226 of the Constitution to issue writs can be exercised not only for the enforcement of fundamental rights, but for any other purpose as well. This we have already read in Article 226. Second, the High Court has the discretion not to entertain a writ petition. One of the restrictions placed on the power of the High Court is where an effective alternative remedy is available to the aggrieved person. Now coming to the third clause, this is where the exceptions start to having an alternative remedy. Exceptions to the rule of alternate remedy arise where A. The writ petition has been filed for the enforcement of a fundamental right protected by Part 3 of the Constitution. The relevance of fundamental rights can never be ignored. Once Article 32 itself is part of this, in Part 3 of the Constitution, and itself a fundamental right in itself. So obviously, fundamental right ke violation mein you can always go. B. There has been a violation of the principles of natural justice. अब ये जो second exception है, the violation of principles of natural justice. अभी I told you, I was talking about the average in UK as far as the disposal of cases by the courts of first instance are concerned. Indian average, I think 9 out of 10 cases there is grave violation of principles of natural justice. So in India, this is the reason I say every second or third case gets landed up in the High Court. Now coming to the fourth, D. The vires of a legislation is challenged. Now this is very important. There's an act say, you cannot challenge the vires of any legislation before any authority or even before the district courts or the sessions court. If you have to challenge the vires or the legality of any particular law or a particular provision of the law, this can either be done either before the High Court or before the Supreme Court. This is not something which you can take it up anywhere else. So if somebody is challenging the vires of a particular act, then that definitely has to go before the High Court in a writ petition. Because nobody would like the position of law to emerge when the matters are ultimately decided by a particular High Court in a regular appeal. One practical, I would be digressing away a bit, one practical difficulty I must tell you. Why writ petitions are so popular? In direct tax law matters, after assessment when we file an appeal before CIT appeal, I guess it doesn't take more than 1, 2 or 3 years at the most for the appeal to be disposed in routine matters. The same is the situation before at least the Indore bench of ITAT where I practice. I'm sure Bombay bench must also have a very quick disposal. The moment you go before the High Court, can you imagine the waiting, how long the waiting is before an High Court when the regular appeal appears for adjudication? I'm not sure about Bombay. In MP High Court, the waiting is 20 years. So, I always tell my clients कि अगर आप अपील से आ रहे हो तो ITAT से या तो केस जीत जाओ और या एडिशनल एप्लीकेशन फाइल करके जीरो से चालू हो जाओ. बिकॉज जीरो से आप 2-3 बार ITAT आ जाओगे, तब तक हाई कोर्ट में सुनवाई नहीं आएगी. सुनवाई आएगी एडमिशन की कि whether there is any substantial question of law, because the second appeal under the Income Tax Act can only be on a substantial question of law, but otherwise not. So that is where ITAT becomes very important. Everybody is afraid. I have a demand of 10 crores. If ITAT is not going to allow my appeal, I am gone for next 20 years. अब 20 साल तक वो डिमांड मेरे सर पे रहने वाली है. So this is the reason nobody wants to go to the High Court in a regular appeal. That is वो सिर्फ मजबूरी में एक व्यक्ति जाता है regular appeal में. Writs provide for a quick remedy. You bypass everything, but since writs are issued by the High Court, it is binding on all the income tax authorities under them. So it gives you a one-stop solution. Of course, that has to be maintainable at the first place. So now coming on to the third clause of paragraph 27 of this judgment, rather the fourth clause. An alternate remedy by itself does not divest the High Court of its power under Article 226 of the Constitution in an appropriate case, though ordinarily a writ petition should not be entertained when an efficacious alternate remedy is provided by law. Ab GST law, like if you take the example of GST law, there is a provision in law. Second appeal before the tribunal. Tribunals have not been constituted. So for years since 2017, there is an alternative remedy, but not an efficacious alternative remedy, because there is no tribunal. This fourth clause of this paragraph, it also makes germane one more important takeaway. High Court, if it wishes to, be there an alternative remedy or no alternative remedy. If High Court wants to exercise its jurisdiction, there's no problem. The Supreme Court never says the High Court has wrongly exercised its jurisdiction. High Court has the discretion. Whenever it wants, it may. These judgments help us when High Court declines to invoke its writ jurisdiction, which it does quite often. At least in other High Courts, the situation is very grave. In bigger High Courts like the Bombay High Court or Delhi High Court, or for that matter, there are more than one benches who have been given the roster of taking up tax matters. So the comfort level of the judges in tax matters in bigger High Courts is quite different compared to the other High Courts. In fact, you would also find similar problems if the matter has to go before the Nagpur bench of the High Court, because there only one DB would be given the roster that you have to take care of the tax cases. In bigger, in principal bench like Bombay, I don't remember about Bombay, but Delhi particularly has 4 specific tax benches. Bombay, if Delhi has 4, Bombay में 4 से ज़्यादा ही होंगी. So now coming on the fifth clause of this paragraph 27 of this judgment, when a right is created by a statute which itself prescribes the remedy or procedure for enforcing the right or liability, resort must be had to that particular statutory remedy before invoking the discretionary remedy under Article 226 of the Constitution. This rule of exhaustion of statutory remedies is a rule of policy, convenience, and discretion. So all these judgments, they do not stop High Court from doing anything. Yes, if they decline to interfere or if they decline to invoke the jurisdiction, these judgments help us convince the High Court. In cases where there are disputed questions of fact, the High Court may decide to decline jurisdiction in a writ petition. However, if the High Court is objectively of the view that the nature of the controversy requires the exercise of its writ jurisdiction, such a view would not readily be interfered with. So to conclude, what is the takeaway? First thing is that अगर कोई fundamental right का violation है, और fundamental right का violation बहुत easily हो जाता है, I must tell you. 80-90% of the orders I see of the income tax authorities, be it direct tax authorities or indirect tax authorities, they're not speaking orders. In one of my case which I argued under the Benami Act, I got a 900-page final judgment. Can you imagine? 900-page final judgment, non-speaking. That too non-speaking. It had hundreds of pages of my submission, other defendant submission, this submission, that submission, ऐसा वैसा. End में on the, I guess 893 pages थे, 892 892 उस पेज पे 2 lines. I do not find any merits in the submission of the defendants. Full stop. Therefore, the matter is decided against him. 9. Why are you even wasting the stationery? You could have simply mentioned the dates. That 5 replies were filed by defendant number 1, 2 were filed by defendant number 2. But unfortunate it is. Every non-speaking order, with all due respect, is a violation of fundamental right to equality. Why I say so? The moment a non-speaking order is passed, now effectively you cannot exercise your right to appeal. What is your right to appeal? Assessing officer ने कुछ लिखा ही नहीं है order में, तो commissioner appeal, how would he be able to analyze and understand and decide whether the application of mine done by the lower authority is correct or incorrect? So the moment a non-speaking order is passed, your right to appeal gets prejudiced. Up in the instant case, commissioner appeal के पास तो plenary powers है. Not under every law it happens. IT-80 के पास तो नहीं है. The moment a non-speaking order is passed, your right to appeal gets prejudiced. The moment your right to appeal gets prejudiced, that leads to the violation of the fundamental right of equality. You have the right to get a speaking order, so am I. If speaking order can be passed in case of even one SSC, everybody deserves a similar kind of an order. So, सबसे पहला takeaway कि fundamental rights का अगर infringement है, we may go before the High Court. हाँ, you have to be very careful. You have to clearly portray on the face of it there is a violation of fundamental right. Otherwise, the court is not even going to take cognizance of that. Second, alternative remedy नहीं होनी चाहिए, और अगर है, then the case should be within these 3-4 exceptions. Either the principle of natural justice. What is principle of natural justice? Is it not part of the right to equality, Article 14? There are judgments of Supreme Court. जिसमें कहा है कि infringement of the principles of natural justice leads to the violation of Article 14 of the Constitution. Article 14 being a fundamental right, you can very well either go to the Supreme Court under Article 32 or Article 226. So ideally, so we do not expect that every third, fourth, second case should land up in the High Court, but practically, thanks to the tax administration, legal profession is a booming profession as far as tax matters are concerned. So, this judgment of Radha Krishnan Industries of Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, which I had discussed, this outlines the broad parameters. It is the general guideline, not specific to income tax or GST, but in general. Sorry? GST, when I read the GST Act, I am unable to find out what is the assumption or presumption behind enacting such a law. You are asking a taxpayer to upload every invoice. You do not, either you firmly believe that everybody is stealing taxes, or this cannot be true. You cannot disbelieve a person. एक normal रिश्ते में अगर इतना disbelieve करें तो वो रिश्ता टूट जाता है. GST तो भरोसा ही नहीं करता है आप पे. भाई GST को देख के लगता है कि एक दौर ये भी आएगा इनकम टैक्स बिल से आप हमें भी सारे बिल चाहिए. मतलब this is unimaginable. So the D.Y. Chandrachud judgment, that was a general judgment about the maintainability of writ petition. Then came in 2023 a specific judgment. अभी जो time है वो 148A का time चल रहा है. This is the season I guess. सबके 148A के notices आए हुए हैं. 148AD पे एक specific judgment Red Chilli Supreme Court of India. इसके पहले it was a big problem. Several high courts, Punjab and Haryana High Court, MP High Court had disposed of a very interesting case on the grounds of alternative remedy. But then came this judgment, Red Chilli. Red Chilli में जो analogy use करी है, again I would be able to link it again to that D.Y. Chandrachud judgment. What is 148A? 148A is a precondition to assume jurisdiction under 148. So now this is deciding a jurisdictional issue. So if there is an error in assuming jurisdiction, it may very well be taken up before the High Court on writ petition. So this is the Red Chilli judgment, wherein particularly Supreme Court held that writ petitions against 148 AD orders shall be entertained. The problem is with the entertainability. Maintainability पे तो, as I said, every second case there is a violation of the fundamental rights of a person. Similarly, this particular judgment was under the indirect tax laws, Godrej Sara Lee Limited. The crux of this judgment was कि if there is no disputed question of fact, but only a disputed question of law, then High Court should not decline to interfere and invoke the writ jurisdiction. So, these two judgments have changed the course of at least maintainability of writ petitions against 148 AD orders. Now almost in every case, we may go before, because as I said, 80-90% of the orders are non-speaking orders. The way tax administration has been implementing these new reassessment proceedings, it is very sad for the country. In the morning we were discussing about the latest judgment of the Madras High Court in IDFC Limited, where they said that only a prima facie opinion is required in 148 AD orders. Well, respectfully, I would like to take this up, this comparison between the old 147 and new 147. I would be digressing a bit from the writ petitions, but I think this is worth understanding. जो पुराना law था of reassessment proceedings, the earlier 147, 148. 148, as we had all seen, it started from if the assessing officer has reasons to believe that any income has escaped assessment. This was the law. So the only requirement to assume jurisdiction under 147 was that you must be having a valid reason to believe. Reason to believe, but there were several judgments. As long as the reasons to believe were valid, you could just form a prima facie opinion and proceed with the assessment. This was the earlier law. It is true, the codified law was only this much, but there was a laid down law behind it. GK and drive shafts, all of us know about it. Reason to believe पहले भी challenge करे जाते थे. The procedure was laid down by the Supreme Court. The moment you get a 148 notice, you have to first file your return of income. That makes you entitled to seek the copy of reason to believe. Once you get the copy of reasons to believe, you could have filed objections. Objections were mandatorily required to be disposed by speaking orders. And then the orders disposing of the reasons, they were subjected to writ petitions. So there was already a procedure in place, though not codified, but by way of a laid down law. Now what had happened? Finance Act 2021, sweeping amendments. It is in the memorandum explaining budget, the purpose of codifying this new reassessment law was to reduce litigation, reduce the number of cases, and therefore they had inserted one section 148 capital A, which recently Madras High Court has held that it doesn't require you to conclusively establish that income has escaped assessment. But then the reason, I question myself if this is not the requirement of section 148 capital A, why is it so elaborate? शो कॉज नोटिसेस को अगर हमें समझना है तो हमें इनकम टैक्स से ज़्यादा इंडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस समझना चाहिए. इनकम टैक्स में बिफोर 148 कैपिटल ए पेनल्टी प्रोविजंस के लिए शो कॉज नोटिसेस इशू करने के प्रोविजंस थे. इंडायरेक्ट टैक्स, इनकम टैक्स वर्क्स ऑन दी थ्योरी ऑफ असेसमेंट्स. इंडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में शो कॉज का एडजुडिकेशन होता है. सो the law of show cause notices, there have been numerous judgments of various courts, High Court, Supreme Court. Show cause notice is not a mere formality. It's not a mere bald formality which any income tax authority is required to do. Income tax में जब से ये नई सेक्शन आई हैं, ऐसे ऐसे शो कॉज नोटिसेस देखने को मिले. शो कॉज नोटिस में इंफॉर्मेशन मांग रहे हैं. मतलब दे इशू अ 148 कैपिटल ए क्लॉज बी नोटिस and say this is the information which we have and please provide this. अरे आप 148 capital A clause A में inquiry क्यों नहीं करें? भाई show cause, the law is very clear. Show cause, once a show cause is issued, it has to be comprehensive along with all the RUD, and you have to raise very specific allegations. All the inquiry which you are supposed to do, you do it before that. Of course, 148 capital A clause A does not make inquiry pre-issuance of show cause mandatory, but obviously if need be it should be done. So whatever inquiry is to be done, you do it, then you issue a show cause. In fact अब तो फाइनेंस एक्ट 2022 में इन्होंने शो कॉज देने के पहले का अप्रूवल हटा दिया है. Earlier to issue 148 capital A clause B, even an approval was required by the competent authority under section 151. That has been done away with the Finance Act 2022. Now the only approval is required for passing 148 AD order. तो आप एक show cause issue कर रहे हो, you're conducting inquiry, and then when you are issuing the 148 capital A clause D order, even that is with the prior approval of the specified authority, and still what the department thinks is that this is a prima facie exercise. Once you have information, अब assessment में देखेंगे, which is exactly what I disagree with, because the earlier 147, it was, the words of earlier 147 were, if the assessing officer has reason to believe. Now in the new 147, the words of section 147, amended 147, is this: if any income chargeable to tax in the case of an assessee has escaped assessment for any assessment year. In the morning we were reading, there's an explanation to this new 147, that once you are doing the assessment, you may not just make assessment of this particular income, but also other incomes which come to your knowledge during the course of assessment. So 148 capital A की जो proceeding चल रही है, which is in itself complete proceeding, जो inquiry से show cause से होते होते order पे culminate होती है, 148 capital A का जब आपको order pass करना है, I'm sure अभी this is a new law, we have only one judgment of Madras High Court, this issue would be going before several high courts and also the Supreme Court. 148 capital A में at least the information specific to which that show cause notice is issued. Once, if the assessee is cooperating and providing a detailed reply, furnishing all the evidences, then you need to adjudicate finally whether there is any escapement of income as far as this information is concerned. At least this much conclusive opinion should be made. अगर ये हो जाती है, then you may go ahead, make the assessment. जब 147 आप करोगे, 148 इशू करने के बाद, तो obviously 147 में जो explanation है, that entitles you, फिर आप सारी चीज़ें देखो. But at least 148 should not be a mere bald formality, which unfortunately the department has made it one. In fact, एक बड़ा ही interesting case है, मुझे तो कई बार ये समझ में नहीं आता tax administration के साथ, कि इनका prima facie opinion पे orders pass करना कब बंद होगा. Very interestingly, I'll explain the facts. There used to be a partnership firm which used to run a petrol pump, say in the name of Messrs ABC. The firm name was Messrs ABC, partnership, and even the name, the trade name of the petrol pump was ABC. The firm dissolved in 2015. Now, 2018, it was a firm of two partners, the father and the son. अब 2018 में 2018-19 फाइनेंशियल ईयर 18-19, दैट मीन्स AY 19-20 के लिए 148 कैपिटल ए क्लॉज बी का शो कॉज नोटिस आता है इन द नेम ऑफ द already dissolved firm. The notice states that you have maintained a bank account with a particular bank wherein you have deposited 30 crore rupees, but you haven't filed your return of income. So this is an income which has escaped assessment, and why not 147 should be done. So ये notice आता है. इस notice के reply में the SSE files as many possible evidences he could have. The fact of the matter which had culminated into issuance of this 148 capital A was that it was a small place where the SSE used to conduct his business of petrol pump. So he was a known man. Everybody knew ABC petrol pump का ये पैन है बैंक में, State Bank of India. तो जब 2015 में firm dissolve हुई, he started his business in the name of in his individual capacity as a proprietary concern. So he kept the same name, ABC. And the bank inadvertently updated the PAN of the partnership firm in his individual accounts. So the moment 148 capital A clause B was issued, the SSE ran to the bank. SBI was very cooperative, unlike as it used to be, as it is normally. They gave a certificate that it is our inadvertent mistake. हमने गलती से PAN लिख दिया था, update कर दिया था. We have also filed a correction with the income tax department, that is pending. The SSE is absolutely correct. ये firm का PAN नहीं है. What more can you do? We did a lot more. In fact, the SSE did a lot more. मेरे पास तो खैर अभी आया है matter for the writ. उसके बाद SSE went on to file his financial statements, audited financial statements in the return of income. Return of income में you are required to disclose the list of your bank accounts. उसमें वो bank account mention था individual की return में, जो जिसके cash deposits के लिए partnership firm का case खोल रहा है. He even portrayed it that this account was duly disclosed in the audited financial statements, based on which this return of income has been filed. So all sorts of evidences were filed. In fact, the SSE even went to the HPCL जिसका वो पेट्रोल पंप चलाता था, उससे भी लिखवा के ले आया कि ABC नाम की पार्टनरशिप फर्म के पास हमारा AY 1920 में कोई पेट्रोल पंप नहीं है. Department issues 148 capital A clause D that we will inquire. I don't know what is left to be inquired, but we will inquire. That is not all. उसके बाद assessment proceedings चालू होती हैं partnership firm की. After all the replies to the notices, finally there comes a show cause. Why this 30 crore should not be added to your income? So, when will the prima facie forming of opinion end? This is particularly the reason that every controversy gets landed up in the High Court. So, 148 capital A, you want to make a prima facie opinion. 148, you are again not willing to. It's a very bad state of tax administration in this country we are going through right now. Otherwise, I seriously feel that not everything should be coming to the writ courts. अब क्या हो रहा है, ऐसा लगता है कि हाई कोर्ट में असेसमेंट होने लगे हैं आजकल. इस लाइट में एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जजमेंट है एमपी हाई कोर्ट का. सिंस आई कम फ्रॉम एमपी, आई वुड डेफिनेटली बी डिस्कसिंग एटलीस्ट वन जजमेंट ऑफ एमपी हाई कोर्ट. ये भी एक बहुत बर्निंग इशू है कि जब 148 कैपिटल ए क्लॉज बी का नोटिस आता है, सो व्हाट इज टू बी टैक्स्ड? What does the section says? We just read it. If any income has escaped assessment, so these proceedings have to be initiated only with respect to income which has escaped assessment. How does the department go? I guess I am sure everybody must have come across such cases. Department takes the gross receipts. If you have sold a property, they will say you have sold a property for 65 lakh rupees, so 148 capital A clause B is being given for escapement of income of rupees 65 lakhs. It's an assumption, I guess, that everybody gets properties for free. There is never a cost of acquisition involved. And that too, जब आप 3 साल से beyond जा रहे हो, उन्हीं cases में जा सकते हो, if the amount of income which has escaped assessment is more than rupees 50 lakhs or more. Yet, so MP High Court in the recent judgment of 2023, it is a judgment passed by Justice Shri Nagu, they came down heavily on the income tax department. In fact, the facts of the case were that the SSE had sold 59 scooters or something, some immovable assets for a sum of rupees 59 lakh rupees. And 148 AD order was passed that rupees 59 lakhs is the income which has escaped assessment. So High Court, it had come down heavily and not just quashed the 148 capital A clause D order, but it even imposed the compensatory cost as well as the exemplary cost, imposing 25,000 on the department as exemplary cost and 10,000 as the compensatory cost. So I would be reading the relevant part of this judgment, which is very important. It may not be out of place to mention that had the revenue arrived at the correct figure of income chargeable to tax instead of the gross receipts / consideration, the possibility of amount of rupees 72 lakh 5,000 coming down to a figure below 50 lakh cannot be ruled out. So this is the operative part. Thus the revenue deserves to be saddled with exemplary cost and correspondingly the petitioner is entitled to compensatory cost. So this is a very important judgment with respect to the 148 capital A proceedings, because the slack approach by which the assessing officers are proceeding in passing the 148 AD order amounts to grave violations. There's another recent case wherein despite there being an efficacious alternative remedy, the High Court invoked the writ jurisdictions. This was particularly against the 264 order. The SSE filed an application under section 264. Now a date is being issued. Say the matter is fixed for 10th of March. SSE does not appears. Neither files an adjournment. The commissioner automatically fixes another date, 16th, and goes ahead to pass the order. The High Court quashed it on the reason that if another date was issued in the matter, then at least that should have been communicated to the SSE. Recently, the Bombay High Court too, in fact, without distinguishing much, in this judgment, it had invoked writ jurisdiction on the grounds that the assessee is an old lady who is looking after her even older husband suffering from Parkinson's. So therefore she should not be made to suffer and wait for the appeal to come, deposit 20%, in the meanwhile also handle and face the penalty proceedings. So therefore the High Court thought that the case is fit and they invoked the writ jurisdiction and quashed the orders right in the writ proceedings. So this is another case of invoking of writ jurisdiction by the High Court of Bombay. This particular issue I was talking about, recent judgment of, there are several judgments, however this is one recent judgment of 24, that is the reason I am discussing it. Passing of non-speaking orders. Non-speaking orders, they are like termites. They take away your right to appeal. They cause prejudice to it. The appellate court or the authority, they cannot understand how, what exact application of mind has been done by the lower authorities, which is very important to understand or to decide whether or not that matter has been correctly decided or not. You need to pass a speaking order. Speaking order, not passing a speaking order is a grave violation. So recently the Rajasthan High Court, it had quashed one order. There are several such judgments, but there is one more topic which I think I would like to take it up before my time ends. One provision of the Income Tax Act, section 264. This, I believe, is a very unused section of revision. We have come across several matters of filing of writ petitions before the High Court against 148 capital A clause D order. If you plainly read the provision of section 264, an SSC is entitled to challenge any order which is not subject to 263 in a revision proceedings either before the PCIT or before the PCCIT. Now in the context of 148 capital A clause D, if anyhow the SSC is not willing to go before the High Court against the order, then at least, not in all matters, in a lot of matters, at least where the approval is granted by PCIT and not PCCIT, you may take it up in a revision proceeding, invoke section 264 and take it up before the PCCIT. Why I say not all orders can be taken in 264, not all 148 capital A clause D orders, because those orders are either passed with the approval of Principal Commissioner or with the Principal Chief Commissioner. 264 you can take it up either before PCIT or before PCCIT. If the order is already passed with the approval of PCCIT, there is absolutely no point of filing an appeal against the order of Caesar only, against the order of Caesar before the Caesar. There's no point. However, in cases where 148 AD has been passed with the approval of PCIT, one may also invoke 264 and take any erroneous order before the PCCIT. Because 264 is not confined to any particular order like 246 capital A or the section of appeals, in which the types of orders, the appealable orders have been defined, but not in 264. It has carved out an exception that it must not be subject to 263, apart from that any order. So 264 is an important section. I am running out of time, so I would be concluding my session. You have been very patiently hearing me. The last session I understand is a very difficult one, because one is always exhausted. Thank you so much, sir. So it's an honor to have been a part of this esteemed gathering and seminar. I thank you from the core of my heart for having me here. It has been a very knowledgeable day for all of us, and it was a privilege to be here. Thank you so much. With this, I hand over the mic to the management committee.
थैंक यू शर्मा सर, बहुत अच्छा रहा सर सेशन आपका. यंगेस्ट स्पीकर और एकदम ग्रिप बना के रखी थी सर. जितने भी लोग बैठे थे सबकी नींद भगा दी आपने. इतने सारे सेक्शंस, आर्टिकल 32, फंडामेंटल राइट्स, 147, 148 है, पूरा रेंज कवर किया सर इन्होंने, और बड़ा मज़ा आया सर आपका. और ये एक ही व्यक्ति है जो एमपी से आए, भोपाल से, वो है ना तालों में ताल, भोपाल ताल, हाँ, सिटी ऑफ लेक्स. एनीवे सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच. आपका सेशन बहुत अच्छा रहा. एंड नाउ आई इनवाइट पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ टैक्स बार एसोसिएशन एडवोकेट विजय बोत्रा सर and VTPA Joint Secretary C. Aditya Khandelwal to present the memento to the speaker. Aditya and Bothra sir? नहीं है. So I invite Sumit Goenka from Akola to please come on the dais and So thank you very much, sir. And now I hand over the mic to the organizer. Thank you, sir.
How are all of you? मज़ा आया पूरा दिन? चलिए, बहुत अच्छा लगा सुन के. वैसे तो दिन एंड ही हो रहा है. हम थोड़ा सा हम जितने ग्रेटफुल हैं वो हम थोड़ा हमारे स्पीकर्स के साथ शेयर करें. एक आखिरी वैलेडिक्टरी सेशन है और क्योंकि उनको जाना भी है तो इसलिए हम इसको थोड़ा शॉर्ट और फास्ट रखेंगे. So I first of all request Advocate Dharan Gandhi sir to please come to near the dais. So this will be queries come valedictory session. So I am requesting Advocate CA Dharan Gandhi sir to come to the dais, and I also request Lalit Tambi sir to join me for asking the queries. Parallelly, I request Advocate Pankaj Patel Vardha and Advocate Anil Advani Amravati to please be beside the stage.
We'll be really quick with the queries, and we'll also request honorable faculty to be also quick, sir.
Ratan ji. Search in Renuka Mata Society on 15th June 17. Information flagged on IT portal having account with this society. Notice under section 148 issued before 31st of March 21. Assessment is to be made under section 153C or 148. AO in his reply said that notice under 148 is issued on the basis of information flagged on the inside portal and not in pursuant to search. So considering your reasons recorded, आपके reasons में क्या लिखा है? If the reasons recorded state that there is a search in case of Renuka Mata and some documents have been found in the course of search which the assessing officer has received, and if it is the basis of the same document they want to reopen the assessment, then 153C, otherwise 148. नहीं ठीक है. Point is not that. Point is this that नहीं reasons में क्या लिखा है? Reasons recorded. I agree with you. हाँ नहीं reasons record हुआ का ना 31st मार्च के पहले का है. And what has been correct, and then they must have been relying upon some. So information has been shared by Central Circle 44 Mumbai. That means Central Circle 44 Mumbai is the AO of the search party. If AO of the search party gives the copy of material to the AO of the third party, सर वही हुआ ना, अपलोड होना इनसाइड पोर्टल पे या फिर डायरेक्ट देना, चीज़ तो एक ही हुई ना कि उसने ही दिया है. So information has been given by AO of search party to AO of third party. या तो आप हाथ से दो या आप पोस्ट से दो या आप मेल से दो या आप अपलोड करो पोर्टल पे. So therefore it is in pursuance of search and therefore 153C. Now this issue is not yet settled. Karnataka High Court is in favor of the SSC SLP dismissed. Bombay High Court has one judgment where they have given an incidental finding. It should be 153C and not 148 because 153 starts with notwithstanding anything contained in 148, 143, etc. So there are Mumbai tribunal judgments to the effect that 153C is a more specific section in case of a search related assessment, and therefore it should be 153C and not 148. So you can take this argument, and I don't think so any issue up to tribunal level at this stage.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir,
please,
just
please
a minute, sir.
Sir, just a minute, please.
I request Advocate Pankaj Patel sir Vardha, please come near the stage, and also Advocate Anil Advani sir. Pankaj Patel sir, he is not here. I request CA Pramod Shadi sir to join us. I request you to please share a token of appreciation to sir. Thank you. I now request CA Ashok Mehta sir to join us on the stage.
Yeah, so the query is in case where any amount is declared as undisclosed sales as part of survey, whether section 69A attracts in this scenario, the assessing officer says that the sales comes from purchases which are from undisclosed capital infusion. So this is an assumption. You can't say that I have undisclosed purchases which I have to. You'll have to put up some story how you got your purchase if you've disclosed undisclosed sales, and try to convince them. If you takes it into 69A from undisclosed sales, then in that case you can also say that there is peak working. So you can do telescoping to that extent if that is the idea of this thing, and only the margin to be added in sales and not the full sales. So sales comes from purchases, good, he's pointing out. If sales comes from purchases, then I'm supposed to be taxed only on the margin, and the peak credit, if whatever is the credit, should be taxed and not the entire amount. So you would have an advantage if he takes you to that angle. The second query is with regard to whether stock in trade can attract section 69A. I'd taken it in mind this thing that stock in trade cannot be taken under 69A. It is not gold, bullion, jewelry, or any other article of similar nature. And you now have a Supreme Court which supports that. So I don't think stock in trade would go into 69A. Of course, they would say that stock in by accounting assumptions, stock in trade is never treated as investment. You can't say stock in trade is my investment by any imagination. So therefore, you have a very good case to say that stock in trade is not investment. And stock, you can add my undisclosed stock, but not as 69A. I'm out of 69A to 69D.
Thank you. I now request CA Ganesh Atal sir and CA Ratan Sharma sir to please come to the dais and give a token of appreciation to our speaker. I now request next speaker, CA Anish Thacker sir, to come on the dais for responding to the queries.
Yeah, so 3 queries, right? One, Alkesh Tambiji, if I have ancestral property and I want to disentitle my son from that ancestral property, can I actually draft a will to that effect? Ancestral property, I am presuming, is joint family property, and therefore it devolves by succession and not by survivorship. If by any chance you have inherited ancestral property in your own capacity, right, then there should not be a problem. But if it is property which is joint family property, then it will always devolve by succession. Individually, supposing your father willed it to you, it is still ancestral. Your grandfather willed it to your father willed it to you. Then you can disentitle your son definitely. But ऐसे हो सके तो बेचारे बेटे को मत करना. Second question, Shrenik Bothraji, if notice under 144 read with 147 comes without a PAN, is it invalid? Theoretically yes, practically कभी होगा ही नहीं, because आपके पोर्टल पे डालने के लिए बिना PAN के वो कर नहीं सकता. नो पैन केस माने पैन ही नहीं है उसका. हाँ तो चैलेंज व्हाई नॉट, बिकॉज दैट इज सपोज टू बी योर दिस थिंग, राइट. सो यू हैव नॉट अप्लाइड फॉर अ पैन कि ऐसा है, वो आधार वाला केस है. करो चैलेंज. एंड भंडारी जी के लास्ट क्वेश्चन, वीसी 3 या 4 महीने के बाद मांग सकते हैं रिकॉर्डिंग? आंसर इज नो. आई थिंक एक विंडो है 1 वीक का, उसी में मांगना पड़ेगा. 10 डेज या 1 वीक का जो भी है वो एक, बट बहुत छोटा विंडो है, उसी में मांगना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद वो लोग नहीं देते, वो स्कीम में लिखा हुआ है.
Thank you, sir. So very short and sweet answers. I now request Advocate Rajesh Khandelwal sir from Akola and Advocate Rajesh Mundra sir to please come to the stage to give the Anish Thacker sir, a token of appreciation. सर तीसरा भी आ रहा है. फॉर तीसरा आई रिक्वेस्ट एडवोकेट RS लड्डा सर एंड CA DD खंडेलवाल सर टू प्लीज कम नियर द स्टेज. सर ये तीसरा वाला जो है ये प्रेसिडेंट हरीश केनिया सर के बिहाफ पे आपको दिया जा रहा है. Sir, without will? Oh, so without trust document?
Without a trust document. It can be oral. So this is, you have settled an oral trust.
Okay, thank you, sir.
On this point, I would request a huge round of applause for Anish sir for being so and he has really been so appreciative and enthusiastic for all of us over here.
I now request our next speaker, CA Premal Gandhi, to please come to the stage.
The query that was given to me by CA Bhushan Lathia, how to treat interest received on accrued on fixed deposits created out of corpus fund. So the interest will also go towards the corpus only. You have a Supreme Court judgment of commissioner and it will be exempt from tax. You have Commissioner of Income Tax, Kochi versus Mata Amritapuri, 94 taxmen, 82 Supreme Court judgment, which is in your favor. So in the interest on the fixed deposits done out of corpus will be added over there itself and it will be exempt from tax.
Thank you. I now request CA Girish Chandak sir to come near the dais and give a token of appreciation. I would also like, he's gone. So I would like CA Dinesh Rajdev sir and Advocate Praveen Agache sir to please come to the dais. We'll not let you go without high tea. Thank you so much, sir. I now request our last speaker and youngest speaker, Advocate CA Milind Sharma sir, to please come on the dais. Near the dais. Yeah. Let's be any queries for Advocate Milind Sharma sir? Yeah.
सर अभी हमको रिट ज्यूरिसडिक्शन के लेवल की क्वेरी पूछने को भी टाइम लगेगा. So next year we'll bombard with you queries. साल भर पढ़ाई करेंगे आपके मटेरियल की.
I have a query. How did you like Amravati food?
The food is good. Amravati has spicy food and I like spicy food, so it's really good.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I now request RD Chandak sir and also Advocate Kamal Karpanani ji from Vardha to please come on the dais and give a token of appreciation to our last speaker. Okay. I request IS Khan sir to please come to the dais. Thank you. I now hand over the mic to the Lalit Tambi sir to give vote of thanks. Thank you.
Well, I will be really very quick, and I think the quickest way to say is Thank you. And TBA Amravati, we have AGM at 7 p.m. We all gather after high tea. I request all of you for high tea, and please also collect your name badges from the counter, and also those who have not collected their kits, kindly collected from the counter. And one important announcement is that we will share your participation certificates on your mobile number. Please download those certificates. And one more important announcement is coming up. In case if you have missed any of today's sessions for any of the movement, we will share a complete recording of entire all these sessions with all of you and all our fraternity members. And this is possible only and only because of you all who have contributed blood, sweat, money to come up over here, so that we can make these recordings available to all our fraternity members. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.